Welcome to the PGL Major Copenhagen 2024. The story of CS2's first major begins with 4 region-based RMR events, which culminate with the major itself in Copenhagen. Let's dive deeper into all this. The first 2 regions are the European RMRs, 1 and 2. With a 16-team Swiss format each, they will decide the first teams that make it to Copenhagen. All matches are best of 1, with the exception of elimination and advancement matches, which are best of 3. The top 8 teams proceed to the major, while the next 3 teams have another chance to qualify through the LCQ, the remaining 5 teams being eliminated. The EU Last Chance Qualifier is a 6-team single elimination bracket, split into 2 stages, with all matchups being best of 3s. Stage 1 has 1 round with 3 best of 3s, the winners proceeding directly to Stage 2. Stage 2 is 3-team single elimination gauntlet, where the last team standing qualifies to the major. Within Stage 2, out of the remaining 3, the team with the best Buchholz score, which is based on their opponent's performance, advances to the second stage directly to Round 2, while the other 2 teams face each other in Round 1 of the second stage. In the Asia RMR, 8 teams will battle through a double elimination bracket. All matches are best of 1, while the advancement and elimination matches are best of 3. The best 2 teams from the bracket qualify to the major. North and South American teams will battle their way through a 16-team Swiss format. Elimination and advancement matches are best of 3s. All other matches are best of 1. The top 5 teams proceed to the major, while all the other teams are eliminated. The first Danish major will gather the top 24 teams across the globe. The event is split into 3 new different stages this year. The first 2, opening and elimination stages, are played in a 16-team Swiss format, while the last one, the playoffs stage, is an 8-team single elimination bracket. Final RMR standings will determine the major seeding for all participating teams. 16 will play in the opening stage, while 8 will qualify directly to the elimination stage. The opening stage will see 16 teams which will battle each other throughout 4 days to decide who will be in the top 8 and make it to the next phase. Elimination stage will gather 16 teams once again to try to grab one of the first 8 spots, which will take them to the Royal Arena, the battleground for the playoffs. There we will witness the greatness of the best 8 teams in the tournament, which will fight to decide which one of them will leave its mark in this chapter of Counter-Strike's long history, becoming the winners of the first CS2 major.
Gonna go Galactic here if he can find these 4 kills. They're all stacked up inside the smoke.
Rushing, charging, trying to breathe down the neck of these CT defenders, but Hard Chow has no problem as he lines up 3, looking for a 4th, tons of damage to Lux. Bomb's going to be planted. A 2v2 retake that's now on equal footing. Headshot angle in play, but no connection. Lux is low and finished off.
Here's the bomb get tapped, and now he goes for the swing, but Cello was ready and waiting for him. The tap through the smoke takes him down. Twist now going to be able to pick up 2. Naf's on the bomb. Here comes the swing. Needs to go for the spam. Does manage to find him, and now just one more body to find. The off angle being held from Yakinda. It might be enough. It might be long, but no, Fallen hits the shot.
OC up close, fading the smoke. Will not work in his favor. Fang gets 1. The trade works brilliantly, and Sani for a double as well. And then I'll pop towards A coming out of balcony. The hands of Brimson who makes it a double. For 1. Any more for any more. Be great that he lined up 2. Make that 3. Exit finds 4.
To Sonic, though, is the bait and switch. Back turn, burns his way through 2. That's another hat-trick into the round for him.
And a last barrel in towards B. Incendiary goes forward. The flashbang is fantastic. Marky collects both. Ready to take Vertigo all by himself. It feels like Coldzera. Not the meta smoke that covers everything, so he's given a fine line to fight onto Marky. And swings on through, he's not done. Ladder absolutely destroys Nouns.
We'll watch as the bomb is planted, pushes through the smoke into certain death. And Marius and Natty, they know positions as well. They fake out the bomb defuse, but no commitment so far. Marius is the one with the defuse kit. He wants to go out, and as the peak's coming forward, they're good for 1 and they're good for 2.
Util, his teammates are going to burst from the front side of bathrooms, and Woody could have got caught in no man's land, has a Molotov out, and it forces them forward. Woody finding his impact on this AWP. The Peeping closing the gap, but they're still not aware, and Woody hits the collateral. This is a Woody round through and through, all 4.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gents, back to the PGL Americas RMR. Yesterday, and for the past couple of days, it's not been the greatest of starts or showings from North America. However, an opportunity arises, a silver lining. At least one team make it through until tomorrow is the big thing, Cody. However, we do once again have to say goodbye and farewell to yet another North American team, as we have a derby to start off the B stream.
Yeah, MAT versus Wildcard, going to be our first best of 3 of the day, and plenty more to come over on A and B also. I mean, it's a bit crazy to say that, isn't it? It's like at least one team will not be going home from NA. Yeah, kind of nuts. Let's touch on what yesterday was, though. Of course, we still had a couple of BO1s yesterday to be able to decide those 2-0 teams. Over on the B stream was Pain Gaming versus Red Canids, your dark horse, unfortunately, getting beaten by Pain, and MAT versus Imperial, one of the teams we're seeing today. That's not the best showings in BO1, is it?
Yeah, you know, one of those things, we can give it the caveat of maybe an expected result. You know, we'd look at kind of MAT and the current stature that they find themselves in, but it is worrying, right? That is a pretty damning 13-3 result, all things. We were over on the A stream yesterday. We kick-started those first 3 games you saw there. We had Complexity taking down Boss, relatively comfortable, really decent showing from Boss, in all fairness. Furia, of course, then taking on Liquid. That Mirage was messy from Liquid, and there definitely is question marks around that side. And then MIBR comfortably took down NRG. Yes, that map 2 went to an OT, but it still was a 13-2 on NRG's pick.
Yeah, that was certainly a spicy one to say the least. NRG unfortunately sent home, and along with Nouns, another NA organisation roster sent packing, not punching their ticket to the CS2 Major, the first one in its history. Have a look at the standings. As you can see, we alluded to it there with NRG and Nouns. It was Elevate and BESTIA over on the B stream who were sent packing as well. Yeah, I mean, that's a 3-1 deficit to NA, with only BESTIA being sent home from SA. And I mean, as of right now, South America, they're winning in the overall scheme of things.
Yeah, you know, 3-1 for kind of the North Americans in terms of the eliminated teams coming through, and then 3-1 for South Americans in terms of teams currently sitting 2-0. So all things considered, it's going very well for the South American cohort. They're stepping up in a big way.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing sort of the expected performances and more from these guys coming on towards LAN, which is really, really solid to see. They're getting that LAN buff that we like to talk about. There definitely still is question marks and concerns when we look at some of the better North American teams. Nouns, I think, was a big one in particular. It didn't go to plan. Let's see what the plan is looking like for us today here on the B stream. We're kickstarting things of M80 taking on a Wildcard. Now, this is an elimination game. Lose this and you are out. Win, you don't even make it through just yet. You've still got to play one more game tomorrow. So it's not doom and gloom completely, but it's an opportunity for one of these two teams. Then Red Canids take on Oddik following that, and we'll finish things off with an absolute banger. Legacy versus MIBR. That one is really going to be a heater.
Our first promotion game as well.
Yeah.
One of those two teams will be going 3-0 and will punch their ticket to the Major. Red Canids and Oddik, again, that is an Elim game as well. 4 teams sending home again today. 2 teams finally making themselves kind of solidified in history of Counter-Strike to at least make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. And we saw MIBR yesterday. You know, it wasn't the greatest start for MIBR in the tournament. That loss to Boss was definitely a question mark. We were thinking, basically, it was one of the bigger upsets, I think, of the entire tournament thus far. We were definitely looking at MIBR and saying, kind of what went wrong? Thankfully, yesterday was much better. NRG, that first map was very, very good. A 13-2. Yes, it went OT, but I think for me, MIBR, for most people, are an expected team to make it through. They've made it hard for themselves with that initial loss, but I think overall, we now expect big things out of them. So we'll see. We'll see later how things go. Let's kickstart and talk about the niche. This first game, we've got M80 taking on Wildcard. Bit of a derby as well. These two sides know each other very, very well. We'll take a look through M80, and of course, starting with the best, the UK CS himself, the man, the myth, Death, of course, traditionally the coach of this team, with the lack of IGL situation they currently find themselves in, has gone back into the server and be looking pretty good.
Yeah, he was. He had an interview with HOTV yesterday where he was talking about very openly about the fact that they are going to be still looking for an IGL to replace him, but due to the major circuit rulings and stuff, he's going to be locked in if they qualify. He will be playing in Copenhagen. So, they've got a couple more steps to go before that point. Need to win back-to-back best of threes here. And yeah, as you correctly mentioned, this wildcard side is one that they know incredibly well. Yeah. But it's not something which, it's not an easy game for them. Not an easy game for both sides, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, when you look at M80 as well, for me, there's a couple of real key important things. The win factors, without a shadow of doubt, you look at the likes of Malbs and Swisher. Over on the other side of Wildcard, and a familiar face and opponents that, of course, you did mention they know well. It's that man on your screen for me who is the win factor. Jaber has been an incredible talent, a rifler who's been given a lot of mileage and a lot of space coming in towards this team, and somebody that we've expected a little bit more of. His first best of one wasn't great, little shaky, rough around the edges, of course, with that 13-1 loss to Red Canids. Not what we wanted out of Wildcard, but they did bounce back very well yesterday. A 2-0 over BESTIA, and Sonic, as you just saw, was incredibly solid across that series.
Yeah, that was an amazing series from him. I think he posted a 2.16 HLTV rating off the back of that second map, which is insane. Completely, basically just ensuring that they will not go quietly into the night, and then they would continue pushing through and besting BESTIA in that 2-0. I mean, yeah, Wildcard, they've been a bit of a dark horse for NA, because they're one of these teams, almost like a boogeyman-esque, where it's like, oh god, right, we can beat some of the teams, like your Liquids, your Complexities, your other teams that started seeing your Nouns, and then it's like, oh, we've got to play Wildcard. Oh, this is I hate to say it, a wildcard for most teams. Yeah, really interesting to see what they can do. We do need to talk about that first game, though. It was against Red Canids. It was a 13-1 to Red Canids. They didn't show up at all. Amazing to see from them to be able to bounce back and put up a bit of a clinic on that in that best of 3, the second game of the series.
They did, and you know, there's big expectations for Wildcard coming in towards the tournament. Went flawless in the close qualifiers. They were a side who everybody was looking at and thinking, okay, this is a really good opportunity for them to come in towards this RMR off some pretty hot form. Recent results have been, for the most part, actually relatively redeeming, quite solid. We look at kind of not only the qualifiers itself, the Blast Spring Showdown calls, they finished second, right? They were at least making a decent run coming through. So this is a side who, for me, I think overall they've got a lot of confidence around them. And coming in towards this sort of result or this sort of matchup, I'm expecting a result. M80, with them having maybe a little bit of question marks around them currently in terms of this roster, there's a really decent opportunity that Wildcard can stay alive here.
Give you a little bit of history. These two teams have played 3 best of 3s in recent memory. First one being in Chengdu, the upper semis there. That was Nuke, Ancient, and Nubis. Chengdu Constellation, which then M80 bested Wildcard in that one. Mirage, Vertigo, Ancient, and then the RMR qualification game. It was M80 to fall in that one, and Wildcard to qualify. So they got here by beating M80. They need to beat M80 to stay here. That was Inferno, Vertigo, and Nubis. We're saying Mirage and Vertigo being picked up. It's giving Chengdu Constellation right now. Could be an Ancient to go through, but of course, Wildcard, they don't want anything to do with that. Their first ban. What do you think our final map's going to be with Nuke getting banned out here?
I think Inferno feels like an inherent risk here. I feel like if they float towards that Inferno, I think it opens the door for one person to pop off. I say this quite a lot when you look at those sort of puggy maps. The only thing is, it is a bit of a stalwart in the scene, I think you want to say. I worry if it goes there. I would actually prefer an overpass here, all things considered. Yeah. And we aren't going to get it. This now feels a little bit risky for me. And the onus is the risk on Wildcard. The only problem with going towards an Inferno, it's a map which both sides play, yes? That's the great thing. There's a lot of tape to go off here, and we know that M80 now coming in towards the RMR have support in terms of the analysts. They at least have a little bit of a more prep coming in towards these sort of series. I do worry, though, inherently, just because it's Inferno. It's a puggy map. All it takes is one individual to pop off, and you're allowing for individuals like Swisher, like Malbs, to find just a small amount of form, and they can take over a series. I think it's a ballsy call by Stan here, by Warden as well, the coach. I think they've really at least open the door to a conversation. But I think it goes without saying, we're expecting 3 maps here.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about those 3 best of 3s that they played already. Every single one of them went to the 3rd map. They played Inferno once in those, and that was during the RMR quali games. It was Wildcard to take that one, but again, scrappy. It's a puggy map. That was the first match that they played, and now they're leaving it for the decider for RMR and Major life on the line. I mean, it wouldn't be NACS without it, really, would it? It's like, oh yeah, let's just go back to the pug servers, lads, and let's just throw everything at each other. The guys are going to have some fun. There's definitely some history here. There's no doubt that these guys crack against each other on almost probably the weekly at this point. And I can hear a butterfly knife flicking back and forth, and we are in Nao. It's the first best of 3 of the day. M80 versus Wildcard. Welcome to Mirage.
Let's see what we've got. Wildcard, of course, starting on that T side. M80. Nice and slow. A triple stack through B, 2 of which are going looking for information. So at the very least, something's been spotted in the demos of how Wildcard like to play this. They've been given all the luxury of mid, but Malbs gets all the luxury of information of nobody B. So now they immediately rotate everybody off that site. And the first fight will come through. Slacks will pop up for 1 as Jaber answers back on towards Rek. And now Def stuck in no man's land in through Ticket. Does he get cleared? Not effectively. And Def fluffs his lines. Jaber will punish, head on a swivel, finding a second.
Yeah, looking for a little bit more here as well in towards CT as the bomb does get planted. Swisher, he fluffs his lines as well as a swing comes on through from Infrit's about to back him up. Slacks now with the backup of Malbs. Are they going to be able to recover this one? Does pick up 1 over onto the bomb site. Now holding, tapping onto triple. Infinite, wow, lucky to stay alive there. Slacks needs to come out absolutely galactic to be able to take down these 2. Picks up 1, looks for the 4K, is just going to miss the head. Had the Fuse Kid as well, could have played a little bit slower if he wanted to, but Wildcard come out the gate swinging.
Yeah, really good to see early doors there from Jaber as well, getting proactive. I think, we saw in that opening best of 1, of course, you can't take basically anything away from it in a positive light. That Red Cannon side were completely all over them. However, we do look in towards this series for individuals like Jaber to get active. And even, Infinite getting 2 kills to name. He's at a quiet, not even just tournament, I think recent run of form was probably the way to put it. Yes, he doesn't play more of those impactful roles, but all things considered, you need to see a little bit more out of him in terms of a consistent factor. Slacks in towards a scout off the back of his 3K. It will be supported by Def on one of his own.
Rolling back the meta a little bit here. buying up your bolstered pistols around a couple of scouts. Hell yeah, I'm here for it. Wreck the double headshot onto Infinite and Slight. I'll take that, Galil. Thank you very much. Sonic has yet to pop out with all these smokes deployed as well. That's just halted the brakes completely for the T side of Wildcard. Malbs, quite an aggressive position here as well, just to be able to just ensure that the A-bomb site doesn't get overwhelmed. Like this lurk from Stan.
Try pushing a smoke there with a deep lamp flash that is ineffective for anyone up close. I mean, it's such a risk. It does not pay off. Stan going to drop his way on towards site. There's known quantity. Swisher planning to play in towards bench. Stan's giving the cross, but the guy comes in. Malbs will support from Kitchen. And that's going to give M80 yet another kill, all on the shoulders of Jaber and Sonic here to try and do it all. Molotov at least give him one fight. A fight which is ineffective. Jaber falls. Yes, he gets the trade post-mortem. It all leads it down to Sonic. Had a fantastic series yesterday, but surely this is asking too much.
Yeah, surely. And it is. Def to be able to take him down. Def was talking yesterday, actually, about the fact that during his game, they won the pistol round and then they weren't able to convert the second. Looks like vice versa here. Wildcard securing that pistol round pretty handily. Of course, come down to that 1v1 with a almost clutch from Slacks. But M80 able to retaliate incredibly quickly and honestly, off the back of Wreck, finding those 2 opening kills and just pumping the brakes for Wildcard forcefully.
It's such a questionable decision here. I mean, look, right? Just completely, the freest kills of his life. Yeah. Malbs does really well to react there, but Wreck, I mean, it's so simple, so effective, and it's worked well. And now we look at Wildcard, they have to force. They're on double eco. They have to go back into buys themselves, but what they bring to the table is nowhere near what M80 had to work with last time. The double scouts and the upgraded pistols. Scouts would be a luxury here for Wildcard.
Soon to be a barrage of bullets on these Tech 9s. Appears to be positioning themselves over towards that B-bomb site, but with quite aggressive mid-presence here from Malbs swinging off the back of that smoke. It's not going to be able to find anything other than information right now. Stan, looking to make an impact inside of mid. The solo lurker, not working out for him right now. Def, leading from the front, and soon to be the first face. Wildcard see if they'll be in their push.
Really going to keep a close eye on what you see out of Sonic. In terms of kind of how this wildcard team has been structured, of course, in the previous 60 has been so crucial to give them all of that room to work with. Sonic, not so much on the T side. Can he get active? Jaber's the first to fall. Swisher lines up 2. Pistols drop. There's Infinite, and Sonic will fall. Even Stan and Slight with it all to do, and Malbs got other ideas. Pop flash in the corner. Ineffective, and Stan is stuck in no man's land. One more kill find. The quick trade from Malbs to close it out. And to lock in his second kill, and all things considered, a very simple round. Couple of casualties, nothing too problematic.
Yeah, a little bit of mind games there from Def as well, holding on that quite aggressive angle on Van, pinging the smoke down. Be like, cool, I faded away inside of this one, and swings from the other spot to be able to take down at least one, a little bit of chip damage here and there as well. Wildcard economy in tatters. Should be a third here for M80. I mean, they've not even upgraded on the pistols here. They can probably take this a little bit slow, use one of those classic slow decal. Go on.
I've spotted something.
What you spotted?
Look at Stan. Look what he's got. Look what he's wielding.
Oh, God.
It's high noon, apparently.
Yeah, evidently.
Let's see what Stan can do with it.
Oh, he's got a kill!
Slacks will fall. Oh, talk about mind games. Talk about BM. I mean, no bomb plan, but I don't even remember the last time we saw a revolver kill at
an event.
Yeah, at an event. Never mind, but I'm thinking of any sort of major qual or major itself.
Actually depresses me. Like, I'm really, not because I haven't seen them, seeing it has upset me.
Yeah.
He is using a spot on his pistol loadouts that you can now adjust, and he's gone, you know what, actually?
I wonder if he even has a deagle. Like
he's probably just taking the jewelries out, right?
Yeah, probably. That's funny. I respect it. Go on, Stan.
I don't. How dare you?
You know what? I actually... It's so...
Don't try and copium say they're good.
It's used so little, I actually don't even know the kill bonus for it. I'm assuming it's just 100
kill bonus, right?
Yeah. But I actually don't know off the top of my head.
I'm sure we'll get spammed on Twitter with that information.
I've never used it since that, like, 27 hours it was broken. Def, gonna find Infinite through the smoke.
Very nice.
Def's playing this quite well over towards B as well. He's actually not shying away from fights. And all his credit, Def has been doing that throughout the tournament so far. I think there was the big question mark that we all had about Def coming in towards this tournament was he just going to be plucked in anchor roles and having minimal impact? It's not been the case. We saw over towards Ancient, he was playing through Cave on CT side. That's pretty high impact, very crucial as well to that B site hold. And yes, he's B anchoring here, but he's not shying away from the fights like we said. He's getting up and getting information.
Hey, as a BM anchor of MM games, that is an incredibly important position there. But yeah, it's quite interesting. We were talking about it during their best of one, their first BO1. He was playing these quite aggressive positions, so much so it's like, hey, I'm going to show you that I'm happy to do this, so I won't ask you to do these like weird plays that on paper might not seem like they're great, but actually convert really well. Sonic's position is going to be revealed here. Of course, still bomb in flux at this current moment in time, and Malbs just finds another kill and stand top mid.
This A site is under lock, right? And you know, all the ult on the wall, I don't think it's going to help them. They surely do not clear Rek. He wasn't a known quantity. He wasn't spotted by Sonic in through Sandwich. One goes above him. Swisher going to play back triple. Really difficult position to close as well, considering they're running low on Util. Sonic and Jaber pounce for one apiece as Jaber will double it down. Now into the 2 versus 2, an opportunity arises, but Slacks and the ult finds one, and he gets so damn close to the second, which he finds with a no-scope. Jaber gets deleted. No-scope, no problem. Slacks. Robin salt in the wound with a BM as well as M80 keep this win streak alive.
It's friendly BM, but also not. I mean, like, major life on the line, right? So it's just like a little bit of mental games starting to come into play. Not something that we really talk about all too much. I mean, you see it in like closed LAN environments, at smaller events, people standing up screaming, just like trying to get in the opponent's head. A little bit harder to do here, but
I actually don't know how close they are. I don't know if they can see each other, because I always like it actually when they can, you know, to a degree see each other, when they've got maybe a screen in the way, or
they're also wearing knockouts headphones, right? So.
Yeah, or if they boost next to each other, like that's when you can maybe start to really play around with it. We saw, of course, a lot of the Brazilian teams yesterday. MIBR getting pretty loud, but when they get loud, they're so difficult to stop. FURIA exactly the same as well. Even Imperial.
Very South American thing.
Yeah, exactly. They're just so proud when they get those wins. Every win, they know how important it is. Low bite, pop towards A to come through. Just gonna tuck his head. He's playing this smart. Don't overface. Don't give them a rifle for free. At least fight for it. Guess what? Trade will come through as well, but a second, a lose death for a moment before he taps away. And he's pretty damn close to that third. The nade might just do it as well. Sonic's a lucky man. Stay alive, as he will be tagged down low, but the AWP range of Slacks is never missing those. Sonic's all that's left. Another nade will come his way, and even more chip damage. But he's not given the luxury of staying alive. Slacks will find the kill with the pistol, and that'll be that on 1 point of HP.
That's the classic end of round, start a new one. 1994. Oh, yeah, great. Cheers for that. Much appreciated. I mean, honestly, Wildcard can be pretty content with that round. A little bit of econ damage here and there, a couple of frags, and getting that bomb planted allows them to buy up here, gives Slight quite a bit of a bolster as well. We are going to be seeing our first tactical pause from Wildcard in this series. Something that we were seeing yesterday from the NA teams and even some of the SA teams as well was the fact that they're taking a lot of these early tactical pauses, and then it's almost coming back to bite them in the very late game when things equal out. But, of course, they're there to be used. It's pointless ending a game with 2 pauses left and being like, oh, okay, well, we probably could have taken a beat and secured a round somewhere, right?
And, you know, it's probably one of those things as well. I think, you know, there's a solid chance of Warden seeing something here. Of course, Wildcard had the luxury of, they, by technicality, have 2 coaches. They also have Horvey as well, does a little bit more of the background side of things. So I think their pre-game prep is very, very solid.
Yeah, just to clarify on that, there's not 2 coaches standing behind them, obviously, because of the rulings, but like they've got that in the background.
The primary, yeah. But it's one of those really interesting things that the Wildcard came out and said they're trying to define a new meta and how they work with it. So it's kind of a very good thing in terms of them in their preparation. For M80, of course, their coach is in the server, so what is attack pause to a man like Death, who is there to speak constantly?
Can he talk? Does he have to wait to pauses?
No,
he's called to talk. Rek has been such an influence over on this A-bomb site. He's just either up, close, hiding behind corners, and he's able to find frag after frag as he picks up another one here. Slight is going to be able to trade it back with the AWP in hand. Wanted to go for the pistol instead. Now on a 2 versus 3. This is going to be difficult, especially when Stan is nowhere to be found right now. Slight afforded the opportunity to be able to fall back. But he needs to be cautious about how he wants to take this one. Death is going to go for it. Shot going to be hit there from Slight. Looking for another one. Again, the unknown quantity of Stanislaw can activate at any moment. Swisher, head on the swivel. Thinking about this now over towards mid. And the AWP battle over on the site. Swisher now has to push on through. Nade, is it going to connect? No, Slight just able to get away. 50 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time for the T to be able to reset here.
Do you know what? Slight's a very lucky man to still be alive. It's an uncharacteristic miss there from Slacks. Should have got the kill on the cross. Damage dealt, but Swisher will find. He's always good for that sort of kill. Slight It's a foot race towards B, and one in which he's lost. The Slacks is here ready for him. He knows he's tagged, I'm 90% sure as well. So pistol pulled out, ticking away with the scope as well. Will tap on towards the plant, and he's seen off with ease. Slacks, he makes up for the earlier miss. I think for Slight as well, it was a big ask. 15 points of HP, 1v2, no chance.
He's got to go for the one plant at that point, exactly what he did. Nice little teabag into that as well. The BM is really setting in onto the server, and it's good. I mean, you're 8 rounds up. It's definitely the start that M18 needed here, because we've seen them kind of slip back and have to like fight for these aggressive rounds. I said 8 points. I meant 6 points, of course. We're not that deep.
One thing that I'm quite interested coming in towards this series in the direct comparison is actually between Slacks and Slight. They're very actually polar opposite in terms of their all-thing styles. Slacks is more traditionally kind of similar towards that EU, very passive, happy to post up and actually fight on pressure, whereas Slight relies, I think, a little bit too much at times on his mechanics. I think that's one of the reasons why we see Slight as a little bit more of an inconsistent AWPer, especially domestically speaking. I think he's very talented. Things that catch him out seem to be positioning, and it actually probably should have caught him out there on Mirage. He did actually realize that line of sight towards CT was even a possibility. Wreck again, finding yet another opener to crack. First kill against Wildcard.
I mean, look at that A-bomb site as well. They know that Rex got it on lock, so they're just rotating all of their players off it. It's like, yeah, dude, you're doing absolutely fine. You post yourself up there. We're going to go for some lurks. We're going to get some more control over towards the B-bomb site for when it's needed. Get the information that, okay, no one's here. Now we can come and rebolster you. And that's what we're seeing with 55 on the clock. And Malbs on the little lurk. There goes the bomb as well for Stan.
Yeah, doesn't actually need to fight here as well. Malbs played this to perfection, finds a kill, falls away. What is the point in giving him another fight? They know where he is.
Job's done.
And of course, with 40 seconds on the clock, time is ticking and options and choices, it goes without saying, limited. Def's going to tuck himself into Sandwich, and we know that Rek played there before, so I feel like there's going to be at least some inkling. Malbs going to find yet one more. Oh my god, back turn. A lucky man to still be alive, but not for much longer. Jaber gets one. Molotov going to come over towards Ticket. The Slight will support. What will they do? They don't clear that of Sandwich. So Def can now swing himself, and alongside Swisher, they lock things out 7-1. So far, this feels like an upset on the cards here. This is not good. And just to remind you all, ladies and gents, this is Wildcard's map pick.
Yeah, Wildcard played this against Bestia yesterday's 13-9 to that scoreline. It was a relatively level T side. They definitely edged it out a bit more. It was an 8-4 in that first half, and then over towards CT is when they kind of struggled a bit. Bestia were able to come back a little bit more. To give a little bit of context, when they last played this map as well against each other, it was Wildcard to take it 13-10, and it was a 6-6 first half.
And when this team kind of came in with a couple of changes, I kind of briefly touched upon it earlier in terms of kind of Sixy and Sonic, in terms of those changes. Sixy was a little bit more of a playmaker on that T side, somebody who was traditionally what we would say is kind of self-sufficient. I wouldn't class Sonic as that. He's, I'd say, considerably more reliant on the CT side. As Jaber falls, these pistols, again, now don't really know where to go. They've got no real information from B-Apps, and they're smoked out. They tried to fight mid, which they've lost, and now they're going to take at-range duels with upgraded pistols and barely upgraded as well. Not exactly a pretty sight. Malb's going to get tagged, but he doesn't care. He's got all the support in the world. One through cat, one through window. This should be the round in a matter of moments. Infinite and Sonic, it's a tough task, but both these guys have seriously struggled.
I mean, Infinite's been able to get a couple of kills here as everyone keeps filtering through window into his crosshair of the Tech 9. Chip damage onto Malbs as well, and it looks like a little bit of a question mark here from Swisher about who he wants to be fighting. Sonic now on the swing, and now that makes it substantially easier. Malbs have been gaining so much control inside of mid, even on these 4x rounds. He just doesn't care. The smoke and just gaining that info, gaining that ground is more than enough. He doesn't even have to get kills at that point.
I actually really like how Def's setting up the CT side. He's actually given Malbs a lot of freedom. You know, we've already seen Malbs been playing in through B-Apps, which he pushed the way through early in towards their first gun round. We've seen him fight out through Cat a couple of times with the support of Swisher coming through there. Having Swisher as your support is great. He's pushing up mid, and we've seen him anchoring A. So already we've seen Malbs on their CT side in the 10 rounds played, play 4 to 5 different positions because he's getting all of this freedom. He's just playing that beautiful rotate, and they know, like we've already kind of touched on, Rek is so reliable towards the A side. Def so far has been so reliable everywhere he's been, and Swisher, being that other supporting flank player, can be so damn big in a lot of these moments where we need multi-kills.
To link that to what we've been seeing in other games when Mirage has been in play and you kind of had that one player who wants to get things done, Malbs has the rest of the team not around him to support, but at least in positions where they're not going to get caught off if he's doing something on paper silly or like aggressive. Other teams, that structure hasn't been there. So this is great from Def to be able to give that kind of freedom there and, as you correctly mentioned, have the supporting cast around it. Just wishing out, going to be the lurking, holding player over on that B-bomb site. Looks like strats have changed as Rek tries to get aggressive inside of Palace and does so, taking down their main fragger. Yeah, Nate's pretty decent. Spam going to come through as well. Infinite incredibly low at this point. Ogden's Law, maybe? You gonna hand over the orb to him? Probably not at this point. But, I mean, 8-1, M80, they are running away with this game. Slight takes down the lurking Malbs.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of an overextension there.
For once.
Yeah, exactly. Caught in transition. And normally Malbs is sort of reliable in those sort of situations, but Def up close, looking for a fight, giving it as well. Def drops Stanislaw and brings the numbers back in favor of M80. And all it would take is a smallest amount of util, and this round is M80's again. Smoke up close as Rek looks for a pixel, gets it, drops it, and it's so simple. And that'll seriously chunk down the time. Infinite has a bottom at Bogdan's Law. He picks up the orb. With him so low and a known quantity now through ramp, what do? They're basically gonna have what, sub 20 seconds to pop onto the A site? Yeah,
Smoke is gonna fade in the next couple of moments. But Rek is just still so forward, hasn't used it to fall back, instead used it to reevaluate his position and hold it. Jaber managed to find that opening kill. Infinite already tagged out. Another bullet there from Slack to be able to close him out. And it's Def leading from the front here. Yeah. About to pick up 3 kills in the round and truly locking down that A bomb site. We're 11 rounds deep and it's 9-1.
Yeah, I mean, look, smiles and laughing all around. I mean, there has literally been no competition thus far. Wildcard cannot scratch the surface. And I think a lot of the onus comes on towards individuals like Stanislaw. We need to see him change things up. Stanislaw traditionally as a caller, especially within the North American scene, it's very slow, methodical in terms of his approach. These rounds are kind of, at least in the early kind of minute or so, very slow. They're getting map control, they poke him proper, they don't actually overextend all that much. I think maybe for Stan, it's time to step up the tempo just a tad.
Yeah,
Speaking of, he might do it through
mid.
Oh, but catch them off guard. Slacks will find one with the orb. Molotov at range and an 8 to follow suit as well. They might stick around for fight and Slight and a lucky man to get out of dodge.
I mean, they upped the tempo, and it very quickly got dictated by M80 instead. That opening frag, and, well, they have been able to regain a little bit of it. Not as hesitant as we would expect to see from them. Malb's going to be able to find that kill onto Slight to keep the man advantage for our CT side. Infinite trying to get aggressive inside of Con, using that smoke to best of his advantage. But nobody's home right now. Jaber and Sonic inside a ladder room. Kind of just lost right now. I think they're trying to gain some control over towards short, but look, it's fully bolstered with Def and Swisher. This isn't going to go well for them.
I don't think they'd even really expect Def to be this far pushed in, especially this late into a round, who hasn't actually wrapped all the way. Def's actually playing this quite nicely. Not overextending, not giving an opportunity, but they are going to pop back in the direction of A as Infinite on that corner. Rek at range as well. Damage dealt, but no kill just yet. Looks for a fight. Smoke dropped as well to give him room to work with. He is going to be given it. Bomb should go down. I don't think it's going to be an easy post plant to play with here. Sonic's going to at least commit to it. A 3 versus 4, time starts to tick. Pressure still mounts on the shoulders of Wildcard. A second round goes without saying, it's a necessity. And Sonic will find one. Infinite supporting Flash is good, but Jaber's so low and Infinite's not exactly healthy. 2 versus 3 doesn't look favorable for them, and especially considering Jaber goes down. Def with yet another kill to his name, and one-man army of Infinite, not good enough. 3v4 on the post plant, 3 stay alive for M80 in another round in their favor.
Yeah, this is the most one-sided best of 3 we've seen so far from M80 and Wildcard. This isn't a match which is new to either of them. I mean, the one inconsistency here is the fact that Def's on the server when historically he hasn't been.
Do you know what? This feels actually more one-sided than the Red Canids game. Even though that was a 13-1, and technically this could still be a 13-1. This feels more dominant, more one-sided. At least there was opportunity. Yeah, exactly. And at least there was opportunities in that Red Canids game, which were, you know, down to the wire and close. This one, it feels like a no-show so far from Wildcard.
It was 9 rounds in a row for Red Canids before Wildcard found their first, and then Red Canids continued running away with it. Wildcard got the pistol round, which came down to a 1v1. Yeah. And now M80 have just gone, We'll take this one. Yeah.
Yes.
Cheers, mate. Much appreciated. I mean, if they get an 11th here, then I think we just instantly start looking to our second map, which is crazy to say this early in the day.
And it's
Vertigo
MAT's
goes on the
pick.
cards. Yeah.
I'm not feeling happy. I'm not feeling comfy about this one. We could be in for a very quick
This
day of
happened
work.
yesterday.
Yeah.
MIBR against NRG. NRG's map pick. MIBR ran away with it on their opponent's map pick, and then the second map was a bit closer, but of course NRG's still falling. I mean, Rec has been so influential in kind of making this point over on this A-bomb site. It's been absolutely everywhere. Jaber finally finding an opening kill to be able to kind of solidify something on this bomb plant. Does get it down. Slacks, low HP, but with the AWP in hand, still an incredibly influential force in this round. M80, yeah, they're going to begin pushing on through, but Slight's gone absolutely massive to be able to shut down any form of connector presence. Has there been a shadow seen? Has anything been given up from Slack? Thinks he's the leg. Oh, how has he not seen him? What on earth is that?
Talk about tunnel vision. Jaber get the freebie. Weird tail end there, but Slight, really good round individually from him. Needed to see off the tail end, and Slight's, you know, credit to him getting hyped, keeping the mental in check by some degree. But it goes without saying, it's probably not feeling all too great over there. Rookie error, I think it came through. I think Slaxy just tunnel vision towards the under Palace position. But all things considered, a fantastic half out of M80. Little to nothing to worry about. Even if we see Wildcard get another pistol, maybe even convert the force, they've still got to go for, what, 6, 7 rounds in a row before there's even a conversation to be had about a comeback. M80, they know how close they are to the finish line right now, and it goes without saying, this one already in our mind starts to feel like it's done. This would be miraculous if they could turn this round.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need. They need a miracle at this point. It needs to be pistol, and it needs to be consistent rounds off the back of it. If M80 find this pistol round and then convert, which has been a struggle for them, to be honest with you, so it's definitely not all said and done. It's still going to be difficult for Wildcard to come back from this amount of deficit. 8 rounds on the trot to be able to bring us level, and then the tempo's, of course, firmly in your favour. For M80 right now, they're sitting in the driver's seat. They're dictating the entire pace.
It's just smart from Stan, off of Swisher, may I say. He spotted a little information, and he tries to bait in fight, but it doesn't work in his favor. On site, tagged down low. Sonic is in towards apartments, keeping them at bay and trying desperately to stop them from swinging on him. This is a messy fight. And Rec and Sonic, both known quantities here, but he spots his back. He's tapping away. Sonic's a lucky man to stay alive. I don't know how he's somehow, some way, kept healthy. And Stan will pounce for one of his owners. Defo answer back. One by one, they drop as Wildcard look to lock in yet another pistol. And Stan does it on the move, on the run. Wildcard find a desperately needed third.
Yeah, Stan been watching those donk replays evidently with that swing. Dear Lord, really nice from them. Another pistol round here, but this is the crux point. They did not convert that second round. Then they lost 9 on the trot. We need to ensure, well, Wildcard needs to ensure, should I say, that they can continue converting here, have a really good, strong start to the CT side, carry that momentum from that previous round on your T into the next, well, I would say, honestly, the first 5 rounds. We need to be seeing maybe a 10-7 for me to say they're back into this one.
Yeah. Only difference, I guess you could say, between the first pistol and this one is we didn't have one individual getting a few kills over towards M80, and the big thing is the lack of bomb plan. If they get a bomb plan, forcing is the right decision.
Yeah.
They don't, so I don't mind this. You know, a couple of upgrades, but they can buy in towards the next, which is what matters most. Swing. Not a find, but pretty damn close as Def. Audacious, has got to be said, with the reactionary shot. If they can get a couple of constellation kills, they can take a small kind of internal win, but we're not expecting M80 to walk away around here.
No, absolutely not. Not with this double setup over towards B as well, which is, well, at least initially what M80 was looking towards. Malb's going to be able to find that opening kill into Infinite, though. This does change things just a little bit. Inside of mid, those stands should be good for both of these kills. That should slow us down completely. Swisher on this big lurk. This is really, really nice. If he can find this kill onto Van, you might be able to see Slacks rotate over from mid and help him out. Swisher. Oh, Sonic has an idea. He has an inkling. Can he see his leg underneath the Van? I think he can. Couple of perhaps here and there, but it's just going to be the fully automatic rifle coming out on top. He finds that kill into Malbs, and as he pushes them through, Sonic's going to be able to find one more. Oh, on Slacks now in a 1v4. Deagle in tow. Can you find 4, my friend? It's got to be crisp. It's got to be clean. Oh, only going to be body shots for the first one onto JBA, and now he's getting pincered. Look at your map. He's getting attack from behind, attack from in front. There's one on the side as well. If he needs... Oh, yeah, there we go. He needs to be cautious about Slight on the back lines. He's going to take him down with the eco weapon, and a 4th round on the board for Wildcard. 3 more, and I start to believe.
Yeah, this is starting to look good. I think the only thing for me is I need to see consistency in the gun rounds. That's the big ask. I think those gun rounds were basically non-existent out of Wildcard in towards that first half, so that's what I'm looking towards before I start to maybe entertain the idea of the comeback. And of course, first gun round out for M80 Quad AK. Def on towards that Galil. That's a really good game so far. 14 and 8. 15 from Albs, just taking top of the scoreboard thus far.
Interesting point that Def made in an interview yesterday was the fact that, yes, he is top fragging, and yesterday, even in his loss, he top fragged as well, but he said that's an issue. If he's top fragging, there's a problem on the server because he shouldn't be the person doing it. But hey, if he can do it while still winning, then why not? Infinite going to be able to find their opening kill into Swisher. Malbs there, quick with the trade. B-bomb site completely open. Wildcard nowhere to be seen right now. And considering they've gone for a bit of a bonus round here, this could be devastating for the opportunities that they get presented across the rest of the game.
Give it a go. I mean, you may as well. Most of the team sitting with 2K or plus in the back pockets. The only thing, though, that time is going to start to tick down. Nade setup, Malbs will fall to the HE. And now numbers favour. Last line of Wildcard, the swinging out as well. Rek going to play up close in towards Bench. Def on the corner as well. Fighting pressure, but a flying MP9 finds one. Rek onto one of his own. There's a Molotov lineup. It could be good, but there is a kit to work with. Stanislaw will tick down, but he should just get it, and he does. His best Meister impression to find Wildcard again. Another needed round. A 5th on the board. And this gap starting to close.
Literally half a second too late on that Molotov. You saw Slacks at the bottom of your screen for a brief moment to be like, okay. Like, I should have just thrown it a little bit sooner. But, I mean, honestly, not a bad round there from M80. Certainly made Wildcard work for it, but really good position here. Oh, how close was it? God, it was literally like one tick. Yeah, crazy. Wildcard, yeah.
Sigh of relief.
Oh, just knocked out the office, lads. Don't you worry about that one. Christ. It's a 5th round on the board here for Wildcard. A few more. This is what we need to be able to get this to a much more competitive point.
Yeah, so that's first gun round of the way. Like I said, I want to see consistency in the gun rounds, and then we can start to work with it. Close. Molotov goes under, so Jaber can stay posted here. Malbs will find one. Stan goes down as well as Infinite, but Jaber pops up for 2 of his own. Down he'll fall as Malbs continues to cause terror in the server. A 2 versus 3 ensues. A Molotov at the toes of the Orpera. Slight starts to tick. Slight starts to burn as well. Swisher gonna pop Malbs around this corner. Nobody here, so information gained. Nobody through CT. At least some information heard through jungle. Malbs finds one more. Swisher closes it. And talk about a response. Malbs for a 4K.
Yeah, you wanted consistency on your gun rounds. Not happening at all. Really, really strong to see there from M80. They come out of the gate swinging, literally. I mean, you had that lurking play up in wood, and it could have been absolutely galactic. Jaber finds 2. They have no clue where he is, but maybe just half a second later, let them push on through a bit more, line up a couple, and maybe if you kill 3, you have a chance, but the damage is already done. The second the A-bomb site was laid waste to, it was over for Wildcard. And they're going to be taking their 3rd tactical timeout here just to be able to recoup, work out what the buy is, because as we can see from the econ, it is a hell of a force. Sonic, even up to the M4.
Oh, it's a, it's a pick your poison type situation. Do we eco now and play for OT, or do we buy now and play to hope to have a chance? I mean, neither... you don't want to be in either positions, really, do you?
Exactly. Let's be completely honest with you. It's kind of nuts. Slacks, Rek being incredibly influential on their opening duels, of course, carried over from CT side, but also early ones here on this T side as well to be able to just completely destroy that A-bomb site. Now that Wildcard are in a weapon deficit, Slight, oh god, he's going to be playing the Orpang with the unscoped variant inside of mid, but he's going to be going up against Slacks, who's got its big brother. Stanislaw looking to make his best Rek cosplay here with the 5-7.
Over-aggressing, down he'll fall. Rek going to continue to invite pressure. David in trouble, but he gets to support Sonic. That's well played, and a gun to work with. As Jaber scoops himself up an AK-47, thank you very much. Wildcard have cracked open the door, an opportunity here in round number 17. We spoke about Malbs. A win factor for this team. He's been given a lot of mileage on the T side. What can he do with that space? Crunching down short, the swisher in towards site itself, looking to find a fight, which he will. Infinite falls, the trade, inefficient as slight. Flushed his lines as Death will get one of his own. With Jaber left alone, the only decision he's got left to work with is saving that AK. Tail between his legs, he's gonna try and get out of there, and he's not given that luxury. Delectable from Death to see off the last Jaber dropped. And that is good to see. Death rolling back the years, baby. UKCS finding its way everywhere.
Crispest one tap that we've probably seen. That was really, really nice from Death. Leading from the front, of course. As we mentioned, it's not what he wants, but hey, if he can do it when the rest of the team are there, like helping out instead of him just being like at the top of the server, then it's fine. Like, you've just got an extra fragger. Why not? He's up at 16 kills right now. Mal's, of course, further ahead on 20, but everyone's pulling their weight here. Can the same be said for Wildcard right now? We've got a couple of further down the leaderboards in the form of Infinite, Sonic, Stanislaw. Sonic, considering how influential he was yesterday, it's a shame to see today.
Yeah. It is. He really has been limited a lot. The T side was not the greatest, and of course, then he's playing these kind of quite tough roles in CT as well.
Swisher just coming for this.
Swisher looking for at least something to work with. The Molotov's actually going to give him a lot of clearance on the corner, but Sonic sticking up close. It's a good way to play it. I think for Swisher, there's no need to overface it. There's no need to fight. Double back, they tend to work with, and they know that Wildcard are not going to have great money. So they're fine. They'll rotate back towards A. Seems to be the play. One in through Palace, one in through Ramp, and they collect the bomb on the way through.
Yeah, they've got the util for it as well. This is going to be a bog standard A execute, but you know, just a minute and a half too late, usually. But hey, if you've got enough time to be able to play around with it, yeah, go for it. Here it comes. Line up. This is standard.
Big thing that worries me here as well as Wildcard have little to no util.
Yeah, this is hard to be able to.
If this bomb goes down, they're going to be in a lot of trouble retaking basically purely off the back of mechanics. Jaber had the angle, but Malbs is so good on the reaction. Down he falls, and this is what I spoke about. If this bomb goes down, I don't know if Wildcard are going to have the facilities to be able to retake. Stan takes a tag, a slight plays up close, and now they've got a timer above their head. Life on Mirage looking like it might be over and done as Swisher looks to close. Rack on the corner, looks for a fight, finds him at ease, and he looks for two more as well. It's been simple, it's been effective. And M80 put up a masterclass in towards Mirage. Talk about a way to take your opponent's map pick.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. A nuts performance from M80 there. Wildcard, we saw the flashes of Nuke kind of creeping in once again, right? Yeah. The fact that they just weren't in the server for 75, 80% of that game. We saw some just glimpses of a comeback, and I mean, look at them on your screen right now, dejected, like not even talking to each other off the server. Like, they're probably just gonna chill for a bit and clear their heads before they go on to their opponent's map pick of Vertigo. Yeah, last thing they wanted coming into this best of three when your tournament life is on the line.
I mean, it goes without saying, woeful from Wildcard, right? It just was not what we want to see. This is a side who came in towards this tournament, going 3-0 through the qualifiers, came into this tournament as one of the ones that everyone expected to at least be in the conversation of the upper echelon, and now they find themselves one map away from elimination. This is not a good position to be in, and you gotta, you know, give a lot of credit towards M80. Everybody stepping in a big way. Rec, fantastic job that CT side. A anchoring brilliantly. Slacked at his moment. Def was brilliant as well himself. Somebody who we came in expecting little to nothing in terms of you know, the fragging power, and it looked like a bit of a stud.
Look, they've said that they're on the hunt for a new IGL. No. Just bring back. just come out of coaching retirement, bro.
Do you know what? Interesting question. If they, okay, let's put the hypothetical out there.
Here we go.
If they were to qualify to the major and at least look relatively competitive, do you think they generally continue that hunt?
If they pay for it, I mean, just say
if Def starts fragging and playing well, and the rest of the team are looking confident, is there actually a rush? Yes, of course, if a good IGL comes up, there's a conversation, but man, Def is looking really good. We'll take a look at the scoreboard at the tail end. 16 and 10 out of a guy who, retired 4 years ago from 6 years
Last major appearance was 2019, I think. Yeah, it was 2019 when he was playing last, and then has been coaching since.
Yes, exactly.
So,
had a
5 years.
Valorication for a bit.
Well, we don't talk about that.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. Malb's great map from him. 22 kills and 9 deaths. 134 ADR. You know, not bad from J-Bass. I said if Wildcard want a chance, J-Bass to step up. He did,
Absolutely.
but unfortunately nobody else around him. I just look at that. That is incredible. 16 headshots for 22 kills. Not bad from Malbs. You know, a masterclass.
What's crazy is that most of that came on that CT side as well. Obviously, we played a lot more CT-sided rounds, but the amount of presence and the amount of ground that Malbs was able to get just because of the support that was there for the rest of the team. Mid, constantly his. T-Spawn, constantly his. Even when he got picked off, I think once, it didn't stop him from still going for those plays because, again, the confidence was there. When you're 9-1 up and you can just go, yeah, we're just gonna continue beating you. Actually, like you can just keep going for it. And Malbs, I mean, absolutely fantastic performance from him. I do want to touch on Rek as well, though, because that A site hold from him almost the entire first half, absolutely outstanding. And without him, I don't think the game goes that way at all.
No.
Maps, of course, coming up. Mirage. That was Wildcard's pick. You'd be yeah, you think we're at the graphics wrong, evidently not.
Yeah.
M80 doing wonders there. And now they go to their map pick of my favourite, bit of Vertigo, Nao. Can't wait for this one. If we need the third and final one of Inferno, it's there.
If is the big caveat to that, you know, statement, right? I mean, right now it feels like we don't. And then, of course, if we do get towards an Inferno, I mean, fundamentally, Inferno and Mirage are the two puggy maps, right? So they're so similar inherently in how you play them that you would just think, surely this M80's game now to lose. They're heading on towards their map pick. It's Vertigo coming up next. Ladies and gents, you do not want to miss this. This could be the final time we see Wildcard here at the Americas RMR. So all to play for. Survival on the line. Can Stanislaw pull something out of the locker? Wait to see after the break.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple. No! It's Orlov who's on top of the box. Though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
Yeah, you knocked me down before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q. I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, boys and girls. If you missed your first map between M80 and Wildcard, we're going to sum it up for you. Absolute spanking, I think is the correct term. M80 dominated Wildcard, barely let them get an inch. There was shimmers of cope, I think is the best way of putting it. Not even hope to be able to come back into that one. And it was Wildcard's map pick on Mirage. Now we go to M80's pick on Vertigo Neo. 2-0? Nice and short day for us.
Man, it's looking like it. A Wildcard showed so little in terms of a redeemable factor. M80 right now are in such a strong position onto their map pick. And most importantly, just all the confidence in the world. You need to see a completely different Wildcard to even warrant the conversation about a comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we jump into the game, though, it's drip or drown for you, it would seem, and you are swimming in your CS jacket, and there's a, oh, what's that? A couple of little pins, I see.
Oh, yeah, we can show these off. You know, there's little, for any of you people coming to the Major, day 1 and 2, this is what you can get, you set hands on one of these. There will be pins as well for day 3 and 4, but you have to wait and see what those ones are.
Yeah,
but of course, we've added them to the jacket. I've got the train one, and I've got the Molotov here, and then we've got the Royal
Bloodhound
Arena and the Bloodhound. Yeah. We are getting things ready, though. Vertigo up next. The map, of course, you're a big fan of.
I love it so much.
And let's hope Wildcard are a big fan of it because they bloody need it. It has not been a good day at the office for them. They've looked, you know, shades of that Red Canids game, in all things considered. I mean, at one point, we were going to say it was like, what, 10-1? And we were saying...
Yeah. Oh, is it going to happen again?
Actually more one-sided than Red Canids felt for a large majority of it.
Yeah, the reason behind that as well is the fact that the Red Canids game, the one round that they were able to secure, was, well, kind of in, let's say, regulation, because this one was a pistol round. It was the very first round of the game. They won it. It came down to a 1 versus 1, and it was clutched out by Wildcards, and then from there, it all kind of fell apart. One thing I want to mention about Vertigo, the map that we are here on, and potentially the final map that Wildcard will play, I'll pause for a brief moment, because Infinite inside of mid, this is the start that we need to be seeing from him. Couple of taps to be able to take down Malbs and Def, and Sonic looking to be able to pick up at least one more here. Also, goodbye Slacks. Out of the round, out of the server with Swisher and Wreck on that B-bomb site. Bomb is planted. High rate of fire Glocks. There's a world.
It's a positive sign here of that bomb down, regardless of where things go. They can buy next. And he kills will be lovely. Head on a swivel's not good enough for Swisher, though. And Wreck are going to play behind enemy lines. And he might just be given the opportunity, lurking and creeping around that smoke. He pops up for one. And you'll take it. All things considered, in a 1v4, I don't really think there was too much more we could ask from him. But a great start. Infinite, somebody went a little quiet, a little, you know, no showy, I guess you could say, in towards map 1. And say for Sonic, both finding great aggression. And I think if you're Wildcard here, that proactivity on the CT side is a necessity. If they want any chance, they've got to fight fire with fire. You cannot allow M80 to get the space and the mileage they were getting on that first map, or else there's going to be once again rolled over.
Interesting point is, and we talked about this in the first one, the fact that this is not an unknown match between these two teams. The biggest unknown is the fact that Def's on the server, but evidently that's fine because he's putting up numbers. Yeah, M80 and Wildcard have played this map before as well, only a few weeks ago. The Chengdu Constellation Grand Final, where M80 were able to secure that one 13-7, and also for RMR qualification. It was the one map that M80 won. Def going to be able to find the opening kill and to stand here, and it just seemed like it was, well, a pretty standard one off the back of this force.
Got to be said, that has been a really great pocket pick for M80 for a while. A map in which they've been extremely competitive on. A map which, you know, at the moment as well, it's had its fair share of flack as well from the pro scene. A lot of people not liking it, and they use that to their advantage. People don't like playing this map, and well, M80 are making it part of their agenda, part of their identity. Util being set up here towards B. The right side gen smoke going to come through and a pop flash around that corner as well. They actually probably should be able to get a bomb plant here without too much of a fight. Infinite gets smoked out, and you surely don't push your way through this. So all comes down to how ballsy Infinite's feeling. Gonna get one, lines up a second as well, as Sonic comes in for support. And what looked like a great take, what looked like an execution that only had one thing on its mind, has now left Rek all alone. Down by the nade, and Wildcard make it 2-0. And most importantly, winning that force buy.
Yeah, converting that is incredibly important. They struggled completely on that first map. It was only on the T side that they were able to convert their second round after securing pistol once again. One interesting point there was M80's approach was kind of delayed a bit. There was a miss molly and it blocks them off at top of stairs. So maybe a little bit of a minor miscom there. Is what it is. It's only one, so don't worry about it too much. But as we can see from this buy, cheeky little sprint boost. Please don't mess it up. Right, this is going to be clean. Oh, he actually got through, and I think, he's been hurt, but he was completely whited. Was Infinite when the information was found. So falls back. Managed to get a little bit of a tap, but nothing crazy. Slight going to be able to pick up Malbs. Incredibly aggressive angle here. Almost Malbs-esque.
Elsewhere as well, right, with Sly already pushed down ramp, it does force them into a pincer of two positions. They either try and fight out mid, which inherently is such a risk as well with the angles that they're open to, or go back to that default. Of course, that run boost was effective. Tech9 got a dink. There is a saving grace to work with. Rek is being held. Sonic lurking in towards double stack as well. This is going to be interesting. The flash from Death is beautiful. Finds Sonic and now finds themselves some space.
Molotov going to help them out substantially here as well. Infinite playing a little bit of fire here. Of course, 20 HP to his name. Going to play human flashbang, but able to find a little bit more damage here as Stan cleans them up. Only losing 2 there, but I think M80, they're going to be all right with it. They wanted a little bit more conversion, but it is what it is. They do now have a buy, though. 3 rounds deep. And it's going to be AKs across the board. Yeah, setting off this B default, it seems like, for M80. Just kind of testing it for Wildcard. Historically, teams on the CT side are usually a little bit stronger, either on your A or your B. It's rare you see both of them be level. So maybe a change of pace from M80 over towards the A bomb site could be beneficial, and that's what we're going to be seeing here. Death leading from the front. Smoke goes down, soon to be swinging. Oh, nobody home, and Slight through the smoke, through the head of Malbs. Exactly what they needed with Death falling to the wayside also.
Yeah, didn't do that due diligence as well in towards sandbags, and well, neither with that smoke either.
Jesus.
Slightly elevated, lads. Sonic up close. At least got to go for one here. A trade will be fine. But he doesn't even get given that luxury. Swisher gets one, and now Infinite can't stick around. Drops a Molotov to keep himself alive and buy time. And speaking of, 1 minute 10 is what they've got to work with. They don't have to commit here, M80. So they double back. Slacks is getting at least some information over towards ramp. But it could all just be a ruse. Boosted up close here. Smoke in the face of Swisher. But limit what he had to work with. And now time is starting to tick with it. They don't really have a lot to work with. Oh my god, he spots the MP down and close. The spam is good. Stanislaw's a lucky man to still be alive. But it's getting to a point where M80, they have to question whether they even give this a go.
Yeah, 40 seconds on the clock. Timer is ticking down. Slacks does have some utility to play around with, though, and a lot of ground being gained over towards the, say, bomb site. Needs to be cautious about the AWP of Slight. Angle being held in case someone gets a little bit too overzealous on their push. Over towards Heaven. 25 now. Ticking down is the timer. And with the util being committed, this tells Wildcard everything they need to know. The push, the relocate, the setup on B. Slacks tapping away, hoping that he can find the head of at least one, but it's going to be Slight whiffing his lines there, not going to be able to connect it. Right now, bomb is planted, and with Slacks picking up that one, now brings us to a 2 versus 2. This could be devastating for Wildcard.
There's a chance. Stan is low. He's only got himself an MP9. Of course, this round is still a bonus towards Wildcard, but with how it started, they'd absolutely want to convert it. M80 and Def in particular calling from the depths there. There's a chance they're going to double stack. One playing in through sandbags. Rek is the insurance policy on the swing. If bomb gets tapped, there's a world to work with. Now, though, Slacks is known. But time's ticking. They do have the tap. They do have to stick. Swing comes through. Rek finds one. And Slacks will see off the last. M80, a sigh of relief, but a really good recovery in that round.
You mentioned it was a bonus round, and absolutely it was. Like, you saw the buy. There wasn't really anything from the previous apart from 2 players, and now you'll notice 2 players on their side, 1.5, 1.8k. There's not going to be a buy here for Wildcard. This is the tempo. This is the round that M80 needed to convert. Maybe Wildcard just force and commit and bring that econ into level with the rest of the squad instead of it being fragmented, and that's what we're going to be seeing. Stan, Jaber, and Infinite all buying up to those M4s with Util and Armor surrounding it. Sonic and Slight, they're down on the upgraded pistols now. This isn't great for them.
Yeah, there was basically, they were very treacherously
timing.
Lingering on that kind of double eco territory. Oh, Swisher, call him James Harden with the fadeaway. That is beautiful. Infinite quite literally did not see what hit him. And now, already M80, not only the firepower advantage, now the man advantage in one of the most crucial swing rounds. So win this and you just decimate your opponent's economy. And you basically get a 2-for-1 special, right, with the rounds, because you know your opponent's going to be ecoing the next. This could be huge. Exactly, man. M80 take this, and they are absolutely loving life. And basically, it makes it a tied game once again.
Can you spam that wall?
No.
You can't, right? Because the other side is like too thick.
It's like some men, I think, on the other side.
Probably an AWP, but basically, yeah, right?
Maybe.
Not sure. Didn't realise how close you were until you see X-ray like that. It's kind of nuts, isn't it? Jaber, quite an aggressive position here. The smoke only just deployed, so gives him a couple of seconds, a couple moments of respite, with Slight to be able to back him up in case it all goes a bit P-tong.
This is a stack, though.
Pushing. Look at this. Catching them off guard. Sonic with a swing. Managed to find 1, but they've retaliated with great pace. Jaber spams out 1, 2. Look at the 3rd and the 4th from Jaber to secure the round for Wildcard and get him out of jail.
Oh, that's beautiful from the youngster. Stepping up in a big, big way. Jaber was definitely the man we questioned coming in towards this game in terms of what he could bring to the server. A lot of time in North America, a lot of youngsters who come up on the grapevine of the scene when they join teams of wildcard stature under IGLs of Stanislaus experience. Sometimes they're given these tough anchor roles. They're not given a lot of room to work with. That's not the case with Wildcard. Stan has given Jaber so much room, so much versatility, and that's why, because that's what he can produce. Without a doubt, the talisman in terms of firepower for Wildcard. And he finds his moment brilliantly. A sumptuous 4K. And like we said, look at the swing round. It is shattered the econ to M80. They can't afford to buy.
Yeah, it was influential either way that it went. M80, if they won that round, it would have been really tough for Wildcard to be able to have a say here. Not the case, though, and securing that for the CT side is magnificent. Sonic going to find that opening kill onto Swisher. You're one less man up, and, I mean, when you've only got your pistols, makes it even harder. Jaber, again, another great kill from Sidehall. Construction is his domain. And he's not gonna lose that anytime soon. Rex is gonna be looking for a 1D inside of mid, but it's probably
as well. That's the only issue here. It's actually nice if he snuck his way out. The only problem is the guy a little jiggle peek, and yeah, that's it. I mean, it's basically the entire ruse and the entire kind of B split that they've trying to set up here. It's just a known quantity. Spam comes down. So much information heard as well off the back of it. Sonic will get one. A nice trade from Slacks, and now he's all that's left. It goes without saying, a big arse. Close, Spinoza got. And only the 1 casualty. It's all pretty damn good for Wildcard. You know, these sort of 10 to 15 minute breaks we have in between maps can be make or break for the mentor. And it seems like, thankfully, Wildcard have completely reset. Stanislaus a man more than experienced with these sort of situations, right? Been here many, many a time before, and somebody who knows exactly what to do in terms of, especially for some of these youngsters, we look at, Jaber, we also look at Slight as well, right? Guys who are a little fresh in the face, right? And some guy who, in terms of their LAN experience, is minimal. And this is what we need to see. Standards really seem to have brought them back into the game.
LAN experience and major experience. Stanislaus, the only player on Wildcard to represent a team at a major. Warden, of course, their coach, been there in the past as well. Exactly. But Sonic, Infinite, Slight, Jaber, all fresh faces to the bright lights of a major stage. Can he bring this team from the depths of what has looked like a rocky RMR? Oh, did he get spotted? I'm not sure if he's hit above that smoke. It's a bit dynamic, right?
But did he hear him? I think that's the thing. It felt like he reacted to it. Yeah. So he got Molotov. He knows there's somebody lurking around. You hear the jump. I don't think he would have spotted him, or if he did, it was, probably so much so it didn't even show up on the radar.
We have the benefit of X-ray, right?
Exactly, exactly. But it's information gain nonetheless. Molotov comes down. Nade will get a little tag on towards death. Molotov avoids the bulk of the damage. Infinite's got a great angle. They surely don't clear him because of that Molotov. That's so well played. You know, the smallest of margins, the finest of mistakes have cost them a kill there. And of course, with Swisher falling, he's somebody who is so influential on these T sides, and without him, they're in a lot of trouble. Jaber's gone uncleared again. He's already sat towards his position once before and got a kill, and he might go unchecked again. Death finds one, but Valves will swing, does his checks, and he finds the most important kill to give them the sight. Molotov will come over from headshot, but the bomb will go down.
2 versus 2. Orphan and AK, so red, close angle. Great kill there onto Infinite, a little bit laboured to begin with. Now Slight, a lot on his shoulders here. Gonna jump on through the smoke, might even tap the bomb to try and bait it out. Oh, the spray happens from Rek as he moves himself over towards Sandbag. Slight's a little bit more of an unknown quantity at this point. And while the pickup is there for Slight, it's not the second one that he can find. A second round here for M80. A little more invigorated in the LAN hall in Monterrey. Match pause right now. Minor tech issue, but that is what it is.
The only issue I think that we've seen so far in terms of the rounds that M80 have found, or the few ones that they found, is actually just the fact that they're expensive, right? They're always coming down to the smallest, you know, 1 guy, 2 guys staying alive, which actually does have a bit of a knock-on effect to the econ. That's the only real kind of downside so far. The main thing, though, is, you know, Momentum staying at a decent level, where they're going to be pretty happy. You know, we saw them getting a little bit loud. Def getting a bit vocal as well, which is good to see. And it gives them opportunities. So, only a minor tech issue. I'm not too sure what it is just yet.
We saw headphones off. So.
Exactly. I'm assuming something over towards Stanislaw. So we'll get that fixed in just a second and we get back underway.
One thing I want to mention about that that execute onto the A-bomb site as well is that we've seen, it feels like 3, maybe, couldn't even be 4 rounds now that they haven't cleared sandbags. And it could have just been absolutely diabolical for them. Jaber's there. And, well, okay, we're a little bit deeper into the round than we would have seen it. But, I mean, Malbs did so well to be able to clear it, but it almost felt like a second thought instead of the primary reason he was there.
My assumption is that Jaber was calling a flash, but because they were rotating off CT, it never came. If Jaber got a pop flash there, he probably gets minimum 2, right?
Well, 1 came in, and Malbs, I think, was like half blind when he got the kill, but the timing just wasn't there. So a bit of a miscom. Jaber, oh dear lord, hello, friend. How you doing?
No.
Oh, you're blind now as well. What on earth is going on? I respect it, but not going to work out for him. Stan, over 5-7 in hand. Chip damage so far. Smoke goes down. Might be looking for the long-range 1-tap.
I don't like this. Yeah, it's only going one way. Rek gets a freebie as well. Wildcard are giving way too many fights there. And this, you know, we spoke about it in the last round. We'll speak about it again here in terms of knock-on effects. Well, look at this one. Wildcard have got 1 gun to speak with, or to work with, may I say, and kind of when you look at their economy to speak of, they don't have anything. Nobody has anything in those back pockets. So M80 finding a 3rd here sort of gives them a 4th, which once again cracks open this game. We said M80, in terms of this matchup specifically, have been very good on Vertigo. Both wins, 2 for 2 when it comes towards this map specifically. And the expectation is to keep that streak going.
That gave flashes of round number 4, where Wildcard didn't have that full buy. They force bought up a couple of rifles, and actually they were able to convert that one. M80, a couple of mistakes from them, and it should have probably been a 3rd round for them a little bit sooner. However, Wildcard this time round, completely ruined by M80. They were able to have a little bit more of a bolstered economy. We had York from Slacks doing some work in the previous and this one as well. And now the Econ destroyed for the CTs finally.
Yeah, and I like this from M80 as well, off the back of winning a round in which the kind of the fashion they just did, pump the brakes. Yeah. There's no need to rush. I think that's what happened last time. In that round you spoke of where the buy was a little haphazardly for Wildcard, they just rushed it. They gave way too many fights. And I think they would have sat back after and think, damn, we let that one slip for nothing. Much better. Much better indeed. Slack's getting, honestly, 2 of the freest kills of his life. Fighting pistols at range, he's going to take those all day. M80 off the back of their tac boars have all the money to work with, much better buy, and nothing on the other side to really be that fearsome. The only thing they have to really worry about is just a little bit of a gamble stack of some sort. And it looks like Wildcard wants to get into us fights immediately. They're already in towards mid.
Hello, please face us. Let us shoot you with our USPSs. Let us find something, but nobody home. It's going to be this B approach, the default that we've known to come and love from M80. Hasn't converted too many rounds for them as of yet. A-bomb site seems to be their forte instead. Rek, oh, a little bit of a lurk there from Infinite. Get some chip damage, but Swisher taken down over on the ramp on B. Only 2 remaining in Stan and Sonic. There's nothing for them to be able to recover Def, even just throwing the upgraded pistols off the map as well.
Yeah, no, he's just getting rid of that Galil. He just doesn't want to drop a rifle over towards Wildcard. I think it's a smart way to go about it. Just make sure they don't give them any opportunity. Sonic will get in behind here, but he's been held. So I don't think he's going to be given the luxury. Def probably got a pretty easy 2K coming his way. Sonic to the left. Stan coming in for support as well, but it's not going to make a difference. As that bomb goes down pretty freely, it's just a matter of kind of when, not if, that this is seen off in their favor. Stan for the swing. Def sticking around to fight, though. It isn't, you know, a bit of a risk in the sense that he's got it all to lose here, and that's why a couple of 2-tap Tonys, and hey, man, we're talking. We're looking at something to work with. A rifle save is a silver lining for Wildcard.
Yeah, it's going to be needed as well. Of course, they're going to have double loss off the back of this one, but I mean, if you can just save a little bit of money, the Galil is pretty damn good, honestly. If you're crisp, if you're clean, it's going to do the same amount of damage to the head as an M4 anyway. So
the FAMAS.
Well, it's not hard, though, is it?
It's not hard, it's not hard.
I think I'd rather have an R8 than a FAMAS, actually. Stan going to dying, of course, to the bomb, but he had nothing. That's fine. Yeah. Maybe just hunting, looking for anyone trying to go for an exit and just take him down. I mean, he was chipped early doors either way. Malbs, this is someone I want to talk about. We've seen over on that CT side of Mirage, the amount of ground that he was getting, the amount of kind of aggression he was facing down mid. And we saw it over towards the A-bomb site here as well. Really nice forward position, just about to ensure no one lurked on through elevator, and then of course we have Def downstairs, almost holding the identical angle, just on different floors.
He's just a little quiet, hasn't he, so far?
Just getting information. I mean, if he can do that, the rest of the team can do the heavy lifting.
Talking of information, that nade will get a lot. A Sonic and Infinite combined for 1 apiece. And that's just going to force a rotate away. Rek will stick around as a lurk, and Malb's going to stick up close. The only saving grace is that Malbs is actually given all this space now to work with towards top ramp, but from here is the big question. Malbs isn't exactly healthy.
No.
Not exactly going to be easy to execute by enemies. They've got a minute 15, and they've converted from this situation before. Not going to count them out. The only thing that worries me is they are starting to bit by bit run low on the util. Infinite overextends, and that's costly. Now somebody has to rotate away from Wildcard. Somebody has to go back to keep Rek at bay. Who's now getting a lot of space. Or missed shot, but Slack's given the luxury of falling away. Sonic back sight, back gen. And Rek creeping up as Jaber is in for the rotate. Might be here too little too late. Lines up 1. Rek knows the second is lurking. And Rek seized off this round. A 2-man show as Mal's finds a double towards ramp, but it's Rek who's done all the work in that round.
It's crazy. Usually in those situations where you kind of have information that, okay, it seems like the bomb's going to be over towards the A-bomb site. Like, we've got this position on ramp. Okay, let's bolster that and just hold someone closer on the back of the site to be able to defend on B in case someone lurks. Yeah. They have to commit so much to Rek, considering how much of an influential force he has been. Just because they're like, okay, because if he lurks on us, we're probably going to lose the rest of this round. So they have to commit, and is an overcommittal, and they lose to it.
Yeah, it is massive overfacing there. And Wildcard, you can see why they go for a pause. I mean, basically immediately the coach has to get involved. Ward is thinking, you know, he just watched what must be one of the most frustrating rounds as a coach from what feels like an unlosable situation to completely thrown away. Infinite. Okay, fine. If one player is going for that sort of play, I actually don't hate it in the sense that it's an information play. But then all these overfaces that come through, Jaber to a degree's got to expect that Rek's up close, and Rek's done so well.
Rek looked so confused. Like, literally ended a round. He was like, what the? What,
what are they doing?
Why has this just happened?
Yeah,
it's so odd.
It's rookie mistakes from Wildcard, and this was the story of Mirage. There was plenty of them, and my, oh my, did it cost them. Up towards ramp. Nobody here. Eerily quiet, which of course for M80, they've yet to have. There's always been some sort of fight coming through. Smokes will come over, and now they're actually already converging on towards the site.
Yeah,
Stan calling over rotations. You may as well stick around to fight. Whether they get anything with it though, I think doesn't feel too probable.
We're talking about consistency across this entire best of 3. Wildcard, they started out pretty damn good. Only going to be eco frags here from Def. It's not going to be anything particularly crazy. I mean, it's not even going to be eco frag. Slight's going to be able to chase out his teammate. They're going to be most likely saving these pistols at this point because they're already falling back, looking for potentially some exits. Another round 1 here from M80. The point I wanted to make was the fact that Now we're seeing the consistency slip again. Wildcard aren't making it. This is 5 rounds in a row from M80, completely flipping the script. And now they're 6-5 up, but that doesn't tell the entire story. It looks close on paper, it's not. M80 are back in this server from their pretty big deficit early doors, and they're going to try and shut down Wildcard.
I'm really concerned at the moment. Wildcard, you know, they look like a shadow of their former selves, especially in even in their series yesterday. As BESTIA, there was a lot to like. This is a side who, you know, coming off the tail end of that, we were talking about how there was really quite a few redeemable factors. A pretty solid series by most metrics, and especially off the response of how poor the Red Canids game was. I thought that was going to be, you know, a hiccup to start the tournament, then Wildcard collecting their thoughts and their form the way we would expect, but no, not to be. As one of actually the more premium sides in the region too.
Absolutely.
They're going to be kicking themselves.
We've been talking about them, even prior to this event, a lot of people kind of flagging them as a bit of a boogeyman inside of that North American scene, because it's always, you can beat most of the teams, but Wildcard's a little bit of a question mark. And this is probably the most dominant performance we've seen against Wildcard right now.
Hang on a second.
What is going on?
Orbs out in mid, tucked, and they have no idea. Could be some room to work with, at least in terms of cutting rotations. There's something here. JBR again playing out through sandbags. These could go a little south for Wildcard if they get timinged upon. As the smoke fades, they lose a little map control. So what now? Def gonna play up close. JBR's on the corner, and this time they molly it out. Early doors, they know he's gonna play up close. They'll drop a smoke, so JBR's an unknown quantity. He'll drop a molly of his own. Def sticks around for a little bit. Time ticking though, 40 seconds. Rek given the room to work. He'll sneak his way forward in for those fights. If he gets good timing here, he cuts off all of these rotations. JBR's surely as well. A dead man walking, but no! Def fluffs his lines, and JBR somehow stays alive. But there's the pounds. There's where the flank comes through as Rek will find Slice, and he looks for more as he goes up on high. From the heavens like an angel soaring down. Rek will find one, makes it a 2v3.
Sonic going to be going for the swing now. Able to take down Slacks with Rek on the backlines once again, causing issues. It's going to be a difficult 1 versus 2. Oh, he's been gifted an AK. Maybe there's an opportunity here. Util is limited. Smoke gets deployed to be able to cut them in half. He's trying to isolate these duels. 1 versus 1, but a retaliation smoke as well here from Swisher. Maybe, just maybe, he's looking around for it. Can he tap it? He's holding it, he's sticking it. Oh, hello, Swisher! You know exactly where he planted that one. It's the 7th round on the board there for M80. They secure the half. Honestly, at the end of that, with ease.
Yeah. I mean, with how things started, what a turnaround, what a resurgence, man. Wildcard, a couple of forlorn faces over there, and you can understand why. Things were looking so good for them, and now looking not so much. It has really been a slip.
You start a game 5-1 and you think, okay, guys, we're back.
Yes.
Like, almost the bounce back effect that we saw from their first best of 1, getting 13-1 and then going back to the hotel overnight and being like, okay, guys, let's just reset the mental. Coming back 2-0, bosh, we're back. We're here to conquer the RMRs, and your first game back is bad. Then you go for your short 15-minute break. You start the next game, really great. It's like, okay, 5-1. Guys, Stan, like, we need to re-embolster the team. And, well, they're now going to be on the T side. The onus is on them to make these rounds work. Are they going to be able to cause some havoc on M80?
This pistol is massively important. For M80, it goes without saying, win this, and it starts to feel like the beginning of the end for Wildcard. Starts to feel like that red carpet to the next round is rolled out as Wildcard left, scratching their heads of what went wrong in this tournament. Where did they misstep? How did things get so bad so quick? You start off the half with a tech pause, unfortunately. So hopefully we
it's my favorite way.
Get that one fixed in just a second. And of course, we take a look at how the rounds have been. And that run of form towards the end is so good from Wildcard. 6 in a row. I mean, from M80, I say 6 in a row to see off the half. I mean, just shows how stellar that T-side was at the tail end. One man in particular for me is so influential, and not actually for the way he cracked open sides, but actually the way he stopped them being taken back is Rek.
Yeah.
Those lurks and the flanks he was finding, his timing was excellent. And kind of this inquisitive nature that he has in terms of how he approaches these rifle rounds, consistently just left Wildcard guessing. They had no clue.
I mean, even when it comes down to straight, almost fair Counter-Strike fights where he's going one-on-one with a rifle, he's winning them as well.
Yeah.
He's head and shoulders above the rest when it comes down to frags. 16-6. The rest of his team not even breached that double digits mark. The only person close to him is Sonic, who we know can perform these absolute feats like we saw yesterday.
Let's not beat around the bush here. In terms of the expectations of the M80 team, Rek is probably the man with the most question marks. You know, the least experience of everybody on this team in terms of the caliber of opponents he's played in the past. He is kind of that North American talent who everyone has expectations that he'll do well, but we actually don't know where he'll end up kind of playing out at. And it's great to see. They really are starting to make Rek at least a very solid player. Up close and personal though. Swisher gets caught. Slacks for one, but only a Sonical trade. They do get the site as they converge and go for that plant. Molotov will come through. They are also looking for the confirm of the plant. Now Jaber will get it down, but Malves has got other ideas. Miracle Man has worked once before as he looks to find yet another pistol in his favor. 3v3, and it's doable as they creep on forward. Def leading the charge, and he might just stick it. Nerves of steel as the fights come through. Malves will find one, and Def will stick it. Pros don't fake, and Def is the epitome of one. Brilliant work, Jaber. Get all the constellation kills you want. It does not matter. M80, a pistol round that could spell the beginning of the end for Wildcard.
Yeah, that was super clean. What a commitment. Def learning from his best of one as well. That you sometimes just need to stick it. Of course, falling off with only half a second remaining. Would have clutched out around instead. He's learned. No, you know what? I'm just going to turn my butt to you. I'm going to put my head down and I'm just going to keep cutting the lines. Yeah, as simple as that. Hold E. I mean, what can you do? Yeah. What more can you do, right? Yeah, really nice from them. And very important round from M80. Won exactly the way they would have needed it to as well. A couple of frags here and there. Of course, they fall to the wayside at the end of it, but I don't think they really lose anything. They commit their util early doors. So if you're wondering what's going on, by the way, lovely little sticker at the top of your screen. Match pause. We lost a player from M80. They're back, and we are soon to be back in this game as well.
Yeah, it looked like, I think maybe a little kind of DC from Swisher, but it seems like he's back in.
It's just too hype. Just smash the desk, turn the PC off or something.
More or less immediately. It's a 3-round buffer now that M80 hold. There is a silver lining in what it feels like a pretty dark sky for Wildcard of a bomb plant does facilitate a buy. It gives them at least some finances to speak of. So they are going to squeeze one out. The AK-47, double Galil, and Slight can even pick up one of his own. Stan's the only guy with maybe a little bit less in terms of that firepower on towards the Tech-9, but bar that, it's salvageable, it's doable, but it's not exactly going to be a nice scenario. If they lose this, M80 can push towards double digits.
If there's one player I want with the big AK in his hands as well, it's Jaber on the side of that wildcard roster. Sonic, of course, can be incredibly influential, but we've seen him perform well on the Galil in the past, so he doesn't need that one-tap potential. He's trying to get a little bit of information over towards the A-bomb site. Instead, just gives them info. Def, going to drop down relatively low. Stan, not going to be able to connect onto Rek, but information found and holding inside a CT. The pop flash goes on through. Jaber, lucky to not get connected by it, but does manage to find the head of Rek. Now with that man advantage, but he's tagged down low.
That's the first real mistake we've actually seen from Rek. Oh my God, Stan on the move line switch. That's it, they've called it around.
Yep, saving.
And it does actually come off the back of that initial fight. That is the first mistake we've seen from Rek so far this game. He's actually, up until this point, been playing a flawless Vertigo.
I'd almost say
one little
series.
hiccup, and it has actually cost them the round. Credit to Wildcard, they used the advantage well to them. Like you said, Jaber in towards an AK is the main guy we want to see on that sort of a gun, and he makes it work for them. So, now we find ourselves in quite the interesting scenario where Wildcard stay alive, but most importantly, stay alive unscathed.
Yeah, this is incredibly important. That econ was something that they kind of struggled to develop over on that CT side. Of course, a little bit easier to develop it on the T side due to the cost of the AK. But it's still a really good spot to be in. You're all got around about 4K each, and they're just, yeah, that's the round we need. That's the comms, of course, live. Straight from Stan's mic. Yeah, great round there from Wildcard, and that's what we need to be seeing from them more consistently. Again, the consistency is key across this best of three. They want to be going to Inferno. Yeah, they want to. It's just the question now, do they get given that luxury? Still is 2 rounds they have to close down, and of course, for M80, 3 staying alive. They are going to force back in towards this one. Swisher in towards the 5-7.
Rek gonna pick up one of his own as well. Definitely MP9 on a double rifle in the hands of Malbs and Slacks. And one of them will fall to the wayside immediately. Slacks gets caught through the smoke, spammed down, left reeling 6 feet under as Wildcard deliver that first kill on the board. Now with a numbers advantage, what's the choice? What's the decision? It looks like you're going to come back and support here towards ramp.
Yeah, Malbs dropping his UTL over to Def there tells me, hey, I'm going to go get some kills. I'm just going to try and get up in their face. And the timing has not worked out in his favor. Well, at least he's dropped his util over, I suppose. Def can still use some of it. But Sonic, a relatively easy kill for him there. Just looked away at the wrong moment, gambled on the wrong angle. Happens to the best of us. I'm sure everyone at home can attest to that. Def, lovely little frag there onto Sonic. AK potentially recoverable, but needs to be cautious about this push. Did just run dry of ammo on that MP9. Falls to the wayside with Swisher picking up one on that 5-7.
Not impossible here. 5-7's a close range. Ooh. It felt like he quick switched.
Auto switch.
Yeah, Rek will fall and so will Swisher. There was moments where maybe a conversation could be had, but a very, very important round. And Slight getting vocal, getting active. That's what we want to see, actually. And I think for Wildcard now, this is a side who, for the majority of this series, have looked completely forlorn in terms of their faces. They look very dejected and out of the series. Mentally, they've looked a little checked out. They need individuals like that to get active, to get loud, to really start to rally the troops a little bit, start to get a bit of confidence going. That's how Wildcard are going to win this. They need to get up in the faces of M80. They need to stop showing them respect and start getting loud and proud. That's what we want to see.
It's what we see all the time in Studio Lands. I mean, hell, we saw it in Paris at the RMR as well when we were in Copenhagen last year. It was just everyone getting really vocal and just screaming and shouting when they're winning the games. And that was usually a strong indication that they're feeling it themselves.
Yeah.
When it goes silent, when there's nothing being said after rounds or just brief conversation and that sort of stuff, that's when you think, okay, maybe this isn't in their grasp as of yet, but Wildcard, with just one round away from leveling this game out, momentum in their favour, there's a chance that they can certainly come back into this one.
I think a conversation to be had.
It was 7 rounds in a row for M80 before this as well, by the way, so it's really nice to see Wildcard pick up those two.
Been up, Slight gonna find 2 with the Mac 10, looking for more as well. There's a lot of cash in his pockets. Rek and Slacks will find consolation kills, but it's not really a problem. Slight as well, that Mac 10. A lot of kill bonus means the AWP can come out in play. T-side AWPing on Vertigo is notoriously so difficult. I mean, arguably would even be, a lot of pros talk about Vertigo being the hardest map to AWP on. I don't really blame them. T-side especially, it's not easy to be given a lot of space to work with. Slight's going to give it a go. We said mechanically, Slight is up there in terms of his individual prowess. It's just at times positions which let him down.
Posting inside of mid as well. Could be a little bit of a read. Information in previous demos, knowing that M80 like to get Aggie inside of mid, evidently. Nobody found as of yet, but ground being gained here from Wildcard, but slow, steady, instead of what we usually see of just the, I'm going to rush mid, who's about to get straight out there and potentially get a frag. It's collected, Counter-Strike, Rek. A little bit silent in this second half so far. With the rifle in tow, looking to do some damage. Stan and Slight pick up frags, but it's Malbs to just get him out of dodge once again. Infinite on that B bomb site opens up an opportunity for the T's. But look at this little lurk from Sonic on A.
They're not even committing to this. The question is, how much do M80 commit to a rotate? They have overcalled it here. Yes, the bomb was spotted, but not committed by any means. A slight little double back, and now Sonic surely sees off a freebie here. The Slacks expect him. No, not elevated at the very least. Gets a tag, but it's not enough. Reactions can't bail him out of that one. Bomb goes down. Malbs, yes, he's up close. What can he do? Tag on towards Slight is good, but not good enough. 3 to find. Low. Sonic will fall. Give it a go. He's done so much damage towards Slight. Why not?
I think if he finds Slight on that first swing, then absolutely this is almost easy for him to be able to push. Yeah, he can certainly go for this one. No util to speak of though. No Slight is completely lit up. No. Just going to stick it. Yeah, it's not going to work out in his favour. I mean, sometimes you just got to go for it. If he had a smoke, maybe he can go for a bit of an off angle on the defuse, but not to be the case. Wildcard. There we go, Slight. He is feeling it and getting the rest of the team invigorated, almost looking over to the rest of the team. He's like, guys, is that loud enough? Is that good? Can they hear me on this one?
We need more of this, though. We need to keep seeing this consistency out of Wildcard. Some of these rounds are getting very, very close. Some of them are getting maybe a little dicey at times, but all that matters is that Wildcard are seeing them over the line. M80 letting this slip. This shows to me that Wildcard has spent a lot of time anti-ing M80 on towards this map. 2 for 2 M80 in the last couple of times they've played. It's been a good pocket pick for them in this matchup specifically. Now it feels like they're losing touch with it. 9-8 as Wildcard close down the gap to push this towards our decider. The age-old anecdote for the longest time has been all good best of threes are decided on Inferno. It's wrong. That map
I was about to
sucks.
say, do you still agree with that statement now?
In this situation, it will be the truth if we do go there. We're talking as if this one's done. There's still a world. M80 only 1 round behind, but they don't have a buy here. And Jaber making sure that they don't lose too much. Death or fall. They should see this off relatively comfortably.
Yeah, M80 have been able to convert some of these like force buy rounds around the SMGs and stuff, but not really had too much success purely on the upgraded pistols. They have called it correctly. Well, at least on paper right now. Plenty of time for that to change for Wildcard if they want to pump over towards the A-bomb site. This big stack from the CTs, ready and waiting for this approach. Smokes and flashes getting thrown down by Infinite. Nobody facing, so information not given up. Here you go. Smoke, flash. Here comes everyone. Slacks needs to be big here.
Very good stack. And it just comes up absolute trumps. They actually had a really decent crossfire into his backside, and everything falls apart immediately. The second the P250 misses a shot, it just crumbles at the seams. It's a round that they have to see off cleanly, right? It's a round that they cannot really allow for any more than one casualty. And that is the case. First had to crack in double digits now as well. Wildcard starting to creep ever closer towards that decider. 10 rounds locked in. M80 going to call for attack pause, and Def going to try and sort of desperately bring things back in their favor, but it's not been good for a while.
Was quite an interesting point, and while we talked about the fact that M80 have beaten Wildcard on this map a number of times in the past, and they've been pretty decent on it as well themselves for like at least the last 3 months, even without Def in the roster. Wildcard have won 1 map of Vertigo in the last 3 months, and that was online against like a mixed team of XK Evil.
Yes.
So it's not a it's not a strong performance historically for Wildcard. So being able to take M80 here and make that a 2 in 8 instead of 1 in 7 is would be pretty damn good. Taking your opponent's map picks. I mean, that's something we're used to seeing in UK CS. Nao. If we're seeing NA as well, we need to be watching some more of it. Slacks taking down Stanislaw, really clean one as you mentioned. And again, now we're just going to have to slow down the round after losing someone early doors. Kind of changes the dynamic of the round completely.
Yeah, Infinite mollied and heard. So unfortunately, can't really do anything with this. It's like double back and join the group. Bomb. Not overly committed, which is the main thing. 1 casualty with Stan, now calling from the grave. Then doubling back towards A. Slowly creeping up towards ramp as Malb's going to play around that smoke.
This is who you want here. You want Malbs locking down a site. I mean, historically, you would say, yeah, wreck. I mean, just hold on to the bomb site. But it's not been as clean as we are used to seeing from him this half. So Malbs picking up a little bit of the pace. Swisher, wow, Infinite got so much ground there to be able to find that kill. Malbs on the back line, he's going to be able to take down 1. Looks for the second. Not good for it this time round. Death. Going to have to get them out of this rocky situation. Smoke goes down to be able to isolate these fights. The backup here as well from Heaven. And he goes on Death. He's yet to reveal himself. Oh, stab with the smoke is a lot of damage. If there's some util they can use, this could turn brutal for Wildcard.
They've used that smoking towards short rather than playing it on the bomb here. So that might make life a little tough here for M80. Post spawn's pretty good for Wildcard. Molly on the corner, time ticking, question marks now for what they've got. They might just stick this, and it might just work. No! Through the smoke, Slide's 1, and Slide doubles it down. A hero needed, as Wildcard will find it. And look what it means to Wildcard. Staying alive, staying in this game, and looking to push us to a 3rd.
Oh my God, Slight. 0.2, I'm going to call it now. About 0.2 seconds on that kill. The spam was so good on the AK, I thought it was going to connect. But no, the dodge was there. The off angle being held, and look at Slight. Boom! Taking him down. And the shot onto Slacks is gorgeous as well. He loses his damn mind. Look at the smile creeping on their faces when they see how, like, just invigorated Slight's getting. An 11th round for Wildcard, firmly in the driver's seat now with M80's Econ in tatters. Deagles across the board, Swisher on the 5-7. Definitely's going massive here, and he's not going to be able to find anything. Sonic picking up the heads of both Def and Malbs, shutting down that A-hold.
Looks like M80 are playing for OT. Wildcard at 12th round the corner. Slacks playing up close and personal towards the site. Deagle in hand, the hand cannon, hoping for a couple of headies and giving one as he finds Stan, but traded back immediately. Jaber, Shadow, spotted. Information gained and a couple of frags to close it too. Beautiful work. As Wildcard find that 12th, the all-important one. One more round, and we go towards an Inferno. And off the back of map number 1, Cody, it goes without saying that was not in our expectations.
Brother, off the back of map number 1, off the end of the first half as well, I thought this was done and dusted. M80 had so much of just a momentous lead. Of course, on paper it wasn't the case because of the scoreline being pretty damn close. M80 only eking out with a couple of rounds, but that was 7 rounds in a row. And then leading on that CT side as well. Wildcard had to dig deep, really look towards Stan and just say, how do we get out of this one? The experience coming out and ensuring that actually we're still firmly in this one. I love this little boost here from Swisher. It might only be good for one. If they can, oh, that's even better. If they can find him, it's going to be incredibly hard for M80 to be able to do anything here.
Def's known, right? This is the thing. They know he's got to be playing up close, and Slight full blind. He's a miracle man right now. Slight is not missing a beat. And Wildcard inching closer to that third. M80, this is slipping between their fingers. They know they had this one. It felt like for the tail, 6 rounds in a row at the tail end of the half. On the lock and key, 7-5 at halftime, and since then, 1 round. Lackluster CT side. We highlighted Rek, for example, 16 kills he had and 6 deaths. Now finds up 18-4. And it shows the parallels between these two sides as Wildcard inch closer. Stanislaw will fluff his lines. We call upon his name, speak of the devil, and Rek shall arise. But Infinite now gets space towards B. No one's home.
Yeah, there's nobody here at all. This could quite easily be a change of pace if they want to just hightail it towards that B bomb site. But instead, Bomb and Sonic going to be pushing out onto A. Going to get dinked down. Yeah, with 20 seconds, they need to make a choice, and the choice has been made. B-bomb site is going to be ours. They are just now sprinting on over. There's no one there ready and waiting for them. It's been controlled by the T's for a strong majority of this round. With Rex inside of mid. Mal's getting completely bodied by Infinite. It's going to come down to the silent Rek to be able to get them out of this.
They've one smoke. That's all they have in terms of retake utility. Man alive. And retake of an AWP alone is a big ask. Rek hoping for an overphase, hoping for an overfight, not being given it, and he goes around the corner. Jaber aware and akin to what he was going for. One man has to do it all. Slacks in a 1v3 to keep M80 alive, and no chance. It's Slight who sees him off, and what a tail end. Look what it means to Wildcard. They stay alive in the series, and they push us towards Inferno.
Yeah, getting loud when the headsets are off, that's important for Slight. I mean, I think he was trying to get through the noise cancelling during the game, especially with that clutch from him early on as well. I mean, an absolutely great performance from Wildcard here to be able to bring it back from the depths of hell. To basically bring us to Pugger's Paradise.
Yeah.
We're going to Inferno. If you looked at the start of this best of 3, considering how ahead M80 were, and then even in that first half of Vertigo as well, how far ahead, how much momentum they had, it was said and done, surely. There's no way Wildcard come back.
No.
But they look to Stan, and he just brings it back. He calls an absolute masterclass, and his individual players, they come alive as well.
Yeah, and Stan was so influential, I think, for me. The way in which he mid-rounded there was really good. We talk about the calling style of Stanislaw and Wildcard. It's actually traditionally quite slow, quite methodical in terms of their approach to each and every round, but he really did fluctuate with the tempos, and M80 had no read, they had no response. It was so well done. Slight really came alive at the tail end. The louder he got, the better he played, which is so good to see, spiraling of his own personal momentum. But I think one man for me who was so important was Sonic. Those lurks and the information he was gathering time and time again. Just M80 did not realize how feeble they were looking in some of these CT holes, man. Such a good game. And Wildcard, finally we see a response out of them. It now comes down to an Inferno best of one, essentially, to decide who stays alive in this series, who stays alive in the Americas RMR. Because winner of Inferno will remain tomorrow. Loser, we have to say goodbye to. And look, Sonic, 21 kills, 13 deaths, 110 ADR. So good to see.
Yeah, I mean, we were calling on Sonic in that first half as well, because we mentioned how influential in these rounds he could be, and he was a little bit silent. And then towards the end of that first half, definitely into the second, just going absolutely nuclear and ensuring that frags, the impacts, were found. I mean, when half your kills are headshots, it's pretty damn good on your T side, isn't it? When you've got a one-tap cannon in your hands. Yeah, strong ADR, really nice from him. And it is a bit of a crux, though. This is now the second time that Sonic's had to bail them out of these situations, right? So it's a bit of a devil's advocate. Is this a problem? If Sonic doesn't show up, what happens on Inferno?
And you know what does feel like a problem? You know, at times, M80 blowing hot and cold. You know, I don't want to use him as the example because he actually had a really good map overall, but Rek as an example, as a kind of an overarching summary of M80, you know, 16 and 6 first half, finishes only on 20 kills, considering they were 7-5 up. Not that he particularly did anything bad, he's playing actually quite tough roles on that second half. However, it shows overall actually where things kind of went wrong over towards Wildcard. And now we've got Inferno, our final map, basically a best of one. Loser is eliminated from the Americas RMR. I mean, it comes down to the wire, as I was saying. And, you know, we spoke about how we have this sort of 10 to 15 minute break in between the maps. And it was a good opportunity for Stanislaw to kind of come in and say, right, lads, you know, we need a new side. We've got to forget the past, can't dwell on it. Now Def has to do the same thing for M80.
Yeah, I suppose the question is, he had to have that conversation last night as well, because the M80 game yesterday, yes, he called out some individual issues, like the fact that not everyone was kind of fragging and he was having to lead the charge, and that's not really what he wants from his roster, his side. Can he do it again? Can he bring it back? Can he reinvigorate M80 to bring us another close map? We'll have to wait and see. Guys, grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back after this short break for the final map in this best of three. Who stays alive, M80 or Wildcard? We'll find out in a moment.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple. It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's snapped away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
One more map to decide who goes home. Which of these North American sides do we have to regrettably say goodbye to, and who stays alive until tomorrow with qualification on the line? Inferno is going to be our canvas for this next masterpiece off the back of a brilliant response. Wildcard, who looked down and dejected off the back of map number 1, turned it around on Vertigo.
I mean, they even looked it a little bit on Vertigo as well, right? Yeah. That first half was dominant from M80. After a strong lead from Wildcard, they turned it around and, well, then it came straight back. They flipped the script, then flipped it again, and was like, okay, we're back on the A side of things. Fantastic. Now we're on Pugger's Paradise. Now we are on Inferno. We had a Mirage, we had a Vertigo, so it's like, okay, an interesting dynamic here. I'm here for it. And now we're on Inferno. Your favorite map, right?
Oh, shut up. That's my favorite map. On that display right there, the king that is Nuke. But
you're taking this home.
Generally speaking, generally speaking, if you don't steal a prop from every set you work on, I think you're not doing life right. All things considered, we're looking to see who can steal away this map. I mean, Inferno does open up a lot of doors and a lot of conversations. And I did say coming in towards this series, it was, you know, it's a choice here. And Wildcard had the choice of going towards Overpass, but they picked Inferno instead. So the question is, what do they have in the locker? What did Stan see that maybe he's like, right, this is where we're gonna have a little bit of an advantage? I do think inherently in any situation, especially coming down to basically a best of one to the side of series, leaving it up to chance of Inferno worries me. If one person pops off, if Rek has a first half the way he had on Vertigo, 16-6, that already started to spell misery. Granted, it didn't on Vertigo, but you know, who knows on a map like Inferno, just because it takes one or two people to pop off.
Yeah, I mean, we saw an incredibly safe and strong CT side from Rek on that first map of Mirage, and we didn't see him do the same, what we expect from the same caliber of him on Vertigo. So maybe Inferno, reinvigorated, comes back, and then he's fine. Just a little bit of a quick stat. This is Wildcard favoured, 70% win rate on it right now. M80, not the case, 38%. However, if we did everything by the numbers, this would be very boring because Vertigo, Wildcard haven't won in like 2 months. Like they had a 17% win rate coming into that one. M80 have only lost it once. Either way, here we go. Our third and final map between M80 and Wildcard. The NA derby soon to come to a close. And here it is. It's M80 on the CT side. Honestly, probably their most beneficial side for them. Really works out for the playstyles of the individual players. And with Wildcard starting on the tee, the onus is on them to continue the tempo that they had on Vertigo.
Oh, well. For the first, actually, so far, I mean, what we've seen in these pistol rounds, quiet. Very little happening in the early 20 seconds or so. Infinite and Co kind of group up through apartments. Sonic in support, but they're not actually deciding or kind of committing to that 8-8 just yet. The bomb still remains over towards ramp, and they're actually holding for B aggression. I love this call. Sonic will drop a smoke, he'll drop a Molotov out towards long as well. Still not actually going off it. Now he will. He pops out, spots one in towards that of Pit, and he knows his Wreck is poor. A split coming through though, and his 2 through library as Def will answer back, looking for more, and Def doubles down. Infinite falls, and the opening 2 go the way of M80. Maybe Wildcard overcomplicating this as Miles will find one of his own.
Yeah, really nice pick up there from Miles. Swisher going to be able to make this pretty damn easy and convincing for M80. That is, I think, the cleanest pistol round we've seen so far across this series. Most of them have been a little bit scrappy with like 2 or 3 players surviving. Hell, we had the 1v1 at the very beginning of this BO3. And now, with a strong amount of kills there from M80, they're going to be able to commit pretty damn hard. I love the fact that it was Def leaving from the front on a couple of those kills.
I gotta say, I really think Wildcard overcomplicated that. They actually had a really decent setup with 2 guys in through apartments, 2 guys out towards long. That's begging for an A split. And, well, they opted against it and did not expect a double stack through library. M80, that's what I'm saying, I've done their research. Wildcard, no bomb plant, no money, no buy. Simple as that.
M80 aren't messing around here either. Look at this. M4's on the second round because of the amount of kills gained here. They really want to make sure that they can just shut Wildcard down before they even start getting anything going. The keys are in the engine. They want to make sure they're not dead. Ooh, a little bit laboured there to be able to take down Stan, but Rek and Slacks are going to ensure that there are no qualms. Just Light remaining. Incredibly vocal towards the end of that, that second map on Vertigo. A little bit quiet now, of course, but we're still very early doors. Don't worry about that. He's just exploring the apartments. Might want to buy one of these up if this game doesn't go too well for him.
Yeah, and of course, over on the other stream, there was another North American derby there too. Yeah. Liquid and Boss. Liquid made that one pretty comfortable at tail end. I think it was 13-5 on that second map, 39 map number 1.
Yeah.
So pretty comfortable. Maybe, you know, expected, but after a little bit of a shaky map, we'll call it, against FURIA yesterday. There was that shadow without question marks above this Liquid team, but that's a result they should be taking, and they do, which is good to see. The question now remains, though, who joins Boss on the flight back home? Is it going to be Wildcard? Is it going to be M8? We do have a pause before heading into the first full buy out of Wildcard. And it's not a tactical one, so it does mean there's no conversations to be had just yet. But good thing to see, coming in towards a buy, this first gun round, it goes without saying, it feels like it holds a lot of importance this early on. We're still feeling like we're playing quite tentative Counter-Strike coming in towards the early part of Inferno. Vertigo started very quickly and very aggressively. You know, even in map number 1, we had a few moments here and there in Mirage where it was like that early part of the game was very kind of lopsided. This at the moment feels like it's still on thin ice.
Yeah, these have always been the important rounds to convert, at least in this best of 3, and honestly in most games as well. But the first almost full buy round for both sides. If Wildcard can convert this, history tells us anything, it means, okay, we're in for a close one. Yeah. If they can't, do we see shimmers of a Mirage in the distance once again, where they just couldn't connect round after round again and again and again? We're hoping for a close one, though. We're hoping for something here from Wildcard. Oh, Slack's playing anti, just using Malbs as his eyes, basically. Might be looking next to him.
Utility is starting to run a little thin over towards that T side.
A couple of smokes still available, a few flashes as well.
The thing that worries me is they're going to have to burn both of these smokes on the execute, and then post-plants become a little dicey. Slacks, he drops into the flames, but he drops into a fight which he finds. Oh my god, Slacks! Burning at the crisp, but barely alive. All that matters, though, is that he is alive. Another Molotov will come down out towards Long as Def trying to just pause this T-side wrap, what it feels like the Wildcard are trying to pull off here, but they're not being given any space to work with. This time it looks like they want to commit towards A, but they're not being given that luxury. Slacks out through Library, got a good hold, and they might just peer into him. He's surely a known quantity, though. They surely would have heard the step and the scope, so Slacks could be in trouble, because around that corner, there's a fight coming his way. Or up close, only going in one direction. Infinite and Jable will combine, but so will Swisher and Red. Back and forth as Swisher pulls the plug on a pit play. And Infinite's left all alone from behind, dropped by Malbs. That was carnage, chaos in the server towards the A site, but Def making sure we know who won it.
Yeah, Infinite had an amazing opportunity as he pushed over towards Arches there. Just an unknown quantity for the AWPer.
Yeah.
Instead, whiffs his first shot, does manage to trade one more. Looks like he's going to be able to get them out of the weird situation, this rogue unit of a T player. But he does just get overwhelmed by, honestly, more bodies than on his side. It's the third round here for M80. We mentioned how important that round was for Wildcard to win, and M80 are making sure that Wildcard know that they are still here. Nades, smokes, you name it being committed. Ground being gained again by Malbs. I mean, just pushing up a little bit towards wood and spamming down in case anyone gets an inkling that they can go over towards B. He's ensuring that's not going to be the case. And, well, he's going to have to try and lock this one down, but the Tech 9 of Stanislaw, he's good on it. The shot there from Swisher trays it straight back.
And another big thing about Swisher's kill there, not only finding the kill to level things, but it's while smoke is in hand. So the smoke actually works in his favor. He's basically given a freebie from a front B smoke here, and that's bought time for a rotation. The AWP will come and support in the hands of Slacks. And now Wildcard, who actually had decent tempo to work with towards site, aren't given that luxury. The double pump execute comes through, second time of asking for missed shot. Slacks not punished, and Swisher goes to line up a couple. Sonic will trade, but Def at range sees it off, and a 4-0 start. M80 aren't pulling any punches now.
Yeah, Swisher being that spanner in the works there during that round. Second, he's able to find that opening kill as they just swing onto that B-bomb site. Makes Wildcard start thinking, okay, right, where is he? We need to deal with him now as well. And as that thought crosses their mind, a bullet enters the head as well. It's difficult here for Wildcard because they had all this tempo off the back of Vertigo. They were getting vocal, they were getting loud.
Yeah.
Once again, a few rounds deep, already looking a little bit more somber, which is a shame. But hopefully, off the back of this timeout, they can use this to convert around. We saw him being able to do it almost with consistency, taking a timeout and then gaining the follow-up. Can Wildcard take a trick out of their book?
You could see Miles getting a little vocal as well. I mean, somebody who is so crucial to M80 in terms of their success, and I want to see him getting confident. And so far, he's been playing confident. 4-1. Def 5-2. Swisher just that one better. Switch 6-1. Def continues to put up numbers. Continues to be the man to, at times, make a difference. He's been caught on the master class while playing one as well. Up close wreck. This could be dangerous. It could work in his favor. One, make that two, lines up a third. It's a meal deal worth, and Stanislaw will double down himself. But Rek surely single-handedly has given M80 all the confidence to find this round. Peering round the corner of a smoke, Slacks gets a freebie. And man, one man's antics have won M80 yet another.
25 seconds into the round and it's already said and done. Yeah. I mean, a hell of a push there from Rek, ensuring that Wildcard know that he's still in the server after a quieter end to Vertigo. It's a 5th round on the board there from M80. Now, it's always going to be in the back of the mind. Yeah, look at him. He's happy, man. They're all ecstatic with it. It's going to be in the back of their mind for Wildcard that that's now possible. If there's a mid-smoke, which they've been throwing a number of rounds now, but not pushing off the back of it, now they need to be cautious about getting this set up and getting the pushes, because Rek just could be there. Stan did an amazing job to be able to kind of almost recover that with the 2 quick trades back-to-back and then pushing straight through. Then you just saw the Orpa of Slacks just holding on and taking him down. Yeah,
I think, I think you're spot on. Stan gave them an opportunity. I just think that pushing the smoke. I mean, it's high risk, high reward, right? And in that time,
I think he was hoping that Slacks wasn't ready.
Yeah.
And Slacks was just like, oh, I'm just going to leave Rek to it. Like, I don't need to back him up. He's ready and waiting for it. Another push through the smoke, though, and it's going to be Slacks to be able to face them at the start of it. Takes down 2 in JBA and Stanislaw. The backup there from the CT holder, Def. Is Slight going to be able to pick up a single kill here as the smoke gets cleared by the nade. Chip damage there. Slight out of the round, and now just Sonic. 1 versus 5. Tech 9 in hand. A couple of dinks to the head would be nice here, but... Ooh, okay. Single kill into Zeph. Just a consolation, surely.
Yeah, surely. He's holding. Let's get a tie.
Ooh, okay.
All right, Sonic. He's making something of this. Still a mammoth task ahead of him.
It's no armor as well, which is...
55 seconds. I mean, he's going to go for the long rotate. I'm going to completely count this out. The only question mark, of course, still remains the bomb, right? But every kill he finds is a silver lining. Money isn't exactly completely built up. All the CT tide, despite a 5-0 start, they're still actually not exactly rich.
Yeah, I mean, look at the deaths across the side, right? You've got Slacks who... Ooh, okay, this could be interesting. Molotov goes down. Sonic might be able to find another kill hit. How on earth has he managed to pull this one back ever so slightly? And this is why it's not looking great for the CT side economy, because while the rounds haven't been converted by Wildcard yet, they're still consistently finding frag after frag after frag, and it's spread across the board. It's not like one person's constantly dying, so they're in the bin. It's, oh, I've had to rebuy my AWP, or I've had to rebuy my full util, along with my armor and everything, kind of across everyone. So yes, while they are going to be able to afford themselves a buy here, Slack's in a good spot with his econ. Look at everyone else. Everyone else is kind of cobbling together. Put them all together, you get one full buy.
Yeah, exactly that. Let's see. Slacks up close. Second mid-peak. Ineffective. Information gained, I guess, is a silver lining in the early part of this round. And, of course, the fact that he isn't tagged up or dead or all the rest is probably the main thing. Still is a 6-0 start. And M80 are bolting away with the CT side thus far. Wildcard. Similarities, as we said, of Inferno between Mirage. We said this at the tail end of Mirage. If this is to go towards Inferno, inherently, the fundamentals of this map are so similar to Mirage in comparison to Vertigo. Now you can see M80 back in control. Def up close. Spotted. That would have been at least alerted on radar. Doesn't want to overface, though. Def is tagged.
Sonic has an inkling here. Of course, nade committed. Should be good for the tap. Should be good for the kill. Yeah, weakened up early on. Slack's just waiting for the cross. He is going to be the main point of contact on this A-bomb site. There is support there from Rek, but he's almost positioned himself over towards this B-bomb site. As flashes come in, straight down Speedway to be able to help out the rest of his team. But right now, Bomb is in no man's land. It's still over towards T-Ramp with 30 seconds on the clock and no util or anything committed here yet. They need to burst onto the site.
The only thing that does work in Wildcard's favor is actually no smoke on either Malbs or Swisher playing sight. The flash to work with, they're not going to be able to keep them at bay. And talking of a smoke, one comes on towards
15
Swisher.
seconds.
Time ticking. One kill is all that Malbs has to get. There's one. That'll slow them down at the very least. Sonic is trying to get it on towards the site. The time is ticking. They've got to take this plant. They've got to go for it. And they plant in front of him. That's how to play it. Lifeline being extended. 2 versus 3 ensues, and they're not giving Slacks the fights here. Neither side got the utils to Slacks. A wallbang needed if he wants a chance. Drek stuck behind the smoke. Time starting to tick. They have a kit in the back pocket of Rek, but they might even just be calling this.
Yeah, Slacks needs to find a kill there. Oh, okay, there is the kill. Maybe. They can continue going. Yeah. Again, 10 seconds earlier, maybe that's a different story. Slacks is just going to be holding to grab a couple of frags because that T-side economy is not built up. This was a bit of a Hail Mary play. With Slight falling back, saving the AWP for the next round. It's great that Wildcard were able to convert that one. And honestly, it looked like they'd run out of time. It was time to absolute perfection. But if M80 find one kill there, if the bomb isn't planted directly in front of the backside hold, that round's over and done with, and you've got 4 people not getting econ next round.
Yeah, and I think, again, this comes down to what we were saying out of, you know, that sort of T-side play. You know, when they're going for that bomb plant, it's such a risk, but they play it perfectly. That one smoke in towards Coffins basically completely nullified M80 there. Swisher, he knows as well that with his one flash, he basically can't gamble to swing through it. Pick your poison scenario. Swisher, this time going to go for swing. Finds one, and he finds a second as well. The third, not exactly favorable as Malbs will fall, but Swisher might have done enough alone, and he gets out of dodge as well. Swisher, that is beautiful. Wildcard caught napping, and they will be punished. Numbers advantage now for M80.
Yeah, the double CT push down second was so aggressive, and when you think M80 might have to fall back on their laurels a bit, play a little bit more defensively, considering how that last round went from Wildcard, drawing down the time, they just completely subvert expectations. They turn it around and they go, hey, we are still firmly here. We're going to swing you. We're going to try and go for frags. And again, it's caught with util in hand down second mid, not expecting it. Of course, the changes to the spawns and stuff on T side aren't in effect here yet.
Exactly that. 4v3. Smoke aptly timed, though. At the very least, that's going to chunk at least half of this clock here. It's not going to give Wildcard the most time to work with. The biggest thing is we just have to see Slack come up with a multi-frag. It's such a big ask. Isolated with the AWP. What can he do? 30 seconds, flash on towards that corner as Jaber's going to be the first to peer around. And actually, Slack's actually going to give them up this space. He gets Molotov in towards Coffins. Doesn't want to fight on the swing. Doesn't get traded. Can line up 2. He gets a tag on towards Jaber, which is a known quantity. The bomb's going to go planted. Will be planted safe as well. But round the corner, Slacks is giving them an opportunity. 1v3, Slacks. Talk about a site hold. Yes, they get a bomb plant, but nothing more is nothing gained. Slacks has gone massive.
Yeah, you said it was going to be difficult, and it was. It was not an easy fight there, but finding the opening, not getting traded straight away after finding that kill is so huge for Slacks. And then he's afforded the opportunity to be able to leg one through the wall. I mean, hell, if that was a kill straight there, it would be even more convincing. Taking down the fellow warper in Slight as well. Oh my God. I don't think you could have asked for a better B-site hold. And there was no one else near as well. No. The round was over and done with when the rest of the CTs pushed on through. This is, remember what started this round?
Yeah.
The push from Swisher and Malbs to be able to just open up and really put the pressure on Wildcard. It should have been a much cleaner round for M80 and not actually been put on the shoulder of Slacks. But hey, you give him the opportunity, he's going to absolutely take it. He's 12-1, Nao.
Yeah, 2 massive overfaces. And the tail end of that post plant. You know, the first, we can give Wildcard the benefit of that on the first, right? We're looking at, you know, a swinging towards apartment. It's traditionally a one-and-done angle. It's something which I like as an information play. You know, you get a kill. Getting 2 there is massive from Swisher. But, man, Slacks should never, alone on a B site with an AWP, be able to isolate 3 fights. It's poorly played. You know, the spacing and the trading from Wildcard there is inherently just so ineffective. Yeah, so many question marks. This is looking already Right, the wild card of Mirage. Slacks jumping across, nothing spotted. Gonna go for a peek into a second miss. Stanislaw would have been heard coming through that first Molotov. A second one to come through. And Stan finds Malbs, who was caught in the flames there, but he was also flashed, hence why he didn't know what damage he was taking. Full blind there. Malbs had no clue where he was. Not a bad start. Wildcard desperately needed opening kill.
Thought he was safe in the corner, and then Molotov just spread ever so slightly more. Blind, of course. If it connects enough, you're not going to be able to hear anything either. Sonic, I don't think that's where he wanted that one to go, but hey, that might change up the pace a little bit. Looks like you're going long now, boys, instead of short. It's a 5 versus 4. Wildcard with that man advantage. Slight on the back lines as well, in case there is a lurk from Banana, but the brakes have been pumped. There you go, that's the smoke he was looking for.
Do you know what, though? This could really change things a little bit. Now the smoke comes late. It's giving them time to set up on towards site, and it's a nice little double setup as well, but I think Def overfaces there. Doesn't need to peer around the corner. The question is, do they expect Rek? No, they don't, as Rek finds 2. Infinite and Sonic will fall, and Rek is locking down the A site. Slight all alone, and Slacks will see him off, but that is Rek once again. Another huge round for him. Another time he's called upon to save his team and bail them out, and that he does.
It's always in his anchor positions. We saw it on A where he was hiding around in a cubble. Let the rest of your team peek and take the early fights. I will clean up when it's needed. Look at Malbs, yeah, just completely Molotov off, but it didn't matter at the end of it when Rek can go absolutely massive like this. Slacks helping out from Library also, but it was all on that young player. Oh, really nice from M80. 8 rounds on the board, and Slacks, oh, hello. He might even go for something down inside of mid right now. Has to fall back. The smokes come in. Sonic ready and waiting for it though. Nade going to be committed from Malbs and Swisher. A lot of damage on Slight, and JBA really puts that one-tap potential even further on the board for these M4s. Flash as well to be able to delay them. Plenty of time on the clock for Wildcard to be able to change the pace here if they want to, but looks like they are just fully committing here and they want to do it quick. No more running down the time until the last 2 seconds in the round. Slacks incredibly experienced hold there from him to not fire straight away and instead wait for the smokes. Taking down Stanislaw, the absolute epitome of Tech 9 players, and he's getting taken down. Malbs picking up one of his own as well. He needs to get the bomb down at this point. Sonic's going to be able to trade one. If they can get this planted, they can take that as a consolation, and it does go down. But Slight on 3 HP. It's never going to be a round that they're going to be able to secure. M80 find themselves a 9th. 10 rounds deep. They're looking for double digits in this first half.
Remember how Inferno started as well? 10-2 is what it was for M80, and they're looking like they could do even actually one better here. Inching closer and closer to the final whistle in this best of 3. The finish line is just round the corner, and Slight, I mean, you can just see from a guy who was so vocal in Vertigo and he really popping off at the tail end, he kind of epitomizes what is Wildcard right now in terms of they're just quiet. It feels like they have no response. Nothing's working. They're not gaining anything. This is starting to look extremely, or starting, it already is looking extremely problematic.
Full bar round here now from Wildcard. Of course, off the back of the text from the previous round, get that bomb planted, gives them that opportunity, and builds up a little econ as well. Too little, too late, I would say. We're 11 rounds deep. Going to be able to buy into the next for sure, but half the reason is because you've lost 9 rounds basically back to back.
Yeah.
Def falling back, waiting for this push. A little bit different here from M80. Usually see them with this aggressive play inside of mid, try and get that first opening pick and then kind of forcing Wildcard to fall back and then change up their plan. Instead, they are now allowed to hold on to exactly what they wanted to do in the first place. Push out one towards this A bomb site. Rek is still here with Def, yet to be clear. Rek taken down, that's pretty influential. Def only going to be good for one, traded straight back by Infinite. Now we need to see the rotation from the B bomb site. Digits get punched in, Stanislaw and co. Ready to hold on here.
Got really good use on the retake here. Only issue is retaking with an AWP is always a problem that we think about. That's a great Molotov though. Stanislaw gonna be forced out, gonna be heard. Now a known Quancy, but Stanislaw back with one of his own as time starts to tick. The onus is on the CT side to do something. Another molly comes over and Stanislaw dodging flames left and right. But all that matters is they've got the site, and that will be the round. Simply done. Nade comes over. little bit of damage
1
towards
point of damage, I
Yeah,
think.
exactly. Not an issue. And Infinite actually going to hunt on the tail end here. So a second going to be put on the board for Wildcard. It's a sigh of relief, and actually Infinite does fall. Stan goes down to the bomb as well.
That's really bad.
Yeah, it will actually make this a little weird. Thankfully, Slight and Sonic both can drop one over. They've got enough to buy. They'll be fine. But the only question mark as well is about Util overall. They still should be able to squeeze out full belts.
I think with the drops from the 2 surviving players, it should be okay.
They're going to be better. They're going to be fine. But M80, there's no need to worry. Even if it's a 9-3 half, all the expectations, of course, is them to continue this run of form in towards their T-side. T-sides we actually did quite a lot of decent work in towards map number 1, even map number 2 at times. It was a little bit more inconsistent on Vertigo, but we'll see. Barrel spotted. Slight, it's not actually wall bangable. Yes, information gained, but nothing actually gained off it.
No, reactionary, I think. It's like, oh god, there's gun barrel. Let's shoot for that wall, hopefully. Good to see that he's crisp, though. Would have been a great kill if that wall was wall bangable. Evidently not the case. Ground being gained here, again, from Infinite and Sonic. Not usually the kind of pushing players, instead usually come alive in the mid to late round after damage has already been done. Bout. This is usually aggro. We usually like seeing him perform big numbers. Only going to be good for 1 this time, but Swisher able to bail him out and trade him back. It's about to bring us to a 4 versus 3. Util is limited for this T side. We mentioned this may be a problem, and now there's only 2 flashes and a smoke on Infinite.
I'm still going towards B. There's 2 players there, but 1 is rotating away. Now, Sonic could be the difference maker here in this round. If he can get 1 kill in the next 10 seconds, as that smoke starts to fade towards B, he gives them a chance. But the question is, can he? Flash is great. The peak is not off the back of it. Swisher will find it. And now the second he finds that fight, they can play a 2-2 split. They're doubling back towards the A site, and they're going back into trouble just where Swisher has rotated over to. And now the Orb gets the freest kill of his life. Jaber gets caught, gets clipped, and Infinite secondary Orbing, trying to make something work, but Slacks will mop them up and mow them down. M80 locking in double digits at the turn of the half. And Wildcard have got nothing left in the lock, it seems. They look out of this.
We said this earlier, Wildcard beat M80 to get here. They need to beat M80 to stay here. And it's looking like too much of a tall order at this point. A 10-2 half, even more dominant than what we saw on Mirage. This is going to be incredibly hard for them to come back. There's 3 rounds left for M80. If they win Pistol, and hell, if they can convert, get themselves to 12 within the first 2 rounds of the half, I think this is all said and done. Wildcard, they've looked like a shell of their Vertigo selves here, but it was the second half that they came alive. Maybe a second half team. Their CT needs to be really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This, unfortunately, has not been a good watch at all. 10-2. A pistol round is absolutely a necessity for Wildcard. If M80 find the 11th here, it feels like it spells the beginning of the end as they creep and crawl through second mid. They will get out in towards apartments at the very least. It's a triple stack here. So Wildcard at the very least has done their research. They've got a good idea. This might just work.
Yeah, triple stack. 4 weapons, of course, with the jewelies from Slight.
Double flash.
Yeah, this could be absolutely massive. If Slight can... Oh, he's kind of playing anti. Look, he's kind of expecting it, looking away. This could be massive for him. He hasn't managed to get a single kill yet. He gets traded straight away. Stanislaw picks up 2, but it's enough damage dealt by the T's of M80 to be able to secure the bomb site. Bomb going to get planted by Rek, and it's in a super safe position. They were just afforded so much time there. Wildcard, it's fallen apart.
The flash missed as well, so it wasn't even like they were blind. That's the real issue. Def had to go for his flash on top of it too. Popping their way through, trying to get into the fight up close. Infinite gets 1, but only as Rek finds 2. And that surely should be that. Even after a pretty brutal mistake from M80, they still make it work. They still make that round stick. And surely now there's nothing, absolutely nothing to work with. Def will make sure that there's no overfaces, nothing too audacious to come through, but at this point it feels borderline unlosable.
Yeah, I mean, even if they do lose this next round and it's 11-3, there's enough of a buffer where they can just win a couple of cheesy rounds here and there. That's all they need at this point. They have so far ahead of their opponents that they can give them a bit of ground. They're not going to want to do that, and Def is too experienced to give them that. But Wildcard, I mean, they're digging into their bag of tricks. What are they going to be able to pull out right now? This four-man stack off the back of Malb's molly could be a big old swing, and that's exactly what we're going to be seeing. A little bit of team damage, but it's nothing crazy. Def picks up one. Malbs and Slack's good for more as well. Slight finally finding his pistol kills that he missed last round. But the damage done, and that's going to be a 12th on the board with almost certainty here for M80. Juggling those weapons back as well to ensure that nothing can be recovered, and it's just the IGL of Stanislaw. Been absent from majors for a while now, and, well, it looks like this is going to be another one as well. 1 round left for M80, who looked dominant in this first map, picked by Wildcard on Mirage. 13 rounds secured with ease. The second map, tested, tried on Vertigo. Wildcard looked so strong, and now look at them. This guy on your screen, Slight, he was so vocal, he was performing well, and now it's just a couple of rounds just haven't like strung together. Look at the frags as well. Jaber has been silent. 2 kills to his name. He's been so vocal, he's been so impactful. He's not to be found.
Non-existent, and you can already see, especially on the T side, Jaber's given a lot of mileage and a lot of space to work with, and if he can't find form, he is the win factor for Wildcard. So it basically sums up the miseries and the woes. We find ourselves now at an interesting crossroads, and it could be the end. Both sides with a bye. Slight's got his favored orb. M4's alongside it. And Stanislaw might have just spotted one. He will make that a couple, but Malb's in for the trade. Jaber needs something. He's got the support of Slight, who looks to find a second kill of his own. Orb up close, met with a nade. On the corner through Boiler, will get one. Tickling in the flames as Slight finds more. That's more like it. Jaber gets one. 3 kills for Slight, and you can see what it means to them. There is hope. There is a chance. While it may be improbable, it is absolutely not impossible.
What a round to win there as well. I mean, you're down in the dumps completely. Stan, only good for 1, but it's enough damage dealt with this stack here from Jaber and Slight. I mean, hell, what a shot that was to be able to close out the round as well. It's the 3rd on the board for Wildcard, and you look at this and you think, God, I mean, it's good, but is it enough? No, not right now. We need to be seeing this round converted from Wildcard as well, and then the momentum starts building. Yeah. I mean, the buy here from M80 is pitiful, but the economy is pretty stacked. Everyone's kind of fine right now. Mal's going to swing onto the corner. He is going to be good for that first opening kill. Sonic yet to trade him, needs to pick this up. Oh my good God, it's fallen apart. Malbs, you get so much ground, round after round, and you capitalize consistently. Captain consistent on the side of M80, and now with the smoke going down, Stanislaw needs to do this.
He's backing over rotates. They're actually too slow. Stan could be in trouble. He plays this right. He had to get out of sight. There's no way. If Stan sticks around on the site, he is, without a shadow of a doubt, dead here. He's going to boost up. M80 do not need to commit. They've got a minute to work with, all the time in the world, and they've left Def as a kind of a lurking presence in that cubby on mid. So there's no need to face it if they don't want to. The only real issue, I guess, is the quite limited util on that T side. They've got 1 smoke in the back pocket of Swisher. So Def is just going to sneak his way forward. No one long, no one brackets, and no one library facing him, so he can wrap all the way round. Jaber, he obviously would have relayed that this is a possibility, but this is a timing play. Def's going to get him behind. He's creeping his way forward. And the smoke's going to come over as well. It's all aptly timed to keep the attention drawn. Stanislaw finds Wreck, but back turns! Def fluffs his lines! Stan finds one. Head on a swivel, but he will fall to the hands of Slacks, who does have a rifle. 2 versus 3. Bomb goes down, and Slight can't show his cards just yet. It's an all-in buy. It's an all-in call on the poker table. That is this final round of Inferno. But can Jaber come up for support? Slight retaken with the orb is a big ask. Flash on the corner. Nade in the back pocket. Has to be good as Malbs is spotted in towards Dark. He chunks the nade, but stays alive as Malbs finds one more. All that remains is this kill, and Malbs will close it. Down goes Slight. Down go Wildcard. eliminated, and it's commiserations, but congratulations as M80 survive a scare.
They've got one more best of 3. One more best of 3s for Def to return to glory, return to the major circuit for the first time in almost 5 years now. It was 2019 that he was last at a major in, well, it wasn't even the playoffs at that point. It was only the play-in rounds. Oh, it's such a shame for Wildcard. So much promise on this roster. We expected more. Let's not beat around the bush. We expected them not to go 13-1 in their first best of 1. And this just shows how brutal these Swiss rounds can be. Yeah, you lose 2, you're gone. You lose your best of 1, you win your first best of 3. You can't convert the next. Commiserations to Stanislaw and the boys. But
congratulations, right?
Yeah, congratulations to M80. What a hell of a game. In the driver's seat for a strong majority of that. I mean, even on the map that they lost, it looked like they were the leading force until just the tail end of that second half.
Little hiccup on Vertigo. That's what we'll call it. We'll leave it at that, right? I think that still remains to me a solid map for them. I just don't think they approach it the way they probably wanted to. This round was massive. Slack's a 1v3, and Slack had an incredible game. I think it'll probably go without saying that he'll end up the MVP at the tail end. He was running away with the frags, but I just think everybody had their moment for M80. Everybody stepped up in some fashion or some way. And man alive, Wildcard, it was anything but. Jaber, who's such an influential youngster for this side, someone who's given a lot of space on that T side, couldn't use an advantage. The CT side, playing a lot of those A-anchor positions, never could step up to the plate. A quiet game for him was costly, and man, did Malbs close things in an emphatic fashion. That was a low buy as well, just to really rub salt in the wound. We take a look at the scoreboard at the tail end, and it is Slack's 21-2, 125 ADR.
Dude, that's insane.
That is a bonkers showing for him. Malbs not even exactly a bad game for himself. 110 ADR. Everybody had their moments, and it was anything but. Stanislaw, the most they got on 10 kills.
Yeah, it's not good. Look at that. I mean, obviously, Orpa, if you're wondering about the headshot kills, that's why. Don't worry about it. He bought that so early, and it never left his clutches. He was never losing it. He just fragged after fragged after fragged. I mean, 125 ADR seemed absolutely absurd. The amount of space that Slack was able to get and ban them out of round after round. We saw over on that B bomb site as well, holding down on Inferno. There was no way he should have won a 1 versus 3 with no backup from his teammate, and he absolutely destroys them. Yeah, M80, I mean, it looked a little bit rocky when they first started their RMR run, but now being able to come back into this one, 13-5, 8-13, and then 13-3. Yeah. What a crazy showing from them. Congratulations, Def and the boys.
And you know what? It actually shows as well that M80, when things get a little rough, or when they're coming in towards maps that are kind of inherently more puggy, they just fall back on fundamentals. And I've got to respect Def for the call there. He knows the tools and the kind of the chess pieces he's got to work with. Malbs, one of the best self-sufficient fraggers that is at this entire tournament. Swisher, somebody who can step up in a big way. Slacks, who can be left alone and can still do great work. And Wreck, man alive, was that guy amazing on CT side. This is the thing, Def's used his pawns perfectly in that game, and especially on those puggy maps where he knows that, right, we can take a step back and fall back on just the raw mechanics. It worked. Wildcard, no answer. They knew they couldn't compete when it came towards raw Angels, and they showed how to play it out. Man, we have to say goodbye towards the Wildcard side. You know, a team who went 3-0 in the qualifiers, top, first place coming through. We were expecting big things, but it's not to be in another North American team we have to say goodbye to. But hey, man, at the very least, M80 remain in it. We're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, Lucy and Brandon are going to be taking over for the remaining 2 best of 3s, and you're not going to want to miss those. For now, we will bid you farewell, and maybe we'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas, and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple. It's Olaf who's on top of the box, though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac 2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac 2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
And welcome back, everybody. We had a change in the shift here. We've also had a change kind of in the regions. We're very North American this morning on the A and B stream, but I think you can call the B stream the Brazil stream for the rest of the day, because we've got a South American brawl on both of our remaining best of threes.
Yeah, no, absolutely. First one coming up as well, Red Canids versus Oddik. It's a rematch of the qualification game for one of the two teams kind of get here in the first place. It was 2-1 at that stage. It was Oddik that did take the victory over 3 maps. Red Canids, it felt like they were a little bit unfortunate, but I'll tell you what, this RMR in particular, over the last couple of days of play, Red Canids have looked really solid. And for Oddik, it's been really turbulent. They've been trying to just kind of find their footing. Eventually did manage to do it against Elevate, but it was really scrappy, and that could have gone either way.
Yeah, I think in terms of the form, it feels like Red Canids come through looking a lot hotter. Oddik, yeah, not the best looking Counter-Strike we've seen from them. And then we've got Legacy MIBR coming up later on. That's a very exciting game too, between some veterans of past majors. So some exciting games to come. But there's Red Canids versus Oddik. We have already cast Red Canids once here between us, and it was a pretty good game. I think the way they play, pretty dominant, some would say, as they opened it up. Was it 13-1, I think, over Wildcard?
Yeah.
Good way to start your RMR run.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, it was really clean. And then the best of one yesterday against Pain, that was difficult for them because they went down a number of rounds on overpass. They were able to work it back. It was 8-4 at the half, and they were able to turn it around. And 13-10, honestly, it's a really fair scoreline of what was represented in that game. It was unfortunate for them because whether on the CT side, Pain were able to break the economy to the very end, but Pain have been looking really good right now. And overpass has always been a really questionable map for Red Canids, especially in recent times. So for them to be prepped on it, for them to be a little bit more prepared, I think it's still a good showing compared to what we've seen out of Oddik.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of felt that should have been Red Canids map. If you like watch it back, they lost like 2, I think, very unfortunate post plans on the T side. As you mentioned, the economy rose when the side swapped, so could have really gone either way. So they could have been battling in the 2-0 games today against Imperial, but instead they battled for their life. For Oddik, I gotta say, I wasn't super impressed by what I saw. They did take down Elevate in the game after their M80 loss.
That was wild.
It was some Counter-Strike on that map.
Yeah, no, for sure. And look, that decided map of Overpass was just unbelievable. That relied a lot on Matthias just going absolutely nuclear on that map and really bailing Oddik out of a situation that, to be honest, they should never have found themselves in. On paper, you feel like they're going to be the team that should blow Elevate out of the water, but they're finding it tricky. The jitters on LAN, it really is starting to get to them. And for Red Canids, they've got a lot of experience here. Their core's been together for a while, and you feel like it potentially could be their time. However, we know how brutal this format is for the RMRs. You lose 2 games, one of those being a best of 1. You lose a single best of 3, and you're eliminated.
Yeah, it's a pretty scary place to find yourself in, and one of these teams will be going home today. We mentioned kind of the head-to-head. These two teams did match up during the qualifiers. It was actually Oddik that came out 2-1 in that outing. But before that, I think back in November, they played an online cup, and that was a complete whitewash for Red Canids. I think it was a 13-1, 13-2 victory. So completely wiped the floor with them. So I feel like it's, even though Oddik beat them out in the qualifier, I feel like with the form we've seen so far, you've got to put Red Canids as the favorite coming into this.
Yeah, no, you do. And you also kind of come into this, we'll talk a little bit about the veto later on, but it's the depth of the map pool that Red Canids have compared to Oddik. I feel like they can kind of take things in any direction, and for Oddik, they kind of have to stick to what they know and what they really have their strengths in, but as a result, you can get punished, and it also becomes a little bit too predictable.
Yeah, exactly. And in terms of the individuals, we'll talk about it in a moment. The veto's going to come through. Obviously, we're going to see the permabans come through, so Inferno's not going to be played, Mirage won't be played.
For sure.
In terms of the picking, I think for Red Canids, the last 2 times they picked Overpass and Vertigo against this team. I think both of them should be feeling pretty good up against Oddik. I know it was very rough versus Pain, but I think they've had the reps here on LAN already, so they should be feeling comfy on it. The Vertigo could be a really cool punish pick to come through.
It could be potentially, but I feel like Red Canids should just play to their strengths quite a lot. They don't really have too many reps on Vertigo. Oddik here should always be the nuke pick. Yeah. This is one that they go for pretty much every single best of 3. If they're throwing out a curveball, I wouldn't actually mind kind of even maybe them going for that Vertigo as well, because it's one of those where it's such unknown territory for both of those teams, but where, as you mentioned, they got blown out on online. It makes a lot of sense for them to pick nuke. And yeah, here's that conversation. They can take it anywhere. Overpass, I think it's a really good decision, to be honest, because despite the low win rate, look, 2 wins, 5 losses for Red Canids, really doesn't reflect the true picture of what is going on in that server. They're a really strong overpass team. Ancient being banned by them as well. This is trying to force
That's
Anubis.
Interesting. Yeah, I really thought Ancient was going to be the decider, but I think you're right. They saw how weak the Anubis looked from Oddik, and I think they want to just take it there. Ancient kind of feels like a middle ground for both teams, whereas, yeah, it definitely feels like Red Canids can punish if it goes to Anubis, which I feel that it should with this veto. Vertigo would be pretty wild. Yeah, okay, Anubis is the decider. So I think this is a pretty logical veto. The Anubis is a little bit left field, but the opening maps are the comforts of these two teams.
Yeah, and absolutely. Look, this is a very good veto. If you're Red Canids, you always wanted to try and force Anubis for that decider in the first place, and you know that you can pick Overpass, and that's probably something that Oddik necessarily weren't expecting. I feel like they were maybe thinking Ancient might come into the fray, but Red Canids banning it out. They know that they can probably try and finish this series in 2. That's exactly what they want to try and achieve.
Yeah, exactly. And now we can talk a little bit about some of the individuals. I think one of the really interesting parts of both these rosters is they're both AWP IGLs, right, in terms of Woody and Nithon, but neither of them's the star of their team. In fact, they're quite often among the lowest rated players on their respective teams. So this is really a battle of the riflers. We saw Matios, you mentioned earlier, the performance he put up against Elevate. He single-handedly won that series for them. If he wasn't playing that lights-out Counter-Strike, honestly, it'd be Elevate playing here today. So he's been really impressive. Obviously, Turtle is a very consistent force. I think he's actually been one of the better performers in the past few months. So they're kind of two that I'm looking for. I think Ponta as well, and some of those lurk timings has been very pivotal for them.
Yeah, look, when it comes to the AWPers, as you mentioned, these guys are very much system-based AWPers. They aren't your flashy sort of like safe style of AWPing, for example. You're not really getting like the junior plays we saw yesterday for Nouns, where they're going to try and create space for their team. Instead, it's locking down a portion of the map and then using their utility to get those riflers involved. And it was something we mentioned day one for Red Canids, the fact that you've got Hardzao, the fact that you've got Davideus, these pieces that you can let off the leash just a little bit, and you can really set them up to be pivotal in these scenarios in which you need these opening kills. And when it comes down to these matches historically between Oddik and Red Canids, it all really leads into who can disrupt the other's default, who can make the other feel the most uncomfortable. And we see that a lot kind of in that head-to-head, and it's going to be very interesting to see the fights, especially for the middle of the map. There's a lot of prioritization towards one area of the map or the other.
Yeah, I think the point you made there kind of about the disrupting is really interesting when we talk about the way that nuke game went against Wildcard, because it never really felt like Red Canids were feeling uncomfortable, right? They just played their standard setups in the CT's rotation and comms were on point, but they never felt disrupted. So that's something that Oddik are going to have to bring to the table, because they were looking very good when they were just playing their CS.
And it's a case of we're going to see nuke now, the very first map, and it's worth talking about. Nithon not feeling the pressure outside against Wildcard, that will not happen here. Typically, Oddik are going to go for all of these outside smokes. They're not going to commit off it necessarily. They're going to be playing very default-heavy Counter-Strike, but at the same time, Knife is going to feel the pressure. Hardzao's going to want to come in immediately and just take these individual fights, and it becomes tricky for them, and that's kind of where they left isolated. Oddik starting outside again. Look, immediately, Knife and feeling the pressure. There's players top main. There's players out red. He's feeling suffocated.
They've really done secret this too. They just run all the way through. Matios gets that first kill, and he's still fighting them outside, keeping 3 bodies occupied, but it's all just a distraction. There are 4 players up the top side of the map. Matios is keeping every single one of them present here, and he continues to fight. The bomb is being planted on B.
That's wild. Benazira will finally deal with Matios, but the rotations are so far away, and that means they have to reroute from the entire same direction. Everyone down ramp. And there's no kit either. Time is of the essence here for Red Canids.
Yeah, they've wasted so much of it. Matios just kept them distracted for so long. Benazira with the dualies can go for the clear, but it's a double up in towards single that's going to be difficult to disrupt. Nice shot there from Hardzao. Turtle, immediate trade, and they're not on the bomb. Now it's impossible for Destiny to win this one, even if he finds his first kill, finding the second, won't leaving with enough time, and Ponta closes. Oddik taking first blood.
Yeah, really smart from Oddik. And again, this is historically a game in which Oddik will try and take space outside. They'll put pressure over on Nithon at Garage, and they'll look to split over Heaven. Here, it's a little bit of a variation. Red Canids think that's exactly what they're going to do, but no, instead it's one player applying the pressure, everyone else going down to the lower bomb site. Red Canids are too slow to rotate, and they've just got not enough time. And Oddik, by doing that as well, setting themselves up really well in the afterplant, which is so essential, because that's something they've been struggling with recently.
Good start for Oddik, and they're going to need it. Just got the pistols into this one. A Zeus in play for Destiny. Imagine that one. It's over towards Ramp, which has become popularized thanks to Rops. Matios is again fighting all the way over towards Hell. Taking liberties with this space to try and get some Mach 10 kills. Bomb outside, but should just be a matter of cleaning up these kills. Oh, Destiny almost catches Matios. Trying to bait him in. Hey, gets the Zeus kill.
A little bit of morale, but at the end of the day, won't really amount to a great deal. Woody now just trying to close the net. Cartel versus Victim potentially. All audio being very vocal, just trying to ensure that Davideus can potentially get another kill. It seems very unlikely. It's only a matter of time before Oddik lock in this second round.
All good in the hood. Davideus hanging out in the lockers. Odd place for a locker room, really. Nowhere to really get changed here. Very separate from the rest of the facilities. Also, why did no one build a door through like this side of the building? This is just not an architecturally well thought out location.
It's a video game.
Okay. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. So it is going to maybe probe up. Just to see if anyone's hanging out. But all good. Just the one casualty, and it was the Mach 10.
Yeah, Woody says sit down. But look, Red Canids aren't going to be worried too much about this. I'm really interested to see on the CT side of Red Canids getting active, especially over towards lobby. Common reaction typically for CTs is once they lose outside control, once a huge amount of pressure has been applied, is to walk through lobby, take the space. Davideus is never really this player over towards ramp that will go for that aggression by himself. Almost feels like he will remain rooted and protect the sole area of the map he's been kind of positioned to anchor down. But I really want to just see some intuition just from some of these players. Oddik lining up utility. Thinking about going for a faster A pop after dropping down these outside smokes. This is fast.
Yeah, flash over Molotov as well to disrupt, and they're going straight on through, but Destiny lines them up, even finding the third kill before he is dealt with. Nathan from the Heaven needs to at least give some space over. Don't want to put it back into the 2-on-2, but Hardzao just catches Ponta as he was just wanting to dribble through the extra smoke. What he is gonna... Oh, no, unlucky. Hardzao again finding success with the spam. What started so well for Oddik falls apart very quickly. Bomb plants something. Woody clutching this one with 25 health points. Gonna be a very unlikely scenario. See what he can get done. An extra kill would be great, but it's just the headshot. No finishing blow. The Red Canids will get on the board.
Good counter utility from Red Canids as well. Immediately as the flashbang comes over the top, it's Venom Zero with the incendiary, and it's Destiny that can keep his gun out throughout all of that. And it's Destiny and Venom Zero that have been the ones that have been lagging behind the rest of the team for Red Canids. You take a look again at how these two teams match up against each other. It's a lot of pressure that gets applied to the bomb sites that Destiny and Venom Zero like to anchor on. And this is so deliberate from JTR and the structural setup from Oddik. It's just to limit test them, especially in a round like this where the guns have come out, you know the investment is here, so you're going to go and change the pace up on Red Canids immediately. Hasn't quite worked out. Destiny passes that first hurdle, and now for Red Canids they can start to build some sort of a collection of rounds here on the defense.
Matias already brought down incredibly low. I think he just copped a HE, as a follow-up, but he's already scampered away. At least it is just the Deagle player, so it's not the worst. I'm interested to see how much pressure they put outside once the AWP comes out, because Nathan was, as you kind of mentioned, really unpunished outside, but definitely was in positions that should have been punished. At the moment, it's just the lurk showing presence.
This is better though, positional-wise for Nathan. The fact that he is now in a position where he can quickly rotate away. It's just one player causing noise again. This time it's Nate. being outside, lurking around. Oddik are hoping and praying for Red Canids to come and crunch in towards lobby, but that hasn't happened. They remain resilient in their setups. Utility being set up and redeployed again. Turtle takes the bomb outside. Oddik are redirecting.
Fake out into the upper side.
It's all well and good, this, but at the same time, you've not really established any space, and you've also been spotted by Hardzao.
Yeah, definitely been spotted. Destiny tucks on down. Knifeman's arrived as well. Getting into the side is going to be very tricky. I think even Davideus can come quickly to support from ramp. Monta tries to get ahead of Destiny, but can't be done. And as a follow-up headshot, Turtle and Matios are limping, and time is dwindling. They're cancelling, saving the best outcome. Feels bad for Matios. You almost kind of want to die if you're him just for the loss bonus, but going to be a bit of a limp finish to this round.
Yeah, really nice though from Red Canids. Just the way they set up themselves in that round. The fact that you've got Venom Zero, who's at the top of Hut, just jiggling squeaky after the smokes are faded, after continuously being refreshed by Red Canids, gets the intel without actually directly having it. You can also hear the audio of players just dropping utility that lands on the top of Silo. They weren't fooled.
Round 2, Woody now relegated to the pistol, and Ponto is going in fast. Smoke does re-bloom in front of him. Destiny, though, spamming on through, catches him out. Skirting back. So it's going to be a boost, bit of damage done. Didn't seem to be heard or confirmed by Destiny. So Venom Zero gets exposed. Destiny under pressure, and Turtle snaps him down. Hardzao spam, not going to find success this time. They managed to breach the site, and with Nithon falling, they might have just done enough.
That's a collection of errors there. Oddik have been allowed a safe passageway into this site. Retake, look, it is achievable, but it's still difficult. Low HP on a number of these players. You haven't really got the utility to go for it, not to mention there's a kit. Hardzao is already rotating away. Davideus will soon come and follow him. A lot of overcommitments there. Destiny finds the first kill. He's full blind. Venom Zero thinks that there's an opportunity to jump up towards top Hut. In essence, they should have just played the crossfires. Caught out in the open. Caught out with nowhere to go.
Oh, it's going for the ninja.
Okay. Has he got it?
No, someone's coming back. I think, yeah. Oh. Matios hears the drop.
NT.
I love the idea.
Does kill him.
Actually, maybe I don't love the idea because now he doesn't have a gun. And they would have had a beautiful buy. It's still going to be a buy, but probably an MP9 or a FAMAS in the mix instead. Oh, well, you know, if he'd won it, it would have been really cool.
I swear he had a smoke as well.
He did. It's one of those things where I think you just want to get it down as quickly as possible, right? And also, you don't want the smoke to alert them.
That's true. Nice try. Without screaming at them.
Oh, I wish we could hear them.
No ninjas on our watch.
Hyphen's all out. Davideus gets the short end of the straw. MP9 for him. And because of that, it's actually going to be Nithon starting over towards ramp with him. Just support early, boost him up. And Hardzao falls outside. Matios, he's really been impressive so far at the RMRs.
He hasn't. Now this is really difficult, right? Because your closest rotate would normally be a ramp player. Someone has to go down the vent. That hasn't happened. Davideus is still boosted up, and he feels like he doesn't want to waste his position. Also, this conditioning from Oddik. Sure, we're only 6 rounds deep, but they take secret. Often they pause for a number of seconds, potentially looking to go elsewhere. This time, it's the whole collection of the Oddik roster making their way down. A late rotate as well. Out of Matios, just try and cut off these rotations. They're in. They've got all of the control. And if you're Red Canids, honestly, you probably save.
Yeah, I don't think they're going... They are actually going to start to head towards it, but I think they're only just going to be factoring if there's like a split. I think they don't get this look in, surely. Nithon is going to poke down. A kill might entice them. Now he's feeling emboldened. Continues to have a look around. It's the Starless plant. It's going to keep Ponta safe. I think without any clear way in, with the money as it is, you want to keep these weapons for the next.
Yeah, they were never interested. It was just more the fact of if Knifing can find a couple of kills, then you can accelerate down in towards the ramp or down in towards the vent. But there are two clear examples of what we were setting up in the pre-game, and it actually happens twice in the same round. Hardzal being completely exposed outside, very willing to fight from main. Often he's in that area of the map where he's by the ice cube, and will often, as soon as the diagonal smokes down, look to fight through them. He gets spammed, removed by actually a player top silo. And then there's just no proactiveness. Sure, you can kind of forgive Davideus because he's only on that MP9.
Boosted up as well, I believe.
But even so, there's no lobby push. Knifin has a little glance outside over the top of the smokes, doesn't see anything. He could even then just say to Davideus, look, come off the boost with me, I'll scope up, you can walk in. There's so many things you could do for information there, and Red Canids do nothing.
Yeah, it all just came too late, right? Knifin goes for a cursory look, and they're already in the site. A lobby push comes about that same time, and yeah, the bomb's planted at that stage. Util spam does a lot of damage on the Venom Zero. That was cool. That's going to have him feeling very vulnerable, but it's not going to stop him going for the spam. Single, oh yeah, I was going to say single piece of utility could be his undoing. Just about gets away.
Same play, didn't see it. Might as well boost up Davideus.
Davideus. I wanted to say that the whole time. It's just in my head. It's how I remember the pronunciation. Like Amadeus.
This is very slow from Oddik. This is another complete change-up, and you see Harzal's rotating in. As soon as this utility, he needs to be aware Nate can be here, but he looks the wrong way, and that's the opportunity. Nate is through, and he strikes twice. Destiny on the bomb site, needs to find everything, but instead comes up with nothing. Knifin at the back of the site can only chime in for 2 kills, and there is Davideus. And he'd need to strike 3 times for this round to be possible, but can't get past the first hurdle of the AWP. It's Oddik looking dominant on their map pick.
What a sick series of kills from Nate, and just a great call, right? They had no idea that split in towards A was coming. You could see he was just caught between 2 mines in towards main, didn't know which way to look. Pins it on through, and Venom Zero being brought down so low earlier just made the hold even more difficult. Nathan tries his best, 2 good kills, but with the AWP, he was always going to be run down eventually. That's going to cause the first timeout for Canids as well, who are not having the same explosive start to their CT side they did against Wildcard in the opening best of 1.
Slow starts are really a trouble for Red Canids. Saw it yesterday against Pain as well, that they do build back into these games, but obviously 5 rounds already conceded here on your defensive nuke. It doesn't paint the prettiest of pictures. Timeout is not only to kind of discuss what the buy is going to be, which will be pretty minimal, but it'll also be, how do we address when we finally get the guns out? And it has to come from players getting aggressive outside or players starting down Secret as a consequence. Because Oddik are being given a lot of respect. It's not even a case of even using grenades to blow open these smokes for even info or just trying to cause disruption. Turtle's just down the vent.
That's fun. Against the pistol, just go for a very fast play. Matias at the first kill. Azal, Deagle, actually does, oh my god, gets through. Goes to the reload, manages to get away. You almost believe it for a moment that he's gonna do the impossible. Maybe he's given them a chance. The USP from Nython spams down Nate.
Oh, nearly, but not quite. Ponta with the first. Destiny needs to swing. Destiny needs this kill. Ducking and diving around the ramp, but not possible. Knifin scavenged this AK, has got the bomb dropped as well. This is difficult for Oddik, but patience might prevail.
It's difficult for Nython though, right? Recovered AK, knows that the bomb is there and wants to try and isolate a fight early. He doesn't even have armor though. Oh, but it doesn't matter. What an adjustment, but the second player is going to be on him before he knows it. Woody comes around and with the Glock gets it done, but that gets incredibly close.
Yeah, hey, look, you said fast play in towards the pistols is a really cool thing to pull out. Sure, it's the most unexpected, but it's times like that where things can get complicated. Harzal does everything. Nifin's then baited into a position because ramp's already been taken by Oddik. The lobby push comes in at the perfect moment to isolate the ramp player and keep him there so Knifin can get the AK. It's so close, but Woody's decision to rendezvous on ramp was perfect. They don't split up. There's still trade spacing, and it's still Oddik with a firm control in this game. Now we see it, right? Davideus starts down B. He goes over towards Secret.
It feels like it's the change that was necessary. Even though there's not a strong prioritization yet out here, it's just Nate. The smokes will come down. Davideus got this one 100%, and the information too. No one else is behind it. Oddik finally punished for how bold they've been with this outside control.
What's great here as well is you look at the starting position at Knifin, and it's over towards the other extremity at Ramp. So he's also got a quick rotate if they want to go in towards Heaven. Utility being deployed by 2 players here suggests that it's probably not going to be the commitment out of Oddik. And no. Instead, it's the displacement that gets Destiny. Turtle will find him, and now we're all even. And Matthias is creeping for crunching on main.
Oh, they're not ready. They're not ready. Hardzal thought about it for a second. But caught out, and Venom Zero tucked in towards the back of default. Oh, gets a great shot onto him, but his support network starts to falter. It's Nithon pushing through towards the lobby. The bomb's there on Woody, you saw it. But Woody's gonna leave. Doesn't allow that opportunity. Turtle descends. And they can head towards outside. That's where the control is. Onto jumps around the corner. Venom Zero has definitely heard this. And hearing Woody run as well. You can't go down this vent. Turtle is tucked on through. Deals with Nithan. 10 seconds left. They do need to plant the bomb, but all going to be confirmed when Venom Zero's position known. And Turtle in towards the vents. Gets 7 for Oddik.
It's really nice. Oddik are really crafting a master plan against Red Canids. And they're showing so much variation that it gets really troublesome in the mid-round.
What is that with Turtle's chair? This guy's lounging. He needs the back support, man. They're good chairs. It's like sitting on a stool, perched.
He doesn't need lumbar support when he's got a hard shell.
I suppose so.
This is really good from Oddik. I mean, again, all it is it's just making sure you punish over extensions. So Davideus gets the opening kill, which is great. But then you've got Ponta over at Silo that's always holding for him. You've got Nate that is close, ready to go through main, and that is something that has been really exploited in multiple different rounds. Harzal's been caught off guard at least 2 or 3 times. And the consolation prize is pistols. Harzal last time found 2 headshots. This time can't even find 1.
Yeah, Destiny gets his, that's it. I think there's the stark contrast here as well in terms of, I was about to say Venom Zero, who gets a sick kill, but Venom Zero and Davideus, they were, I think, 100% cast, which is kill, assist, survive, traded. Basically means they're involved or survive every single round on the wildcard match. They were so active, and they were basically winning out every one of their fights that they took. Having a slower start to this map, and there's 2 players that you're looking at on this team to be having a huge amount of impact.
Again, this really just boils into the game plan for Oddik. We'll come back to it in a moment because Destiny and Venom Zero are thinking about this. Knows that Matios could be locked out in second vent. Venom Zero can't clear it properly. And Matios is now catching Destiny with nades in his hand. It's too easy for Oddik. 8 rounds on the T side of Nuke. And going back to that Davideus point, where does he play? Over at Ramp. Where have Oddik gone? Probably once. Ramp.
True.
They've not tested him. They've completely avoided him. You can't play a game if you're rotating.
And honestly, it's crazy the stark difference of this Oddik versus the Oddik we saw versus Elevate.
And I thought that this might have been the case because this is familiar opposition. This is also rivalries. Emotions get heightened. You're screaming in native languages at each other. It all means so much more. And Destiny, again, caught with his nades out, fully blind, doesn't matter. He's still able to find 1, but it's Ponta trying to do everything for his team in towards this bomb site. At least there's trades available for Red Canids. The first time they've been in a player advantage in what feels like forever.
Nithon supporting from the heavens is going to descend. The bomb is in towards CT vent. Turtle can't really escape at the moment, but maybe he does have an opportunity. Just going to go for the bomb plant. Being spammed, Hardzal seems to be a savant through the smoke.
He sees that gun barrel, surely. He sees that gun
yeah,
barrel
I think
through
he's
the vent.
aware. But he knows Hardzal just spammed out his teammate in towards main, right? So...
See him.
Oh, this is crazy.
It would need to be pixel perfect.
Oh, but on the back line, Sniper walked all the way around through hell. I feel like he must have been scoped in the whole way. What a funny way for that to end. But finally, Red Canids find an answer in their defense.
And they need the next one. They need it to be 4. You can't really get away with 3. But again, this one is stressful. The utility thrown as a counter for Venom Zero. Profit. Destiny gets caught with a nade in his hand yet again. It's difficult.
Only the first time that Oddik have to use a pause. They've just not really felt any pressure on this T side. It feels like everything they've been doing is just working. Now they can get JTR on the mic, which is a bit of a fun crossover for us because we obviously cast a lot of women's Counter-Strike. Yeah. And JTR, if you don't know, was the coach of Nigma Galaxy during their 2-year domination of the women's CS sphere. Since joining the Oddik squad last year. Wants to take them to the major.
I'll tell you what, they've put a good foot forward here in this first half on their map pick. Always felt predictable in terms of the way the veto was going to go for Oddik. It's always going to be the ban. And then the pick of Nuke. But what they're displaying on the server is far from predictable. It's consistently changing. The dynamic is shifting. The pressure staple on all areas of the map. Destiny and Venom Zero potentially to be tested again. It feels like they have no respite. You can't push lobby if you're constantly being bombarded with all this utility.
Yeah, even on the rounds that Oddik don't go towards A, they're always throwing the util set from roof, and it's just keeping Destiny and Venom Zero in this high state of anxiety the whole time that this hit could come at any moment. The conditioning is constant onto the A bomb site. Hardzau's again out towards Secret, so he'll get the information that no one's here, and here's that utility set. It's about to come through again, but again, it's not A, it's ramp that's the destination.
Finally, Davideus on his angle can have a round where he can be involved, he can anchor. But is he going to be warmed up? Is he going to be ready? There's been no altercations coming his way for such a while. Support isn't here either. It is just Davideus against Oddik.
He's worried about ramp as well, like behind him on the B side. See him checking it occasionally, so there must be a gap that's been communicated at some point, but now he's focused. Information, they're coming towards him, and he gets that first kill, but traded immediately by Turtle. Pond is now going to drop, held out by Hardzau. So again, Red Canids find themselves in the favorable position. Bond to be planted, Destiny coming through fast. Double up utility towards Nate, who wants to fight on 4, can't find his kill. Turtle though, charges through for 1, and it's all onto Woody. A 1 versus 3, and they open the door in his face, slam it closed. And they'll find their 4th.
Much better. You can see what Oddik were trying to do in terms of the timing. 35 seconds, that's where the exec goes. You've also got Pond to jump into main to try and sell the idea further. But because they leave it so late, they don't have enough time. It's not like they can wait just a few extra seconds to make Davideus potentially move off his angle. And being caught in transition, they have to instantaneously go ramp. Davideus was not fooled whatsoever. The fact he gets 1 is more than enough because it gives the communication over. Well, look, there's 2 ramp guaranteed.
At the bomb.
And he got space outside. And from there, it's just good trade spacing, and Red Canids able to find 4. So they do recover, just about. But it's T-side nuke. That's why you need to stake your claim. That's why you need to revitalize on this first map. Obviously, it all starts with a pistol, and then the following up conversions, but Oddik have really laid down strong foundations.
Get the pistol round Zeus from Turtle as well. Love how popularized this has become. Taken into Hut, I would say. Triple ramp. They're likely going to start to push forward. Davideus is aware of this possibility, and he has teammates behind him, but he's down. Hardzau and Destiny get theirs, and Hardzau doubles up. That's given them the pathway through. Woody and Turtle start to push behind, so they are going to be on a good flank timing, but no kit. Bomb can be planted forward. And not going to get there in time to deny. Woody would have loved to have found that kill. That would have been the way back in. Turtle now has to do it all. First is his. Doesn't even have armor to work with. And both these players so isolated. 10-second defuse required. Taps the bomb. Has to open the door though, so you know there's no committal, and he's loud on his jump. They're not going to budge. There's no need for them to peek. Now they have to come forward. Destiny's going to swing on in. Doors opened. Turtles ran out of time.
So well done from Knifin as well. By coming down secret, he confirms that Vent isn't a rotation passage for Oddik. There's no one in single. There's no one over at double. So you can plant fairly open if you like. But you've also got the option to go default and hold for single door. I really like the plant there from Red Canids because it also coming down on the retake, the push in from ramp, which is always a possibility, as Hardzow confirms. You could be in so many different angles. And the fact that Knifin never even reveals himself in the first place, it's always a different player taking the contact. It's always that element of surprise. Starting strong, there it is, Red Canids, a crucial pistol.
Now they'll be able to get up to the 6-8 scoreline. Much recovered from where it was. But there is a bit of a nasty surprise on the stairs. 4 players stacked over here. So this is a curious CT stack.
You just hope they don't throw the molly. That's quite common by double door. Otherwise, you're cooked.
Quite literally, yeah.
Oh, here it
is. Brazilian barbecue. Charging on forward, and well, actually it forces the fights out. So favors Oddik, but Red Canids obviously have the weaponry. Now they know that there's space over towards A. They're going to start to take that. Bomb can come on through. I think any crisis should be avoided.
They want to fight this. They want to give this a go. You've got rounds to play with here, Oddik. Try and do some of the economic damage. Doesn't work out initially. So now they back off. Hardzow nearly caught out by Matios, but still, for 4 USPs, maybe a P250 thrown in there, a couple of Galils that have been picked up. Is pretty decent for Oddik. They could even rush a little bit more, try and do even more damage, but that feels unlikely.
Yeah, you take 3, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
That's brilliant. You just spam on through. Davideus will get the trade, and Turtle holding for him. So this has been a brilliant round. Hardzow needs to be careful he doesn't lose his gun as well. Only one that survives the round. That's a beautiful eco, really.
Hardzow just spamming the body, letting them know that round still belongs to Red Canids. But you're right, completely expensive. I actually really like the decision for Turtle to flank all the way around towards ramp as well. Because all the spam from Garage is just containing Red Canids at the first instance, and then Davideus, you see, he's completely trapped. They don't care about how many weapons they bring forward into the next, because that was always an eco anyway. The buy is actually better for Oddik than Red Canids because of all that damage done. Oh.
Well, goes back and forth up at the top of Garage. Ponto is not in a nice position, but he's able to get away thanks to the distraction of Nate. And he's just going to swing through. The entire belt of Destiny is used up. Nate capitalizes, finding Davideus as well. He's done so much damage outside. Destiny with the bomb is wounded as well.
What's the last thing you expect for Nate to do in that situation? Is just push the smoke and keep on going. Felt so confident. And here's this info play. Matios Turtle doubled up.
Oh, Destiny's dead.
That's the bomb as well.
That's the round.
Hardzow's got all the space out A. It doesn't matter if you can't get through the doorway. Destiny finds one, but you're not ready for Matios at the second time. We'll drop a molly. Is aware that there could be someone here, but now needs to also be mindful of main.
Yeah, it's not uncommon to see a double push from ramp, so Destiny taking some heads up Counter-Strike. Hardzow can now spend the time to come back and group up. That has allowed Matios to come up towards Heaven, though, and this site that was clear is no longer safe to go to.
They're going ramp, maybe? No.
Went through hard. This is being held. Matios has gotten the prime position to deal with both of them. It couldn't have been more perfect.
Really good disengage from Matios as well. After taking the space towards radio, could have sat there. Could have been there the entire time, but every single second that ticks down is another opportunity just for Red Canids to group up and take that fight. So just by disengaging, not only are you kind of just removing yourself from that inevitability, also your teammate is incredibly low. So you'd be setting the round up to fail if you do stay there. So really good heads up play, retaking the space that's just been claimed by Hardzow for the last 40 seconds. Red Canids, they take a pause. Their momentum's been stopped.
Stifled. Pressure on, elimination for one of these two teams here. You see, it was just a barrage of kills through smokes. Nate's push forward is fantastic. I'm amazed Destiny's able to get that kill, to be honest, but yeah, the reposition from Matthias is everything. He was part of the ramp push and routes all the way around, walking the whole way. And they forced into it, so they took the pause and they decided, we want to put Oddik onto the back foot. If they can win this one, they're back into this game.
Makes sense. Came down to just 2 players alive.
Oh, that's a massive gap in that smoke.
Yeah, this is rougher than Azira, but maybe it's actually just more complicated for Nate. At least Woody's there to trade. Ponta has to drop. They're running through the molly. They're being very loud. Red Canids, they've completely taken over ramp.
Woody's going to come up towards heaven. Oh, this is funky.
They're clearing him.
Yeah, he's okay. First kill is his, only 2 bullets, but time to reload. And now he's actually in a pretty strong position against these Tech 9s. But Not a Fun comes up the ladder behind him. Matthias, who's been required time after time for this squad, is able to put things back into their favor. Ponta just trying to go up the ladder and flank. He's brought down incredibly low. This is a weird round. Hard's out, trying to get something back, but Ponta with low HP gets the kill. Destiny can still win this. Ponta is 1 shot off death. I could just drop. No, the slow descent considering. To see if he's floating around at all. Yeah, drops down, but Ponta's tucked in, gets the information, and that's enough for Turtle to swing off.
Really good work there, just by Oddik, and the fact that they've got MP9s, there's no armor for Red Canids, so even though they do overwhelm and do some damage with the Tech 9s, the MP9s are ultimately going to come up clutch. That's why you can afford to just spam on the ladder. But again, it all is just the element of disruption and distraction. That's really what it's come down to, this entire game from Oddik. It feels like Red Canids have never been able to put themselves in a position where they feel comfortable, no matter what. And as you mentioned, that was the force buy. Now, Red Canids have got nothing.
Yeah, it feels like that's the round this map lives and dies on for Red Canids. They win it, you know, suddenly they're up 7-9, and it's an eco basically for Oddik, and you're only talking about 1 round difference at that point, but it goes the other way, and Oddik should be up to 11 with an incredibly difficult T-side ahead for Red Canids. Ponta's HE is going to be hefty. Lots of damage done. He's the only one over here, so he could get overwhelmed. He's staying very present towards ramp, but you know what? With sprays like that, why not? The full house denied by Hardzal. But the 4K is enough to secure the round. An M4 picked up, Nate spots him out. Begging for a headshot away through, maybe towards the upper site, but he's locked in from every angle.
Yeah, you cannot plant the bomb here as well, which would have been the primary objective for Red Canids in a round like this. Harzan needs to piece it together, but as soon as he takes contact on one player, the other one will swing. Such a difficult position to find yourself in. Has a look, Woody. Catches a glance and a stray bullet. Harzal resets. He's not working with much resource when it comes to health or time. Surely this bomb plant cannot come through. The only option for him, he feels like, is to scale up the ladder and go in towards A, but Nate is lying in wait.
Yeah, bomb plant would be a phenomenal result, but there's no way he gets past Nate. Yeah, perfect shot from the vents. That's 11 for Oddik, as they are looking dominant on their map pick.
Final gun round, really final chance now for Red Canids. Is there an AWP available? No.
I don't know if we've really seen an AWP at all in this map. This has not been the focus of either Nython. I think Woody did actually have it out a bit. On that first half, we saw a couple of rounds, but this half, not at all.
Makes more sense, to be honest, for both teams, because it's just been working for Oddik, so Woody doesn't really need to change it. Nate is having so much fun outside. He keeps going, and now the element of surprise of Woody with that rifle under main is still a mystery to Red Canids. Nate is taking every single fight under the sun. making it impossible, so claustrophobic for Red Canids. They still go into Nate's domain, and he still finds in all of these kills. Nate with 3, in fact, nearly make it Nate with 4. Hardzao finally ends his reign of terror, but Woody and Turtle pick up the pieces. Game set and nearly matched for Oddik.
Nate is locked in. Everyone is on this rifle core on the side of Oddik. Nate at 15, Matios at 16. Turtle's up there as well.
Ponter 18.
Ponter at the top of the scoreboard. This is an Oddik that's firing on every cylinder, and I think this round just exemplifies the confidence that they're feeling at the moment. No pressure at all.
But so much on Red Canids. Think about it as well. These outside takes, these fights, where have been the flashbangs? Not there, non-existent. Fast, desperate play now in towards the top side of the map. Destiny finds one with a Mac 10, but it's Turtle locking things down on the bomb site. This one is surely done. Hardzao versus the world, and it looks like it's about to swallow him up.
Yeah, this one's almost as difficult as when he had the picked up M4 in the Glock round. At least he's in a good position, but he doesn't even have the bomb. Ponter's factoring it in. Held the ladder. Hardzao can't go anywhere. Oh, actually. Beat for free? No, not for free. Did not pay the subscription. And so he gets cancelled. 13-6 for Oddik on Nuke.
Absolutely dominant from Oddik as well. Typically when these two teams match up, it's so close. 13-10, 13-11. 13-6 is a statement piece. And what a polarizing result and setup that Oddik had compared to those maps against Elevate yesterday. It's all controlled. Sure, there's method to that madness. There's so much aggression going on, but it's all on Oddik's terms, and Red Canids could never get a say in which way the fights were going to go.
And it's very different the way that Red Canids have to approach the game compared to the map against Wildcard, where they never felt the pressure, they never got tested. So even though they started their RMR adventure with a 13-1 win, it's not like it really made them sweat at all. So now going up against a team that they've played before, a team that's very comfortable on Nuke, well, it's a completely different situation for them.
I mean, look, even these highlights, look at how many dry peaks there are from Oddik, because Red Canids never just flashed, never really did anything. And that is the power of Oddik being unrelenting and merciless in the way they set themselves up. Red Canids never punished. It's brutal. And now you go to Overpass, a map in which your win rate, it's all signs point to Oddik potentially being able to do this. It was the clutch up from Matios that sent Elevate home. And now for Red Canids, it's a pick that, sure, they feel comfortable on, but it's one they need to be perfect on. Otherwise, they face elimination here in the RMR.
And it's great to see the Oddik arrive in the server that we saw during the qualifiers, right? An Oddik that plays a lot more structured, a lot more depth to their gameplay. It felt like in their opening games, it was so puggy. This was not puggy at all. It was very controlled. You can see it in the scoreboard, everyone contributing. Woody pulling the strings, of course, but not expecting him to be at the top, and he doesn't need to be when he's got all these riflers doing the work for him.
And also, how many times did he really have the AWP in that second half? Like, barely any. So I think that's the conversation piece. Davideus not getting involved in the game. We did touch on it, but that was all part of the game plan. And the fact that he's now heading outside on the T side of Nuke and being shut down by all of these aggressive pushes, I mean, what could he do? He was a bystander. He was watching all of that game.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of rough, right? Basically your star player who's kind of brought into this squad to kind of elevate it, take it to the next level, can't even get involved on the opening map. We go to Overpass next, the map pick of Red Canids. Yeah. What are we expecting there, Brandon?
Difficulty. They start T-side.
Yeah.
And we saw that T-side just be overwhelmed. And for Oddik, it's going to be very much the same game plan. It's going to be them pushing and poking at various areas of the map. And for Red Canids, all they need to do is just group as a unit, because when they go together as 5, when they try and activate these riflers by just having this increased trade spacing, that's where they find a lot of their success. Too many of those gunfights were isolated, and that can't cut it on Overpass.
Yeah, exactly. And hopefully we see a bit better T-side, because again, didn't really feel like we got to see too much of there because it was such a dominant first half, right? And well, I guess we'll have to find out. The Overpass is coming up next. Oddik, one map away from staying alive at the RMRs, and Red Canids need to win to stay in. Don't go anywhere.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And simple. It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's snapped away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker are the same.
I don't know about you, Brandon, but I'm feeling a little bit emotional because during that break, I just saw the winning moment for Imperial, which just happened on the A stream, and just seeing how much it means to these teams when they make it through to the major, it moves something in your heart. But on the other side, we're in elimination games over here, which is the heartbreaking moments. And now Oddik, they're one step away from breaking the hearts of Red Canids.
Yeah, and it really is bittersweet, isn't it? Because obviously, look, teams have got to progress, but for that means that teams have to go home. And you take a look at the performance on Nuke for Red Canids, and it feels like they've got 1 foot out the door already. It was just sloppy. And for Oddik, it was completely controlled. It felt measured, sure. The rounds were chaotic when it comes to the amount of gunfights that were being taken, just kind of on a whim, it felt like. But no, it was all about that disruption. And now we go to Overpass. We go to Red Canids pick, sure. They feel like they've got the confidence to do it. They feel like we picked into this map because we can punish Oddik. We start on T side.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? And even though it feels like, yes, they could have won, maybe should have won the game versus Pain, even still, the way that they lost a lot of the rounds against Pain is the way that Oddik, I think, will punish them here. Exactly. It was kind of going outside of the conventions. There was a few moments they got pushed through smokes. It was how fast they were on the post plants and the flanks. That was catching them off guard on that T side. I'm really scared for Red Canids here.
The biggest thing I would say is, look, if you're on this T side for Red Canids, you want to be trying to utilize this core rifle, just triple threat that you've got. Set them up for plays and make sure that they're together, because the minute you start kind of having these fights that you're not ready for, or you're going to be caught off guard, and then the kind of the whole flow of the game just sort of feels off. You never know your opponent's next move. That's where it can crumble. Stakes have never been higher for this team right here, right now in Monterrey, and they just need to remember to reset, remember who they are, because they've been here before. They've faced difficult times, and they should be able to at least show more of a convincing map than what we got on Nuke.
And speaking of having been here before, a storyline we haven't brought up yet, but is definitely very much in the minds of some of these players, is this core of Destiny, Venom Zero, and Nathan. At the last major, at the Blast RMRs, they lost out in the 2-2 match against Fluxo, led by Woody. Woody, on the other side of the server, for Oddik, might eliminate them from an RMR again.
And that was with Woody in that matchup. Again, sitting back, not doing too much of the heavy lifting. Here in this matchup, first one, but didn't really have to do too much, was never really involved. Maybe he strikes here, but we've got to remember, everyone, that this Oddik gameplay that we saw yesterday against Elevate was not the same Oddik we've seen in the server today. And it's up to Red Canids to make them play like they did against Elevate, and that is a fantastic start. Hardzao taking the initiative, Nate hits the deck.
Yeah, great opening kill. That's onto the info player at A, and Oddik have a read. This is crazy. They have not rotated anyone back to A.
They do this a lot on their pistols, but also in just the first couple of rounds. They always keep 4 players just rooted here on B, just on the off chance that they fall into the trap. And guess what? It's working. There's counter utility also available. Ponta strikes, Venom Zero trades. Here comes that utility, the scaling, punished.
Turtle and Woody, now that smoke is giving them a lot of space to work with. Woody finds one, Madios just taking pot shots deep from Graffiti. And Woody starting to peek on forward, looking to trade off the space that's being taken. Nathan can't get anything done. A call just to gamble B after you lose your solo player on A. They don't budge a muscle. And Red Canids walk straight into the trap.
That's a gamble, of course, but also that's the benefit of having those 4 players there, because it means one player can just hold the util, not even have their gun out, because you've got enough pieces to be able to take contact. Look, as soon as that kill comes through from Ponta, smoke is dropped. Venom Zero gets funneled straight up towards Bridge, and from there, Red Canids just fall apart, piece by piece, individual by individual. No bomb plant, no money. Has to be the Glocks, has to be a slower round, and immediately you're disrupted. And it feels like Oddik, they've just got security cameras all over the server. They know exactly where you are.
Yeah, I mean, as we go into the Glock rounds, the thing that's kind of cool about the way they play it now, I think more about it is, yeah, you lose that player over to A main, but you've got 2 players sitting back towards Graffiti who can hear if it is fast up towards the A site, right? And you've got a kit, you've got a smoke, you've got a flash. You're just playing retake on A, so it does seem like a, like a pretty scary gamble for players on that side of the map. But it's based on the knowledge that the retake is still very possible if they do get the gamble wrong.
That's the just the premise of CT overpass as well, just quick rotates. Nate, this time, looking to potentially get the better of Red Canids. Not happening. Woody trying to step up with the MP9. Bomb planted, at the very least. Upfront's trying to be established. Matios is dealing a lot of damage. Finally gets overwhelmed by Knifeman, but Ponta steps in with the MP9. But Venom Zeros fights him back, and this would be an astronomical clutch.
Just Glocks. It's also a different FAMAS, but that one's out of bullets as well. Has to reload. They know exactly where he is. Walks on through, tries to get tricky with it, but Turtle holding with the auto shotgun. FAMAS is to be recovered. That gets a little bit scary, just Glocks.
That's motivation if you're Red Canids. Think about how easy that was just for you to get into the bomb site. Every single one of these players was a little bit spaced apart from Oddik. They had a lot of over-reliance on the weaponry that they had, and they just got bodied by that spacing. Even if it is with the lesser weaponry, they even plant for bank to the point where Venom Zero can get the kills on the rotating CT players. Or pout for Knifeman.
The swing out from long is cool, right? Because you have one player going first, and he just draws the fire of that FAMAS, and it becomes so hard to control. And there are other three then can swing and get the kill. The auto shotgun was picked up when he had an MP9, but he knows he's going into connector, and has the opportunity to get some kills with the auto. Yeah, Knifeman's all out very early. And they are spammed through that smoke. As the disengaged means there's no control over towards B at all. It's dealt with, and Woody cannot help out with an auto from this position.
This gets difficult now, because as you mentioned, Ponta brought down low. Red Canids just reverting back into the previous round. A lot of comfort they got was from taking long, and they look to exercise that control again. Woody's rotated over, would need to play incredibly close with the XM, but can't jump spot for information, will have to rely on audio. Just been given it by Red Canids clearing long toilets.
A little bit of pressure as the flash misses. Venom Zero's going to get boosted up. Woody hasn't heard it, and now spots it. Finds the kill, but the trade is immediate. Still pretty good with the auto shotgun to find one from that position.
This is nice. Just re-walking in towards Divider, taking space together, and also it blocks off the connector rotate.
Yeah, these are the two players that have to win this round for them. Ponta is low and nowhere near them. Adzao, this could be the fight, and he wins it out. It's all on to Matias now. Tucked in towards the bathroom, cleared by Hardzao. Fighting back into the round for them. Ponta is going to arrive at the scene, but just about avoiding the flames. Gets himself a kill, but Nithon quick with the trade, and Red Canids will get on the board.
Really nice for Red Canids in the mid round there, because once again, they reset out towards long, and they're always grouped. As soon as the contact gets taken by the players in Divider, it's Knifeman that's flashing the rifles forward onto the angle to gut out toilets. And right at the very end, everyone is moving at the same time. There's no reason for Ponta to be able to find any of those kills, and he can't manage it. A response way earlier than what we saw in that first map for Red Canids, and that was quite convincing. Another shotgun being brought to the table, Turtle on the Nova, and Woody's got an AWP in play as well.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that they forced into this and didn't just take an eco. I guess when you got the money for the AWP, you kind of feel like you want to give it a go, but they could have just ecoed this one and had a pretty reasonable buy into the next.
It's also about pressure being applied to Red Canids. If Oddik go into this, they force and they win back. Red Canids need every single T round they can possibly fathom on overpass. Jump spot noted from the run boost from Venom Zero. Nate backs off. Ponta trying to go through this smoke on a time-minute monster. And the Deagles once again trying to work together to find any little scraps they can muster over towards toilet.
Yeah, so cool getting this information early, because you don't have the guns you need to go for this sort of plays. You got no utility, you got no kit. You need someone to find out what's going on. Now they can have 4 players set up over here, including Woody's AWP.
There's so much utility, though, for Red Canids. When they execute, they're going to do it quite decisively.
This double setup in towards Banana, it's going to be hard to deal with. You'll be expecting one player here, sure. But it's the Deagle that goes first. Spotted, can't get his kill. Nate gets one, and Nate is now the only one left. Woody couldn't find anything with the AWP. He was the one that needed to shine. Nate was just the backup plan. So the force buy looking like it's not going to amount to too much. Ponta gets cleared. And Nate is known.
Again, it's for Red Canids, it's about doing the simple fundamentals efficiently. That's exactly what happens here. Notice how they keep a lot of their utility in their pockets. And they're driving with contact because they know the buy at the very least isn't going to be that threatening from Oddik. If it is a force buy, they're anticipating limited utility, which is why they're able just to save theirs. They don't see any forward flashes. They don't really see any contact plays over at Fountain. So when you execute onto a bomb site, you've got so much more room to work with. Look in their pockets as well. A lot of flashes to set themselves up to defend the afterplant quite efficiently.
Nice comfortable round for Red Canids, not to mention it's now going to put the CT's economy into the bin. You've got to save FAMAS, which is one of the worst weapons you really want to save. It's not the favorite rifle of many. Oddik are going to take a pause now, knowing that they've let this one start to get away early. And the worst thing you can do is let Red Canids get onto a roll on this T side, because they've been slow starting in a lot of their maps. It's kind of been the late stage where they start to bounce back. But if they start strong, can quickly get out of hand.
In my opinion, the defaulting from Red Canids in their map pool is the best on Overpass. Despite all of the statistics, despite them not winning and having like a unfavorable sort of stat when you just look at it on HLTV, when you dive in on the server and you take a look at how they set themselves up, how they go about these rounds, I think it is the best defaulting on T side that they bring to the table. And I wrote in my notes, I bolded it, I underlined it, I said, if Red Canids play the same way they apply the philosophy as they do on Overpass to every other map, they're a force to be reckoned with. It's when it goes out the window. It's when they can't piece it together. That's where they so shines a struggle. Nate boosted up in connector, this time not going to find anything. There is Hardzal lurking, lying in wait, potentially for an opportunity. Dismount not heard. And that Soul Rifle can't really get involved.
Yeah, Hardzal definitely heard. I think that's what's caused that dismount to come through. Managed just to walk in with the USP in towards short, so that's going to allow another player to come on over. Really, this depends on what Nate can get done. Nathan going to be having a little poke on through. Going to spot one player jumping. Turtle, though, has spotted his opponent as well. Ready, set, comes forward for Nathan. Molotov for truck. Smoke for dumpster. They are going to walk into a stack. Everyone in the CT is going to be here. Woody wins the fight with the USP. Trade is fast. Nate and Turtle. Sorry, gets that kill. The Destiny against USP should be able to clean up with ease.
Good kills again for Destiny. A player you want to really get these ecos in particular. Because as we alluded to, not had the best start here in the RMR. So every confidence kill he can find, you really get him going, is essential for this team. And I like the fact that they're still taking these eco rounds seriously. They've got the utility. We've seen so many rounds here at the RMR in which eco rounds are able to win because they've not really been respected, or they walk into a stack without any utility. Red Canids play it slow. They cross their T's, they dot their I's, and they take the lead for the first time on their map pick.
Look at the utility for the CTs. It's bare bones. Means they're going to have to fight. Boost initially being set up, but that's going to be called off. Couldn't quite get on top in time. And Woody just gets peeked on.
That's communication.
Yeah, I feel like you should have known that connector had been cleared.
Especially when the boost fails. You don't know. And Hardzal's just walked up. Look, he's got the entirety of the bomb site. The only thing that could get tricky here is Nate's positioning. Molly forward, he spots Turtle, just fighting this one-on-one. Hardzal wins it again. Nate will play with his food just for a little bit. Might even go for a knife, a sign of disrespect onto Davideus, but ultimately the bomb site overwhelmed by Red Canids.
Well, the money's definitely worth it, if nothing else. Venom Zero is going to lock them in. That's Club. Doing it with style. Yeah, I mean, that round is just Hardzal just running through, killing everybody. As soon as I do like that he gets the kill on Woody and he just continues to accelerate, right? That setup with the AWPer there, that kind of implies that the other rifler, if you've not encountered him during connector, he's going to be out towards long. That's kind of the only other position he can be. And Hardzal's very aware of that. So wants to get onto site as quickly as possible and cut off rotations.
That's a nasty surprise to Ponter. He doesn't expect people to just be in T-spawn. And now the walls are closing in. Drop down the ladder, potentially. And the backstab. We'll find Hards out. But he's done his job, and more so. Securing another one for Red Canids. And the money breaks and buckles for Oddik. Something we've been praising quite a lot has been that default from Oddik. Their CT side, it felt measured in the way they wanted to approach things, in the way they wanted to take early fights. I'll be honest, that really hasn't happened here too much on CT side overpass. They're not really fought for the control. The only time we've really seen it out towards Fountain was with a FAMAS and a flash and an XM from Woody.
Yeah, to be fair, it's not that we've only had one round where Oddik have actually had full rifles, and that was that last round where they had no utility, so couldn't really go for the set. We had the jumping MP9. It's always fun to see this one in action. Uh-oh. It's had a couple of missed bits of utility from Red Canids so far in Overpass.
No stress. They love a long take. Especially in rounds like this, it just makes sense, right? You're going up against pistols, you're taking the long-range engagements against the rifles. Cool, calm, collected, and yet again, just doing their homework. Gathering all the clues over the map. Ponter, the only fly in the ointment, potentially, with a close-up MP9 on the corner. Has been backed up by a Deagle, and space has been taken down connector. Oddik can rotate over, but the weaponry superior, surely, for Red Canids. The spam, even affecting Nate. That's hurtful. That's rough.
Woody comes through and gets one kill on his flank, but that's the only one that comes through. A few extra shots come out. Celebrating good times is Venom's era. It's a blistering start to their T side, but Oddik will get all the weapons out again. This time with all the utility to go along with it. So yeah, we might see some of that aggression either towards short or Fountain. Fountain tends to be the destination CT sides go these days.
I mean, I feel like they will keep defaulting for another couple of rounds, but you got to bear in mind that at any moment, Red Canids can just flip the script.
Smoke will go forward. They are going to throw the set, but I don't think there's going to be anything behind it. Just the impression of intent.
Yeah, first impressions are normally the ones that last the longest, and that's why you've got these players just remaining vigilant on B, and also you've got the conceivement of control over towards A. Nate was pushed quite far down long, has now recalled himself. Woody is quite close with the AWP to come down towards B. Nate's being set up. First time that David Davis has been over here. Turtle.
Boom, baby. Blasted out of his shell. Body parts spread out across the B bomb site, mixing in with the sewage. Delightful soup.
That's a horrible picture.
Turtle and poop soup. Double peek.
Oh, double damage.
Yeah, 2 kills. Davides gets his, but the spray is great. So it comes actually back to a 3-on-3 after that great opener with the util. Adios is incredibly low. Feels like Destiny should have this kill every day if he just does the kind of jump peek. In fact, a flashbang on over Matios. Yeah, no chance at all, even with the counter flash. The spray was always going to be good enough. Both CTs are here, ready to lock it down. The ult from Woody crawls around the corner, looking for the opening. Destiny's coming forward with the bomb, a missed shot. And the bomb just being planted on the edge of the smoke. Woody's coming around the corner, but can't deny. And now Hardsour can swing on through. They're both so incredibly low. Destiny's not left the bomb side, and he doesn't need to. He's made his home there. And he tells them that they're not welcome.
There you go. Getting vocal, getting loud. Venom Zero at the helm of it. On the young guns for Red Canids. And I tell you what, that round gets a little bit scary. Because the way that Red Canids have set themselves up over towards short with the triple nades, it always feels like they could potentially go back up towards A, but they had no one over at Fountain. They'd fully committed in towards that B bomb side. That's why they didn't initially go for the execute. They wanted to slow things down. They were hoping that someone would rotate over towards top connector. They were hoping that someone would make the next move. But it came from Monster. It came with that double up. And Matios doing the damage really prevents Red Canids from making the play instantaneously. Time was nearly the burden. Instead, it's Destiny providing the outlet.
Great kills from Destiny. This is rough from Oddik. Back to the Nova for Turtle. They've got the hero rifle out. Matios has rewarded himself with his after his double in the round before. He thinks, you know what, I'm feeling it. I need to be given something into this round, given a way to open it up, and it's a cool boost out towards long behind the flower pots. Check this out. Unconventional, not one you're pre-aiming, that's for sure.
Got to go for a gimmick like this because you've got no utility. And once again, Red Canids back to long. So this boost is going to see action.
Spot as well from Nate, who's close in long bathrooms with the SMG. Yeah. Adios' position isn't... Oh, okay. Well, Nathan here. Nice shot. Headshot with the AWP onto that position. It's kind of crazy. And Nate spraying with the MP9, 2 to the dome. Picks up the AK, wanting more, but Nathan is proving to be untouchable. Didn't even really get to see him with the AWP on Nuke, but here on the T side of Overpass, he is getting the work done. Hardstyle is going to lock this down.
Or is he? This door.
Through.
Oh, it could swing open. In fact, it doesn't. And now he's being loud. Yeah, he is. But Davideus, that's the most important kill, because that creates a pathway. There's still a Nova in play.
He's heard it. He's heard it. You can see immediately. Davideus lets them know that a Nova is here, but Turtle, he lets them know. Snaps for 2. And a third might just be on the platter. The Nova is what gets Oddik back into this round. Turtle gets it done with a shotgun.
Why have they walked into that? You're right, that's been communicated. Maybe they weren't expecting the shotgun. Maybe they just thought it was a pistol. But Red Canids, what they've been doing so well all throughout this game is using utility to their advantage. Nathan does so well to get those kills over at long. And then this, that's just rookie. That can't happen. Not at a stage like this. Sure, already 6 rounds on the T side. It could have been 7. Instead, he'd been sent back down to planet Earth. A harsh reality is about to take shape. Ponta finds Venom Zera. This time it's the player advantage for Oddik.
I can't believe the Nova gets 3.
It shouldn't have.
It's $1,000 shotgun. But I swear to God, it shoots with the accuracy of an AWP at range. The headshots you can hit with it, as we just were illustrated by Turtle. A disruption. That nade stack not going to find home this time.
Ooh, Oddik were thinking about going through that monster smoke, and that would have been really cool. You've just seen the double nades come over from short. Turtle noticed the spam by Davideus and felt it as well. Got a little bit of a sample size of what's to come. Nathan has to be that guy to provide some sort of initiative for the squad. Missed shot from Woody. Destiny pounces on him. And now space can be claimed over at long.
Yeah, Woody's been having a tough one. Every time he's in one of these pressure positions with the AWP on the CT side, he's been struggling to find his mark. This time, 2 targets present themselves and he couldn't quite connect. Great flashbang, but it doesn't affect Nate. He's fully blinded and he still gets 2 kills. Finally, Destiny arrives at the scene. And a clutch is possible. One player is very low, but he has to run all the way back to get the bomb, so that great position he had becomes kind of moot. Turtle's able to walk all the way around, and he can swing. He's so distracted by Ponta, the Turtle completely unaccounted for.
Falls apart again, doesn't it? Just these forward setups that look like they are completely one-on-one fights, but no, it's the swing initially over towards that bomb site to allow Nate the opportunity to get those 2 kills in the first place. And that's with Woody missing a shot on the opener.
And these are the sort of rounds that it felt like Red Canids were losing consistently to Peen as well. So they'd find a great opener, they'd be able to get to the bomb site, and they just couldn't finalize the round.
But also Nuke. This was just Nuke. This is just multi-kill after multi-kill. These are horrible ways to lose the round as well, because they're mistakes that Red Canids are making. They are starting to snowball. Hardzao trying to provide a little bit of an outlet, shining the spotlight of him, drawing the attention in towards Connector. But Nate, who's been prolific all series long, finds him. Completely denies all of the control. Davideus now needs to walk and account for this. But it's Nate again, creeping and crawling. 2 T's in his name, but not 2 T's in the feed. Instead, it's Davideus who strikes.
Headshot comes through, but it's not enough. But he's crept forward towards the tree. Can't find his shot. Destiny gets the kill, and that is a complete opening towards A. There will be a rotation from Ponta. Turtle is calling it clear. I mean, they know the long is compromised. Ponta's quiet on his approach. And it's the 3 full HP players that are going to be here. I mean, you can see Ponta's not even moving.
No, you got to save. Look at the money for the other 3. It's in the bin. Ponta is going to give it a go, but can't get past Destiny, and he is trying to make it Red Canids.
Gotta wonder why he does that. I guess, you know, maybe you get a kill there and suddenly kind of maybe there's this multi-kill potential and there's way back in. But I think if you're doing that, Turtle needs to also be somewhat involved to be able to capitalize on that kill, because say you get a double kill there, you're still in a 1-on-2 with Turtle not involved at all in the round. So if you are going to make that sort of hero play, that needs to be on the same page as your teammate. Better decision would have been just to save alongside Turtle. As you mentioned, the money is not good. Last round and a half will be coming up shortly.
Yeah, definitely felt unnecessary. But also, with the amount of time that was on the clock, he's dropped the denial utility. If he's able to blow open the smoke and kill the initial wave of players coming into the bomb site, that might even reset Red Canids. They had the space in connector to go down. These are all little things that I'm just trying to create a nice little tangent of an excuse for him, because I'm not sure, but
I'm sure he has his reasons.
It didn't feel like the optimal decision.
No. It's easy for us to say when we know how many players are on the other side of that smoke.
Woody needs to go back to the A1S. Has been missing a number of shots with the AWP.
Yeah, it's probably the right call. Sorry, Woody.
Doesn't want to play with the AWP anymore. Onto close MP9. Boost up for Turtle as well. They're gaining a lot of control, especially with the door being blown off. In connector, Hardzao feels hard pressed to try and take any of this space. He's going to drop the smoke now. Matios jumping over, doesn't see anything, and spam, I think, actually came from his teammate there. On towards Hardzao.
Yeah, a bit of spam up from heaven. Oddik need this round. 4 is not enough to take into the T-half.
There is very limited map control here for Red Canids. They now start to make their move. They have fountains. They've now also got long. Okay, this is now starting to be pieced together. Knifen's got the bomb on his back here. So a jump spot might confirm the final destination for Red Canids. Flashbang round the corner. Woody can only find one.
It's one in information at the very least. Further flash comes on over the top. They've rotated an extra body up here. Matios spotted out the wide swing. A bold choice. Hardzao is there to at least get the trade, but it's put the advantage for Oddik. And there's a flank coming through from Ponta. He's in the back lines. Even quickly swapping to the AK on his way through. Bomb plant denied. Knifing gets the kill, but needs to clutch up. First is his, but time is not. And that's going to be the round. Couple of milliseconds needed to get that bomb down, so Oddik will get their 5th.
Yeah, good heads-up play there from Matios, just understanding. Fantastic shots from Knifen as well. Just swiveling around on towards Ponta. Rotating immediately to deal with the player that's just swinging there, trying to deny and make sure that there's no possible time, and Oddik succeed in that. So 5 rounds on this CT side, and I tell you what, to be fair, when you take a look at it on the face of it, you go, oh, 5 rounds, it's not great. It's not ideal, but given the landscape of this game, given how much this game means to Red Canids, and they've let the lead slightly slip away, Oddik are now building back into the game. They got the momentum on their side. Pistols, historically, in this series have been pretty good for them. You win the pistol, you've certainly equalised the scoreline. Money is always fickle on that defense. Now for Canids, it's about to be tested.
It's kind of crazy at a 7-4 scoreline. That last round is actually really worth like 2, right?
Yeah.
Because you either end 7-5 where there's only 2 rounds difference, or you end 8-4 where there's 4 rounds difference. I guess that's just how numbers work. Odds out going for the peek out towards Fountain, but Oddik have got... Oh, the bomb actually over here. That is spotted. Odds out gets the opening kill. A repeat of actually the pistol on the other side. Oddik will be going to beat. Red Canids have a stack and 2 sets of dual Berettas, a flashbang. This feels perfect for them.
It's like deja vu. It's the exact same setup that Oddik ran against them. And Oddik, no. They recoil. And they completely reset out towards spawn. Ardzao's going to take the next piece of contact yet again. And they're really hoping that with this contact, it's going to get the rotates through short, and that's where Ponta lies in wait. Oh, it's...
Right.
Oh, okay.
Let's complicate it further, says Woody. Back down to B we go. And Marios has a whole kit of utility, so they can smoke heaven, they got flashbangs to enter. This has worked out really well. Venom Zero is here and he's not blind. But the T's are. The flashbang catches them. Venom Zero is able to get a kill. They scale through and find it. But Davidius is still here. Destiny gets his as well. Woody can't find it. Davidius with the final with the duel is true for him. And it feels like maybe they tried to overcook that one a little bit too much.
Yeah, especially got burnt with the flashbangs, right? I mean,
yeah.
The fact that Venom Zero is not blind, but the entirety of the T side is, as they execute through, it's in essence a 3-on-1. There's one player throwing the util, right? And yet by Venom Zero just chilling, not being affected, it buys so much time for Davides to come over, buys so much time just for the rest of the team to come through.
I actually would have liked a CT smoke, like graffiti smoke, rather than heaven smoke there as well. It's a small thing just for the space, right, against pistols. If you're coming through short with 3 players. No pistol round for Oddik this time. Canids playing the long game with 2 M4s out early. They've blown most of their utility load, but not a big deal to do that early. It is just the Glocks.
Still got the incendiary for the denial as well. And denial for information is currently what Oddik are going for. Knifin could be isolated. Antios gives his Deagle a spin, but doesn't get the kill. Might be allowed a second opportunity. It is very much a stalemate at the moment across the map. Who's going to blink first? Who's going to over-rotate, potentially into one of these crosshairs?
Spinning that dig, wanting the style shot.
Oh, get him.
Oh, okay, this is the one.
No, this is the one.
Okay, Destiny about to make some cash money, baby. 3 kills are his. Back 4 for the MP9, so you love that for Red Canids. Destiny's actually having quite the game, 18 for 6. Immediately dropping AWP over for his teammate too.
It was a series as well against Oddik in the closed qualifiers to make it through to the RMR. The Destiny was not having the best time as well. So he's taking it upon himself to rewrite the script for Red Canids. 9-5. It's so important for them to get that pistol and get the collection. You can see that Knifin's immediately on the AWP. Davideus is now boosted. Davideus is now getting into the action. Exactly what Red Canids need. Straight into the AWP. Knifin misses. Takes a page out of Woody's book on the defense.
A bit of damage done in this position from Marius. Almost could have netted success. Nate is by his side. Such low HP on Nathan. A great utility sent back. Oh. He's begging for a kill. Has to just drop the smoke in front. What the?
How does... Okay.
I think it hit the ground before the incendiary like actually started spreading, and so it bounced off the ground above the flame.
I don't know, that looked like it just bounced to me.
Listen, I'm trying to explain it. Magnets, how do they work?
Like a fly to a moth, though. Oddik are about to go in towards B, straight into the MP9s at close range. Look, some of these players for Red Canids are quite low. Woody waiting. Flashbang, not good enough. Woody finds the first. And now Matteo starts to extend off the contact. Destiny needs one and he can't find anything. Bomb site breached. Has to be a save for the M4 and the AWP.
Oddik able just to burst into the B bomb site. Well done in terms of just putting that pressure on towards A early and keeping the attention there so that it was just those two defenders they had to deal with.
What's really nice in that round is Matthias' positioning and the understanding from Oddik of where these pieces are. Because the contact's taken out long from Nathan, and he's forced all the way back. You assume that the AWP's not going to be there on his own, probably going to have the support of the rifler. You've also got players that are coming out towards the top of the connector that are holding divider, which means that Matthias can have free reign in towards toilets. Not only can he try and get the kills as Red Canids retreat back, but by him just being there alone, it creates so much pressure and so much uncertainty. You leave the rifles on A, you keep the SMGs on B for the close quarters, but it doesn't pan out in the way that Red Canids hoped for.
I think especially because the AWP is also low, you just know that there has to be two players over on A. That's just beautiful for Matthias as well. Woody getting a critical kill. If he'd gone down, it gets actually really scary because he was solo at Munster. So if they find him with the MP9, the bomb gets dropped, and they push through, it can really get out of hand.
Yeah, that's one thing actually that is quite scary just for both of these teams, is more often than not, either Woody or Nathan will try and hold the bomb. Destiny trying to get involved. Oh my goodness me, just on the edge of this smoke. Around the corner he goes, spots shadows, full blind. He is, but he still manages to collect both of them. One more test, one more hurdle, and he overcomes it. Destiny with the free piece. Staging his way for Red Canids to find 10. It's all Destiny, 21-7.
He doesn't want to go home yet. He's got a destiny to fulfill, Brandon. It's in the name. Heads out. Could catch this lurk. And indeed he does. So that was kind of the only damage that maybe could happen. Turtle finds that and suddenly could have caused some issues, but it's just going to be Matthias probably saving now. So double digits will be picked up. That was such a cool play as well, right? Playing around the smoke and then the flashbang gets thrown over by the CTs. Yeah, he gets kind of a little bit caught by it, but it's not as much as the Ts were.
I mean, he was pretty blind.
It faded like partway through the fight.
My name's Hoping. Yet again, it is Destiny that constantly lights up his name in the server. It was interesting because I thought that maybe it would take one or two of these players to step up for Red Canids. However, the names I was thinking of were more Venom Zera. It was more Hardsour. Destiny has just pushed them all aside, has entered the forefront of the conversation. He's definitely not this player you typically look to for putting up the numbers, but he is delivering in a massive way for Red Canids.
Oddik are going to be able to buy, but it comes at a cost with two Deagles in the mix. And Woody again prioritizing the AWP. Of course, he's without armor, which scares me a little bit. I maybe would have preferred to have seen a rifle, and maybe you could even get like 2 Galils, right? For that price. Considering the impact he's having currently in the server, in my eyes, that would have made maybe a little bit more sense. But we'll see.
Trust the process, says Oddik. And respect and control they've been given. Have to go back and clear connector in just a little bit. But Hardsour's happy. He's just jumping for info. As soon as he sees a glimpse of any of the players in towards toilets, he can drop a nade, and also this sets up Knifeman just to be on this angle. Boost up for Woody just as Knifeman falls off. Jump spot now confirms there's an AWP over at Divider.
Azar sprays down one, does cost him a lot. Starts to run towards long. Ponta can catch him, even with the flashbang coming over. And Woody, he did get success, finds Nathan. Davideus arrives at the site and Destiny in the back lines. You cannot get away from him. He's denying everything, even your control of the C4. Now everyone's here to party. Time is running out. The bomb does get picked back up. They found Davideus, but Venom Zero can still be a threat. 10 seconds. And out from long, Destiny keeps fighting. Venom Zero finds his kill. Turtle can tap and can't find the kill.
Well done. Really well done from Red Canids. The issue you've got there from Oddik is the person throwing you utility is the person that's holding the bomb. It allows Destiny to punish and then start the catalyst of success back in for Red Canids. Venom Zero holding his own and holding his nerve when multiple players are crunching him on that bomb site. Takes a peek, falls back because he knows that contact next is going to be felt by Destiny out long. They move in tandem. JTR and I getting very vocal on this microphone. Oddik take their final pause for thought. There's Red Canids that assume the control. Game faces concentration etched across all of the team members. They want to force this to a third.
It's night and day performance, isn't it, compared to Nuke? And I guess that's what we did expect coming into this series, with both teams picking the maps that they're most comfortable on. We're certainly seeing that in the server, and that's what you want when it comes to these elimination games, right? You want to be playing on a map that you feel the best on, which sets us up for a very exciting decider. Unless Oddik can do something. They have forced into this round, and it's basically going to be Tech 9s to get it done. And it's just a pop onto B, I imagine, but there's 4 players over here. They're going with pace straight in towards short and into the firing line of Davideus. Nathan with 2, and it's 12. You can almost call it over. 6 opportunities to send us to Anubis.
They could probably do it at the first time of asking as well. What a resurgence here for Red Canids, where it looked like they were completely blown over by the structure of Oddik. Over on Nuke here. They just feel comfortable. Just feels like a regular day in the office. They've not been tested too much. Oddik have not shown the same level of consistency or willingness to try and break this default. As it comes hand in hand with how long this map is, it's really difficult to create this blanket of pressure in such a confined area. Nate hoping for contacting connector. Ponta leading the charge up short. Smoke to be blown. Venom Zero blind. Spraying alongside Destiny, but it's Davideus to find the opener. And they all start going into the bullets. There's blue on orange in the CT feed. It all lights up. And now Woody does need to close, but a MAC 10 versus the squad doesn't feel very likely. And Destiny will secure it. 26-7. Red Canids hold on and force us to Anubis.
Yeah, what a dominant CT side. They dropped a single round during that entire half. So a really great showing from Red Canids. And yeah, a little bit disappointing for Oddik, given how strong they looked on Nuke. But as established, these were the 2 maps, the comfort picks coming through from these teams. When we saw that video coming through, you could kind of see this going to a 3rd map.
Yeah, you could, to be honest, because like Overpass has been shaky for Oddik, especially yesterday against Elevate, and for Red Canids, it's one of those where their map pool is a lot deeper than Oddik's, in my opinion, so they can kind of take it here. I felt like if it went Ancient, that's where it's a brand new conversation. That's where it starts to get a little bit dicey, especially after how that Nuke looked in that first map, but no, they were solid. It really felt like everyone was on the same page. Communication was way more. You could just tell by the way that they were moving Red Canids and setting themselves up for success on the T side. It always feels like there's no way back.
And what a great resurgence from Destiny as well, right? I feel that, I mean, we'll obviously get that information up with the scoreboard and everything, and I'm sure he'll be the player at the map because, yeah, 26 kills across that map, I think just 7 deaths, so really went to town on them, but he was just unable to. It felt like that they were just playing their game and never felt uncomfortable on this CT side. The T side was definitely a different story, you know, towards the end, but it really felt like Oddik took a little bit too long to get warmed up on their defense, then they never got going on side swapped.
I think you just take a look at what happened on Nuke for Oddik, is that they were always controlling the tempo of when the gunfights were going to take place. They were always incredibly proactive, and it's because they felt comfortable on that map. Now, you look at Red Canids, they feel at home on Overpass, and guess what they're doing? They're taking all of the initiative. There were so many fights towards short. There were fights out long. It really felt like Oddik could never get going, and there he is, Destiny, 26-7, but also just below him, Davideus had a really rough map 1. Look what happens when he gets involved. He's right alongside 100 ADR nearly.
Yeah, that's actually a massive amount of impact. It really felt that everyone at Red Canids was contributing. Nathan had a few critical rounds as well where it felt like he had some impact too. But yeah, for Oddik, really, it was pretty much the same across the board. Didn't really, we saw a couple of good moments from Matthias. He's kind of just been that player throughout, but it never really felt like they got going at all. So hard to judge them by the scoreboard. They just never really felt in this map.
And now Anubis coming up as the decider, and this can really swing either way. It's always been close between these two teams on this map in particular, and you take a look at it, it feels like everything will actually come down to the CT side, despite the T side being so prevalent on a map like Anubis. It feels like the way that this series has gone, it's a real test of how many can you get on your defense, because that really sets you up for success.
And that's got me really scared, because I didn't love how Oddik looked against Elevate. It was a very scrappy game on Anubis, and if they're playing scrappy Counter-Strike against a Red Canids who are looking very locked in with some of the individuals now getting online, they could be the ones to send Oddik home.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was Oddik that was prioritizing a lot of that mid control. And guess who's in mid? It's Davideus. So we're going to have to wait and see who is it going to be and who goes home for one of Red Canids and Oddik. Their journey ends after this map, which is coming up just after this.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Well, it's been one-way traffic on each of the individual teams' map picks. We now go to Anubis. Brandon, what are your expectations going into this map?
Typically, when it's a kind of a blowout on map picks, normally the decider is really back and forth. Like, you can't quite call it. And I can't quite call this one. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to sit well and truly on the fence. In my chair, but on the fence. Because, look, both of these teams are really strong on this map. However, what I will say with a grain of salt is that, again, Oddik looked already unsettled against Elevate, but I think that was because of the style of play that Elevate was really bringing in to that series. And I'm going to call back to what we were saying a lot kind of going into that first game, right? It's all about familiarity. It's the fact that these guys have played each other so many times. Where does this game often go to? It's always Anubis. There's a lot of tape. There's a lot of experience. And for me, it now really relies on one of Nathan or Woody to really step up and be that AWPer that their team needs to get them through this elimination match.
Yeah, it's felt like even on the map wins for each of these teams, the AWPer wasn't really a relevant piece. I mean, I know that often is the story with both of these teams, but you're right. We need to see a bit more of that going into Anubis. Definitely, I mean, all these maps are definitely maps that AWPers should be actually having a lot of prevalence.
Should be, right?
Nuke and Overpass, they're literally the AWPing maps, but regardless, we'll see on Anubis. And yeah, you mentioned it was very scrappy versus Elevate for Oddik. I expect not going to be the case here. It was similar on Nuke, right, where that was scrappy initially, but you know, going in, sorry, they came into Nuke looking a lot different to yesterday, not so scrappy. I do feel that the inertia currently sits in Red Canids after such a strong showing on Overpass, but I do think, you know, with the experience that Oddik have, with Woody in particular, who has helmed so many teams to the Major before, right? You know, he's qualified to the Major twice, once with Fluxo, once with MIBR, which is with Turtle by his side. And he'd like to do it again, but it all comes down to this last map. Anubis to decide which one of these teams stays and which one goes home.
Yeah, let's see it then. Red Canids get the advantage, in my opinion. Starting T-side. Here on Anubis, Matthias just jiggling, hoping for contact. He'll drop a flashbang. And actually, he's going to stay and fight because he's got two teammates with him. They all completely collapse on mid. Davideus trying to be the shining light for Red Canids. He finds free, and Destiny's now looking for extremity pushes.
That one hurts for Oddik. So many good opening kills, and then Davideus unwraps it all. 2 versus 2, and the CTs are disconnected from each other. They're actually going to go regroup. Unsure about whether Davideus has continued to pressure on Ford. And the longer this goes, the kind of more advantage it gives to the Ts as they can start to group up and decide where they want to take it.
It all depends on where Oddik wants to go, because I imagine they'll reset and look in towards middle. Instead, they're going to play more passive. They're going to respect the space that Davideus has earned. Woody will jiggle with the dualies, but Davideus, he's holding a just back just in time. Can't get the kill, but creates the space for the bomb site.
They can get on through. They're going to clear on towards storage first, and just going to plant for it. Oh, didn't quite stick it the first time. That was unintentional. It wasn't a fake, but it's not going to be an issue. Woody has managed to just walk on through. And Destiny, not ready, but it doesn't matter. Turns around at the perfect time, and it's lights out as he gets both kills. Red Canids take first blood on Anubis.
Yeah, and that's Davideus grabbing the game by the scruff of the neck. That was the perfect setup for Oddik. The flashbang in towards mid, the fight, taking all of this contact just to bait in these two players. And it looks so perfect until it completely collapses.
That's essentially almost a 2-on-5. It's insane. That 3K, and then Destiny in a great position with the Glock, deals with them both before they can even get close to the bomb. Continuing to move forward with the momentum that they gained on Overpass.
And now you just feel happy. Sure, you're going to a stack of USP. You've got to be a little bit careful, but the space being gained in mid is just confident out of Red Canids. Matthias will find one, but Davideus, he's a man on a mission. I did mention it just before we went to that break. I said, look, Davideus will be in mid. I was talking about the CT side, but he's very active. He will be the most mobile for Red Canids. Wherever he wants to go to try and find a piece of information or a head to put on a mantle, he will go and do it. And he has the full backing of the entire team.
Oddik will get their first guns out. They're starting the 2-1-2 setup. The Canids are leaning a bit heavier over towards the A side, so I think they do want to contest A main control. EG not quite going to go deep enough to do damage to Destiny, but he's going to throw forward the lurk smoke. Start to progress. I feel like Oddik are definitely going to stick around and fight this because there's 2 players committed to this position anyway.
So much for real estate for, again, David in towards mid. Woody on the edge of this smoke. Can he find anything? Not being affected by the flashbangs. Destiny round the corner. At least there's a trade, but Ponta is on the other side. He will find his, and Knifeman will eventually trade out. Davideus hits the shot in mid, and Hardzao keeps on going.
Yeah, Davideus kills everything. However, one back has definitely made this doable. Davideus caught, and Nathan has to come up clutch. He knows where both of these players are coming from. Need on the other side of this smoke, just trying to bait him in, and the wide swing is perfect. It's Oddik. When the guns come out, we'll get there onto the board.
Yeah, good job from Oddik there. Just taking time, because that's the essence of what they've got, especially with these kits. Davideus being caught out in towards mid, and his gunfight doesn't go as successful as he'd hoped for. Such low HP, which means Hardzao now needs to step into a line of sight that's being held by the defense. And the fact that the fights on A do go like 2 for 2, that's completely fine for Oddik, because it means their rotations can come in without having to already deal with Red Canids having their afterplants established.
Bomb plant is critical in terms of what allows Red Canids to bring out. We've got the ult for Nathan. Want to flash through for a bit of a peek. Now he's just going to jiggle the angle, and Destiny, yeah, had the read on that. Zero tries just to run through to finish the job. Can't get it, but Davideus again. His spams in towards middle have found him success twice in a row.
Nate has made this push before. Just White's being held by Knifeman, just on the edge of that smoke. No one coming through dark. Molly shown as a sign of respect. Red Canids regroup again. Everyone is over towards A, but there's 3 players in close proximity. 2 on the site, 1 in towards mid. And that smoke could not have been timed more perfect.
Not going to delay things.
Look at this mid push. This is so much info.
Yeah, but Woody's alone, and flashbang is perfect. Gets his first kill, but Venom Zero is just swinging. Oh, wait a second, that's the bomb.
Yep.
A re-smoke comes on through. Flies the bomb at the back of the pack, throwing the utility. It might be the moment that cost them this round. As Nate catches Hardzao, just trying to catch a timing on the swing through. A small fumble has let this round slip for them. Davideus and Destiny can still fight out.
They can, but it's done. Like, there's so many angles to try and clear. It's only if Oddik overextend and kind of give them this fight. Nate can have a little swing, but it's actually Turtle that takes the first contact. Nate just chimes in. Like, you can't break this. Sure, you picked up the bomb. Hey, guess what? There's another one on the bomb site. Ponta lying in wait and will secure that kill. That's devastating. And also harks back to the second map of Overpass while we're getting all the BM. Think about it. Red Canids, they denied Oddik going for a play when they were executing onto that A-bomb site because the package was in the hands of the player throwing all the utility.
So there's something beautiful about putting the love heart graffiti down and then shooting the dead body.
It's because it is all love.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we know how much it means to these teams. Trying to stake a claim. A shot at the first CS2 Major. Trying to put their stickers in the game. Trying to get round to succession is Oddik. Just equipped with pistols, the Red Canids, and once again grouping over towards the waters of A. Hardzao takes a little peek in towards mid, and maybe they might regroup and try and assess the situation.
That round they just lost hurt so bad. That's the sort of rounds that will lead into pain as well. Scary signs. Found the space, but it's all intended. Woody is keeping an eye from camera. Now he gets the info. Charge on through and straight into the crossfire. There are 3 rifles honed in on this position, and all of them chime in.
Pretty straightforward. 5 alive is what you want from Oddik as well. You can build up the bank. You don't trip over your own shoelaces. Just the pistols, not a threatening round. But now this one packs a little bit more venom. AKs equipped. For Hardzao, a difficult one, has to sell some utility to be able to afford the 47. No AWPs notably for both teams. It is pure rifle work, bar an MP9.
This time, it's straight out the gate. We're going B. And in fast they go. Venom Zero adds the helm, and he can't find the kill. An open pathway for Woody and Turtle to chime in for theirs as well. And this B execute has led with their heads on the chopping block. One back with Avadeus, but he burns alive. No safe haven for anybody on the T side.
That was just a pocket strat, just straight out the book. Limited utility, we'll just go for a B rush, but you haven't thrown your smokes before you've gone. Trying to get a jump on Oddik. All of these rounds have been over towards A. They've been very controlled. This one is a roll of the dice.
Yeah, it just feels like if you're going for a round like that, you should at least have the cross smoke kind of from spawn.
But look at where they're coming in here on the replay. If you just take a look at the amount of utility they still had in their pockets to start with. If you're going to go for a faster play, buy some MAC-10s. Afford to drop some smokes over to the riflers. Just feels like that was rushed, and it felt like that was maybe a call that was made after the round had started. Because you can see that Hardzao was hesitating. He actually sold a piece of utility to be able to afford the AK. But what's the benefit of buying the AK-47 just to throw it away, drop it on the floor within 15 seconds of the round? Because now you're back to square one. Now you're back to these Tech 9s.
Yeah, this is the sort of round where a fast play would work okay. Hardzao has gotten up very close to Dark. Smoke is going to be dropped, and oh, he's running on through. Actually, almost catches a good timing, but the utility response is good. Now, the CTs are fully aware of this presence, and it does look like the Ts want to continue. They can pop out through here if they wish to. Actually sitting on the other side of the smoke so that if Hardzao gets cleared, they can pop on through for a quick trade. It's going to fade. Get into position, but this presence has just kept bodies here for the CTs.
Gotta go. You've got to make a move. Hardzao takes the first contact. Another bottle of flame just dropped on the floor, replenished and keeping Red Canids back. Woody expecting a play to come through B main, instead just lines up 2 heads. Excellent work from him, and where he's been largely absent, this time he steps up. Sure, in a round that doesn't matter, but one is vital in, again, just keep building this momentum, keeping 5 alive continuously. Press tab, no kills.
Yeah, well handled against the Tech 9s, not really allowing them to get the space. The incendiaries were great at just keeping them at bay constantly. Not finding any way through. Now they get another chance. Nathan again going to be wielding the AWP. Didn't really get to see him shoot it when he had it so far. Maybe an opportunity.
The CT side is so controlled from Oddik. No one is going for any early picks. No one is even relying on that whatsoever. Reinforced middle with a couple of players means that you've got quick rotates towards A. You don't need complete concrete information when going for these picks because you're giving potentially Red Canids an opportunity to be able to restrict. Davideus looking to strike. Takes a tick. What's that heard? Was that conveyed over? It might not matter. Look at how powerful this setup is on A, but it might all be in vain. However, that smoke comes down at the perfect moment, and that means that the A players can start to get a little bit more interested.
Hunter goes forward and sees that no one's there, so they're going to be more focused on towards middle. No one is actually towards here. Destiny's going to try and sell out the fake. But if anything, it's actually going to have the opposite effect because there's already so many players here. They know that there's nothing behind it.
Someone from mid needs to go over towards B, though.
Yeah, so Ponder's gone forward because he knows it's a fake.
Yeah, this is really well played. And also, look at the timing of that incendiary. Destiny gets the kill. That might draw all of Red Canids back. 25 seconds, but no, the bomb commits into B.
Yeah, they know it has to be the equipment at this point. And Nate in towards Dark. Shuts him out for 2. Nathan is incredibly low. Hardsow spotted. Turtle and Matty is still in the side, and a further damage dealt. There's no time. They're getting picked apart before they can even get into the site. The bomb plant even denied by Woody's flank.
It's so well done from Oddik. And look, there's a real conversation piece about how you want to set yourself up in defaults, because in essence, you do need to go for information, but look at how Oddik handle it. They don't feel any pressure, so they can hold their utility. And therefore, you can have extra numbers rotate in different portions of the map. You can gain info just from audio. You can gain info just from taking a little bit of space, such as what Ponta did towards A main. And then you can dump your util. Then you can contain Red Canids. And then you can pounce together. And by not peeking early, you're not giving Red Canids an opportunity to find those kills. That's what was happening in those first 2 rounds. Davideus was allowed room. What happened in the first map, he wasn't. And then he was shut down.
Turtle's just getting aggressive now. Gets his kill. Falls on back. No need to overextend. Oddik are feeling no pressure. They're continuing to just basically run a 3A setup. Because they can cover off mid from this spot. Their B defenders aren't feeling any pressure at all. Especially with that information and now the control over towards B main. These rifles are going to make quick work. Although Davideus does get his kill, Destiny does convert the spray. It's a little messy. Smokes are preventing Matios from getting involved. They have managed to find a way in, but it's only temporary. Nate gets a kill back and a lot of damage done onto Nathan Hardsow. Pushing forward and just spraying through a smoke. Gets a kill, almost lining up onto another. And he's the one that has to get it done. Nathan is so low. Hardsow, oh, sit down.
What?
Sit down, says Matios. 7 for Oddik.
And Oddik backward spells out Kiddo. And Hardsow has just been made to look like one. That is disgusting from Matios. A drive-by bullet to the dome. The 2 versus 2, to be fair, to Red Canids. It's well worked, considering there's 3 players on this bomb site. An opening kill goes the way of Davideus, and then Destiny just takes over. But the constant re-aggression, the pushing through the smoke and disrespecting the weaponry. It's a complete change-up of the conversation we're having, what, 45 seconds ago. Oddik being unpredictable. Oddik being relentless. That CT side was what was driving them forward against Elevate. Davideus tries to get forward, but gets shut down. Not once, but twice. Nate will find more kills. Turtle's out B as well. And where can you go? Where can you move? Red Canids, absolutely nowhere. And Destiny, who tried his best in that second map, can't even have a say into this.
That's a 30-second round, and that is desperation for Red Canids. They're just not doing anything right now. Jumping through smokes in mid.
Yeah, I mean, that's dire. Diabolical, and it forces that second pause.
They need to get things back under control.
Look at this.
Yeah, I mean,
that's from Oddik. He's just chilling. He's thinking, how on earth are they going for plays like this? That is, honestly, you are throwing the strap back out the window. You're just trying to hoping and praying. Davideus has gone into this round and said, look, I've been getting kills mid. I can find it.
They actually did a lot of damage. You can see there's 30 health on one of the players, 60 on the other.
It's great from Turtle as well. He's just pushed B main a number of times because Red Canids aren't applying pressure. And this is one thing I want to bring up whilst we got this Tech 9 round. Oddik are able to do this. They're able to play so passive and then move and take all of this space because Red Canids aren't establishing any control in their default. How many times have we seen even an incendiary go in towards Dark? It's not there. The main focal point of this map has always been A. Nate gets rid of the high target bounty of Davideus. More mollies can contain Red Canids away. They know they're here. They're always here. Look at the mollies.
Yeah, the molly's cool, actually. Yeah, you're right. Oddik, this setup that they're running with the two players in A, the player that's mid that floats towards camera, it's doing everything because there's just no pressure elsewhere. Big fake. Nathan takes some steps in the water.
Look at the mid control. Woody's just pushed mid. He's just holding the smoke, but as soon as that clears, he'll be able to see down.
All right, it's been a little sarcastic about the big fake, but it's actually kind of worked. And that it's drawn players over, so Ponda is the only one over towards A. They will be allowed the bomb plant, but Woody is so fast on this flank. All the CTs are going to arrive at the scene very shortly, and there is nothing for Red Canids to fight this post plant with. They have no space, and it's just the pistols, but maybe that's enough. Hardstyle gets one onto Woody. That's the flank dealt with. A rifle collected, and Venom Zero getting one, but only that. Knifeman's got nothing. Hardstyle has to do everything now. 1 versus 3. 2 players are low, and the first is his. A swing out from Ponta is perfect, though. And the closest that Red Canids have gotten is still denied.
And that's the thing, right? The closest Red Canids have got outside of the pistol, outside of the round in which Oddik ecoed to get the rifles, since it's been these gun rounds. Since they've entered for Oddik on the server, Red Canids have not been able to find an inch in, and the closest they come is when it's with pistols. Think back to the Tech-9 round before, that ended in a 2-on-2. This one, again, incredibly close. The A-Pops are trying to work, they're trying to find the success story. But if you can't do it on the rifles, and you can't do it on the map that is the most T-sided we've got right now, what hope do you have? Red Canids going out with a whimper. Potentially the Americas RMR, that's more like it from Knifeman. Taking the game into his own hands, trying to lead by example.
Finally something. An opening kill to work with and make it 2. Nathan. Surely with a 5-on-3, this is Red Canids' chance to get back into this. You mentioned the CT sides are really going to be the staging place for these teams. Davide has surely got this one locked in. Should be a third. And that kill confirms it. Where were these rounds earlier?
Well, they're allowed to have them. Because think about the way in which that round takes shape. It's individual gunfights being given over towards Knifeman. Something that Red Canids have not really had the luxury of having right until it's very late, because Oddik is starting to disrespect. They feel like they've got this game. They think it's done. They think it's over. And for Red Canids, it's about trying to reset. 3 rounds at the tail end of a T-sided half. 9.5 out of 10 times is not enough. But it needs to be. There we go. There's your opener. You also get caught off guard on that dark peak. Woody missing a shot allows Davideus the way forward.
Yeah, great kills from Davideus. Felt like it was a one man fighting against the world for most of that half, which is very much reflected in the kills. He's actually the highest in the server, but I think that more speaks to the team effort that Oddik have been bringing through than anything else.
Got to win this pistol if you're Red Canids. Vital, and it's fast, straight out the gate from Oddik. Trying to clear in towards Dark with the Glocks. A dink for Nate, but not the kill conversion. But space acquired. They are in the bomb site. It has to be this retake now from Red Canids.
Look at where the CTs are. It's like 5 in towards the canals. They're just going to run as a group to flank.
Okay.
Yeah, and they've got to take the long way to get here. Woody's going to get all of the information, and there's no need for him to face. This is going to be a very tricky retake, but they can just run their bodies at it. Woody's angle from behind the pillar is perfect. And he's found 2. At long range, the Glocks are doing damage. Hardzau is done. No kill. Woody with 3 in the round, and Oddik with double digits.
Yeah, unfortunate. Again, Red Canids, they want to go for this aggressive play. They feel like it might be an A-pop. Unfortunately for them, Oddik, they just go straight in towards B. The players towards Dark are shut out by the utility. You can't push through, because if your lives are immediately taken, you can never go for the retakes. They try and give themselves a chance, but by that point, Oddik have established themselves in the bomb site. There's no kit. There's so much pressure. And now there's even more lying on the shoulders of Red Canids. 3 steps away for Oddik to continue the dream.
It's going to be an 11th as well. This is just a flash setup on the B bomb side, and Oddik are going to A, so fast forward 2 minutes. And yeah, this is, for Oddik, definitely a lot better than what they showed versus Elevate. Not that it's felt like it's had to be anything super special. The setups they've been running have just been working consistently.
It comes back to that first map of Nuke where it was disruption into the default.
Beach party. Beach. Beach.
Red Canids might be going away. And not to Copenhagen.
Well, surf's not so good in Copenhagen anyway. Well, no one dies.
They're playing min-max on the economy there. They're just trying to make sure that no one dies to Mac 10s. But ultimately, if you lose 2 rounds, you are done. But fair enough. They've got the belief.
First time out, they've just not really felt the need to at all get JTR on the mic.
Really good time to call this one as well, though. Because you know the guns are coming out for Red Canids. You know they might try something a little bit funky. They need to be the team that really presses the attack. That's what they were doing so well on Overpass. That's what this series has always really come down to. What's the play for Oddik? Are they going to remain controlled? Or are they going to try and surprise? So many mind games going on, and it's up to these 5 individuals of Red Canids to try and weather this storm.
Just 2 rounds required. Oddik to send Red Canids home, keep their major dreams alive, and win this, and then the next best of 3 is a qualification game.
And they go in A. And this is going to be fast on the bonus. The Mac 10s are going to lead the charge, are going to drop the utility early. And it's Venom Zero, and it's Davideus to defend.
Davideus, the man that you want here when this pop comes through. Smoke deployed, and they're not going to respect. They're running straight in. Pontus spraying with the Mac 10. Finds the kill. Davideus only 1. And Nate's extending forward. The flashbang's fantastic, but Nathan does get cleared. Oh, drive-by through the smoke. Hardzao playing around the edge of this one, looking for something back, and he's found it. Even a follow-up onto Turtle. A chance. Marios in a 1 versus 2. Hardzao's incredibly low. Mac 10 fires a few pot shots, and he's just extracting himself. No rifle to collect, though. Has to work with the Mac 10. CTs can work off each other. 50 seconds left for Marius to work with.
They've got to clear everything. They've got to go straight through A main. This is all on a timing. Matios worried about middle. It feels like he will get there, and he will be able to plant this bomb. There's more than enough time for him to set himself up. Remember, Hardzao is 1 bullet away from death. Weirdly enough, this afterplant is very winnable for Oddik.
Yeah, it actually feels fairly good for Marios. He's going to plant default, not going to play it though, and it's a double dark retake. He's going in, investigating, seeing if he can catch off the rotate, but it's not going to be coming through. And now he's not spotted anyone. He has a good read on the situation, swings out, finds the first kill. But it's onto the low HP player. Destiny jumps, and it is the end of him. And it might be the end of Red Canids. 12 for Oddik, 1 round required.
What a disaster. It felt like Destiny's scroll wheel jumped as well. Right as that come forward, you send the low HP player in to kind of be that bait, that human flashbang to set Destiny up for the trade. But it all accounts to this A-pop. It's the Mac 10s taking the space, disrespecting the utility. Here's that jump. That's unfortunate. And that really just seals the fate of Red Canids. 9 chances for Oddik to close, and this is probably the best buy of the entire lot to try and do it with. Deagles, MP9, but Davideus strikes first.
Hardzao gets aggressive as well, so They're not quite done yet. And they needed to take this aggressive stance, needed to really show some initiative into this map.
And as the dust settles, Oddik now reset in towards mid. They go straight back into Davideus' domain, but maybe. Also with the prioritization of Dark, Woody swinging, holding, but the smoke's been dropped already. Destiny is out of there. There's a lot of utility here for Oddik still to go back to a bomb site, regroup and execute.
Looks like A is going to be the destination.
Adios will not go mid on his own with that bomb.
Yeah, he'd love to go mid though. Denying some rifles. Oh, maybe they just save.
Could do. However, you could also just regroup. Going B is definitely not the correct answer, you can see.
Yeah, I think they're just going to hold on to their weapons.
That's fine as well, because you're, at the very least, you're denying all of this weaponry still.
Yeah, MP9's right, a deagle for Venom Zero. I think Marios is actually, yeah, they can't collect any of these weapons, so they'll get the round, but not as great as you'd hoped.
Cool idea, though. Just for Oddik just to be like the caretakers of the round, just throw all the weapons out. Just don't die here.
Okay, that AK did get picked up.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Davideus. He wanted the weapon, but it's gone.
And Woody keeps the AWP. Red Canids, look, they are against an enormous amount of pressure and a thick wall of resistance that Oddik built up. They're going to be investing in. They're going to be upgrading their rifles as much as possible. So the MP9s, they will evolve into these A1Ss. Now for Red Canids, they need to step up and just put some rounds together on a consistent basis.
Well, not just some. They need 8 rounds.
But some give you momentum, and then some give you belief a little bit back. Turtle wants to get aggressive. Hardzao thinking about rounding the corner. He might be flashed in. Doesn't commit. Turtle waits patiently. An exchange of napalm in towards Dark. And Turtle creeps closer, gets the opportunity. Hardzao walks straight into the guillotine.
Yeah, great spray from Turtle to find that one. And they know Destiny's close as well. And the pressure is being applied. He's brought down low. Rotation immediately called on over. And Turtle just finds him again. A little bit of body exposed. And Turtle, he will take the liberty. And there's still a need to commit. They found 2 openers. Turtle eventually dealt with. They're going back over towards A. It's Venom Zero who has had a rough map on Anubis. Sets himself up for the spray angle. And cops one back through it. Nithan is fast on the flank. He's going to see Woody. And he's just holding W. But Davideus falls, and so does he. Woody takes out Nithan and once again eliminates that core from major contention.
Yeah, he really is Red Canids' kryptonite. That's so unfortunate as well. You look at the manner in which Red Canids overcome Oddik on overpass. It looks like we're going to have a blockbuster finish to this map, but Oddik, they hold on. Their discipline and their fundamentals on display were just a golf in class today. And unfortunately, that means that we've eliminated one of the South American teams here on the B stream. Red Canids, their journey in Monterrey ends today.
Yeah, it's a sad story for Red Canids, considering, you know, how good this team has looked domestically as well. They've had some pretty big wins against some big names, and I feel like they came into this bit of a dark horse, definitely with upset potential. We think back to the map against Pain, where it felt like they should have been in the 2-0 bracket today, right? It felt like they should have been there playing against Imperial. So that's kind of the brutality of this format. You can't afford to start slow, to have an off day, and unfortunately, it kind of felt even in this series, they were just slow to start on 2 of those maps.
It just felt like the whole RMR, they were just quite slow when it came to getting going. And here you just see Oddik, their game plan just throughout this entire series will just remove overpass from the equation, but you guarantee you're going to get Anubis in this series. You pick into Nukem, which has normally been quite close. This is the first time we've really seen these 2 teams have blowouts when it comes to best of 3s since about October. And that always went in favor of Red Canids. Oddik have really put up a statement here, and they've given themselves a lifeline to try and qualify through to Copenhagen.
And Woody again also, we kind of called upon in between him and Nython. We'd like to see one of them step up into this, or both of them ideally, and definitely felt like Woody was having his impact in the server, and obviously led the team very successfully in that CT side. We can see so even actually across the board. Nate's a little bit ahead, but everyone is sitting there all together. On the other side, not the same story. Davideus found a lot of success in towards mid. I actually do think the number is slightly misleading because I felt like he had, 3 big multi-kill rounds to kind of inflate that a little bit as well. So ultimately, it just never really felt like they arrived on Anubis.
It really upsets me to also see Hardzao just having a really difficult game because he's one of the players in Red Canids that has an awful lot of experience. And you feel like it would be him kind of lifting the other players up, such as Davideus, such as Venom Zero, for example. And it just hasn't really panned out. Not only today, but also over the last couple. And it's a shame because on paper, this Red Canids team looks incredibly strong. It looks like a team that should be fighting towards the top and punching up towards the top end of domestic competition in South America. They couldn't get it over the line today, and Oddik, they just keep on thriving.
Yeah, it's kind of incredible just how one-sided each of these maps has felt in their kind of respective directions. And at least for Red Canids, they can, kind of feel that they at least showed their best performance on Overpass. They looked very good there. Obviously, that's not going to make them feel any better because Anubis was just not a pretty situation. But, I guess we mentioned it kind of throughout in the closing marks. This is the second time that Woody has eliminated this core of Destiny, Nython, and Venom Zero. So, I mean, he gets to continue his villain era against them, which I guess is something, but yeah, it kind of feels rough for those 3.
It does, but also when you just take a look at Oddik and the way that they bounce back, I want to say like it looked night and day to what we saw yesterday against Elevate. Like the structure looked a lot clearer, like the fundamentals were a lot more fleshed out, and it was clear that they had a game plan, which means that, look, the hard work is paying off, and for them now, they've got this one opportunity to try and do it. And it is a really exciting story. And if Woody does continue on this villain arc and he is eliminating Red Canids again, then hopefully, for Oddik's sake, they're able to qualify through, because otherwise it'd all be in vain.
Well, speaking of exciting stories, we've got one more best of 3 coming up, another elimination game on the line. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And simple. No! It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's snapped away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker, Odyssey.
Well, if you like Brazilian action, you've come to the right places. We've got MIBR versus Legacy, our second Brazilian derby of the day. And again, another elimination game, Brandon.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's a shame that we're kind of obviously on the Brazil stream and just kind of eliminating all the South American teams.
You know, on the other side, you know, they are also progressing
yeah,
still.
Look,
so, you know.
it is true. Obviously, on the A stream, you've got the qualification games going on right now. FURIA map up against Complexity. Imperial look really dominant against Pain. But here, focusing in, again, another legend of the game in Cold Zero. Survived against Nouns yesterday. And now they come up against MIBR, who are looking the shakiest we've really seen over the last few months. So we did not expect MIBR to kind of be in this position where they're fighting for elimination already. And it's been really just unfortunate, to be honest. Like the best of 3 yesterday, they looked a little bit better, but it's not the expectations you have for the squad.
Yeah, I think the thing with MIBR is, we expected better from them.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say they're the favorite, but they're definitely one of the favorites that we had to kind of go through. Obviously still can, but it's a difficult road ahead. Their opening loss versus Boss, that looked quite lackluster. Although I will say credit to Boss, they've looked fantastic throughout, even really taking it to Team Liquid earlier. But even in their win over NRG, who came through at the last minute, first map, absolute wipe. They run through them. The second map wasn't pretty. And I'm a little bit worried for them.
It wasn't pretty. Like, NRG took a 7-1 lead, but also that's T-side Anubis. They fought back into the game. They got 4 rounds right at the very end. It was 7-5, and they were able to then just snowball the game from there. So I actually liked what I saw out of MIBR on that second map. It also showed that their mental hasn't completely gone, despite having all these setbacks. But focusing more over on Legacy for now, and obviously the name that's flashed up on your screen is Cold Zero, but I want to put him to the side just a second, because against Nouns, in that third map, it was Lato, it was Dumao, but Lato especially was performing exceptionally.
Lato was unreal. On that Inferno map, he went 31 for 10. It was domination from him. And Legacy also had a slow start. They got absolutely wiped out by Pain. Nekas did a really good interview, actually. I recommend reading it if you want to know a little bit more about this team, but also about Brazilian Counter-Strike, because he talked a lot about kind of how teams view each other in the region. But he just felt that they completely anti-stratted them on Overpass. And he wasn't expecting the veto to go there, so I wonder if that's going to reflect in the veto here. One storyline I do want to kind of just touch on early on, because I think it's really interesting here, is that these two teams have met before. MIBR eliminated the core of this team, which was 0-0 Nation at the time, which was Ladder, Cold, and Jamal from the last Americas RMR. So once again, back-to-back games, we have teams that can eliminate each other consecutively.
Yeah, back-to-back potential revenge arc opportunities is the way I like to frame it as well. Man on your screen there, Insani, again, another storyline is 19 years old, has had a lot of spotlight thrown onto him when it comes to the South American scene, and has really been living up to the expectations, but hasn't been completely at his final form yet, and still needs to kind of grow into the server. Has still got a really good rating, don't get me wrong, at this event in total, like a 1.28, but despite that, I feel like he should be performing a little bit better, and his kills should be having a lot more impact than necessarily they've been having.
Yeah, Exit shouldn't be your highest rated player on the team. Yeah. But I think the more glaring issue here has got to be safe, right? Yeah, it's the elephant in the room, because he's been so fantastic domestically since going back into the squad. It's felt like he's been putting up numbers that he wasn't quite able to achieve in FURIA, where he wasn't given the space. But on MIBR, it felt like this was the right space for him, but he's their worst performer so far.
I think that's a really good point. It's the fact that when Safe and Drop moved to MIBR, the immediate thing they vocalized was it felt like we were getting more trust in the server. And as a result, rewards were coming off the back of it. And Drop has really stepped up this RMR, don't get me wrong. And I've been really impressed with how they've been performing. Veto is about to come through.
So I noted here that I thought that MIBR would pick Mirage. Now, what Legacy have been doing throughout this, they're playing a full 7 map pool.
Yeah.
So they are floating picks depending on situations. Often they will first ban Vertigo, but in this case, they opt to go for the Mirage pick, and I think that's because I imagine MIBR are thinking the same that I was, that Mirage would be allowed through, given that Legacy lost to Nouns on Vertigo, but they've still let it in.
I thought Vertigo was going to come out here for Legacy rather than MIBR, but it's MIBR that actually want to punish. And I felt like Legacy were going to keep playing like curveball CS, so they were just keep trying to keep their opponents guessing. Decider being Inferno is quite fitting as well. And if you look at this at MIBR, you're so happy with this veto. They're 3 comfortable maps for you. Legacy looked a little bit flat, especially after losing to Nouns yesterday on Vertigo. They were throwing some wacky rounds in, which did work against Nouns, but are not going to work against MIBR.
Yeah, I'm scared for Legacy on this veto. I hope that Anubis, they've definitely got some stuff up the sleeve. I mean, you did praise MIBR's Anubis in terms of their closing up the resiliency, but I still did feel that individually they were making some sloppy mistakes. It wasn't the best Counter-Strike that they were playing, and I think that's kind of the reason that Legacy have come in here with it, right? I feel that it's going to have involved a lot of anti-stratting on their behalf, but it feels like a must-win map because I'm very scared about this veto for them.
It almost feels like do or die at every single moment and every single opportunity.
Such as the RMRs.
Yep, it's true. Let's see it then. Legacy starting on that CT side, and MIBR taking space. And Sunny,
Cold Zero!
Straight into them. Exit trying to hit the trade, and well, gets a dink onto Nekis. Legacy just want to swing. They're going straight into that Glock of Exit. Needs to pull off the reload. But meanwhile, BRN has found Dumao.
Oh, I just feel like this round has done a disservice to Cole, but maybe Lato can bring it back, but he's going to get flanked. Drops behind him, has the drop on him. No, he doesn't. Ladder wins out that fight. Drop. Oh, that one really stings. But Ladder closes what started with a fantastic opener from Cole.
That was unbelievable from Cole. We need to get a replay on that because
that
he
player hadn't hit the ground.
I know, just plucks them out the sky. And that's so finding free as well.
Oh my God, what? It's even more ridiculous on the replay.
Lado finding free there as well was incredibly relevant because it was him that was dragging Legacy, kicking and screaming through that Nouns BO3. Drop should have secured that kill, but he doesn't. And it's these rounds that go a little bit out of control that Legacy are going to profit on, and they need as many as they can.
He dropped the ball.
Yes.
Ouch. Both for MIBR and for everyone that had to bear with that joke. What a hectic way to start, and now we've got very much a controlled second round.
Just waiting for the opportunity. No utility, it has to be one of these contact pushes. The MP9 of Cold is going to take the first contact, and then the MP9 will get bailed out by that M4, or maybe doesn't even need it. Cold Zero finds free, announces himself on the server once more. Legacy, dispatching of that with ease.
Yeah, Cold, you can see him also getting a little bit vocal there. Couldn't quite hear, but I could see in the little picture-in-picture, it was getting a big yeah out of, I guess, I don't know, probably not yeah, but, you know, something in Portuguese. We have an eco frag. Cole gets 4 and gets that AWP out. The primary AWPer of Legacy. A new era for Cold Zero. Honestly, he's been pretty decent at it.
The thing for Cold is actually on CT side, he is quite dynamic. A lot of damage being done to Lato early. Responded by Legacy with nades. Insani taking a peek in towards middle, but not finding anything. Cold Zero remains anchored over towards A main.
Demal's going to be the floating support. He's actually just got an incendiary in hands of this contact. He'll throw that forward, but Nekes wants to take the contact first. Goes 1 for 1. The damage onto exit. And drop. Oh, felt like maybe he had an opportunity. Can't find a kill. Safe's just walked into mid. He's just peeking with a grenade in hand, but it is space that he can take.
He's trying to be a nuisance. He's trying to keep the A players over here at the very least, and that's forced a rotation. Lato's come over to the mid side of the map, which frees up MIBR to isolate this kill onto Bartan. It's so imperative. He survives. He feels incredibly pressured and needs to retreat behind that smoke. That helps. Lato finding safe. Now it's just one direction.
Yeah, it feels like safe goes a little bit too quickly there. They're going to be allowed the bomb plant just about as the Molotov Has land, but the smoke gives the color. Oh, nice shot. But Demal's there for the trade. An exit, spraying, can't connect. The successful retake comes through. MIBR at least get the bomb plant from a, 3v5 position, or 3v4 position. Not too bad.
No, not too bad, but also you've got to praise Legacy here. Because it's everyone now just chiming in with multi-kills. It's not just relying on Lato, for example. It's coldzera really injecting a lot of passion into these players. Dumal comes in with a multi-kill. It's an effective trade. Legacy are always playing very protective. It's always a default out of them. That's something that Nekkers was saying in that interview. And MIBR, the style of rounds that they play as well, it feels very defaulty at times. So now it relies purely on whose fundamentals are better, who's got the quicker reactions. And currently it feels like Legacy are all over MIBR.
Tech9s and a Mac 10. Well, maybe they might set up for a pop play somewhere. They're going to be defaulting early. Sani just trying to spot out information towards middle. Yorp is left solo over towards A at the start. That could be the position that you can maybe punish with these Tech9s. You kind of... Actually, I don't know if they even know the Yorp's in play yet. I don't think they've seen it.
Not yet. They're trying to set up the mid utility. They just want to try and funnel Legacy into these Tech9s. You see that X has got a smoke 4 camera. The mod is going to go in and push them forward. Nekkers good timing on his incendiary. He's into the fight. Will find the first and the second as well. Needs to come through the smoke safe to retrieve the rifle, but Dumal steps in, and it's a shutout yet again by Legacy.
Oh, nice second kill from Dumal as well. Good attempt on the pop play. Nekkers, though, stepping up. Now that all should get revealed. There it is. Cold finding his. Nekkers is a talking point that I'm sure we'll be touching on throughout this series in terms of he's taken over the mantle of IGL. There's questions about his individual performance in the server. So him starting strong is actually quite impressive. Something we hope to see continue if you're a Legacy fan.
It's because it's not a natural role for him to transition into the in-game leader. It's kind of his first real time, just kind of out-venturing into the calling style, and he's very good. Like that's why. That's ultimately where the conversation has come about. If he can focus on his crosshair rather than what's going on all in the server, then it feels like he'd be a very important part of Legacy, but it's instilled identity into this team. It's made roles a lot more defined. Something they've always struggled with is the identity and also the permanence. When it comes to that fifth player, Bartan coming back in, having had previous experience, sure, under the leadership of Cold, but now thriving yet again, becoming a dependable pair of hands in this Nekkers network. And look at how systematically they've been dealing with MIBR, even in these ecos. One player falling, and that is it. Buy out yet again. Say finally wielding this sniper. And you feel like the way that coldzera plays on the AWP, or it isn't very flashy, it's very much about locking down a position. That is where Safe can profit. We saw it with Junior on Inferno, a map that isn't really defined by snipers. It was too little too late. Lato on the angle. And Safe's bypassed his position initially.
Yeah, I like seeing Safe being able to take these forward positions. Lato is playing around this edge and Sani spots him out. And off the angle he's forced, but Cold has now stepped into his spot. And he has the AWP on the position. Safe is perhaps going to be tempted to slow peek into this angle, but Cold isn't holding for someone on this right side. Head-to-head that to find this round, but the smoke is going to come through. Safe repositions, and Cold is ready for the fade. Ready for this fight, and he finds it. Comes out ahead against Safe.
Look at the rotates. Everyone from Legacy has prioritized B. There's been no pressure over towards A main. Nekkers just steps in, confirms intel. People need to stay over on this B bomb site, and 2 remain vigilant. 30 seconds left. MIBR feel that where they've got that kill, they have to commit to the exec.
Even Cold's going to start to come over now. Demal seeing nothing over towards A, and they're hearing Dark. 2 players set up towards Glyph. There is a Molotov on Insani. That can come through and flush them out, but no, it goes to Temple, and it gives them free reign to fight, but only for a moment. coldzera's AWP strikes, and it's Drop who has to collect the bomb, walking straight into that crosshair. And Legacy continue their flawless streak off the back of a triple kill from coldzera.
No smokes, no utility. MIBR prioritizing so much space in towards middle, and guess what? Legacy, they gave them the room, but they didn't give them the opportunity to find the kills. Even with the rifler swapping with Cold. It goes back into that system of literally coldzera is holding down, locking down angles. It means the rifles can be flexible. It means you can reinforce the bomb sites that little bit faster. You can go for more proactive plays on the edge of the map.
No bomb plants either, causing issues for MIBR. You kind of get to this point where you've got full loss bonus on the T side and you're finding a couple of kills in a round that as long as you get the bomb down, you kind of got buys consistently, but even getting into the sites is proving to be a serious issue for them.
So are kills. Insani yet to post a singular one. Drop, save combined have 2. Bartan dropping utility, starting to feel pressure, but through dark. MIBR go, but it's Brenton with the first. Lato trying to adjust, trying to call in the reinforcements. They're all here in time. It's a complete mow down on the B bomb site, and Safe is left scratching his head, figuring out, well, I can't plant the bomb here. I have to look elsewhere.
This has information that a fair few numbers where it be. Maybe he can catch a timing. Head over towards the A bomb site. Demau is going to be meeting him in towards middle. There's a world where if Safe either gets past or gets the headshot onto Demau instantly, that maybe can make something happen. He's aware of Demau's position. Oh, the chick on the angle, they both spot each other. Immediately, both other CTs come on over to meet this position. Safe hasn't budged, hoping for the repeat. So a bomb plant, even now, not going to be possible. coldzera, another multi-kill as he mows down Safe.
It actually sucks that he spots Dumao, because that completely halts his progression, because he thinks that they're going to step back in towards mid to try and confirm if he's gone towards A. Whereas if he doesn't spot him at the first instance, there's a 50-50 chance he actually goes to the right bomb site and he's able to get the bomb down at the very least. But yet again, it's just Legacy setting themselves up for success. The quick rotates. It's also just immediately recycling this utility to keep MIBR out and push them into all of these rifles. It's so difficult to contend with. No bomb plant also means no money for Safe to be able to acquire this AWP. And coldzera, this is the most aggressive we've seen him so far in towards mid, supported by Nekiz, who will go down. Insani gets traded immediately.
I'm loving what we're seeing from coldzera. He's not missed a shot yet.
Look at this from Dumao.
He's crept forward, found a gap in the flames. Drop not going to be ready, but he still manages to find the kill. So now coldzera, who I've just praised for his shots, will need to hit a few more. The entirety of MIBR is coming on through. Utility over the top. Doesn't quite find Barton. Force off the angle. Reinforcements coming on through, a late flank from Barton. And Lato catches Drop as he tried to get up through the heaven smoke. The blow on the HE giving him an opportunity. And it's Tech 9 that's fighting forward into 2 AKs, and yet still, coldzera continues to dominate them. Exit gets 2 back, but Barton's flank was not accounted for.
What a round from coldzera as well. I cannot believe it's a Tech 9 against 2 AK-47s. They're so scared to peek him. They don't want to go round this corner straight into him. The flank was so delayed as well by Bartan to the point where MIBR did not think there was a single chance someone could come and backstab. But it's all coldzera at the start, at the middle, and at the end, providing all of this space for Bartan to come through and dismantle Exit. Despite his best efforts, it's Legacy 7-0 up on their map pick against MIBR.
And it's coldzera leading them through it. 15 kills in 7 rounds, a 2.0 KD. He has over 200 ADR right now. Rolling back the years, 2 times major winner, 2 times major MVP.
MIBR have 16 kills on the server between all of them, and coldzera has 15.
210 ADR. A one-man wrecking machine. It's like we're in 2016 all over again. But this time with the AWP.
And this time with the backup. Look, Nekiz and Lato, they're still putting up very high numbers when it comes to the ADR. Exit is doing everything on his own.
Yeah, the number is so big for coldzera. It makes 100 ADR look not so great, which is kind of hilarious.
It's Legacy to take the pause as well, because that round gets a little bit chaotic.
Directly off MIBR's pause as well. So as soon as they've decided what they're going to do, Legacy's like, no, We're going to sit for another 30 seconds.
What a play. What a story this is as well, just playing all of the maps.
That's a great graphic to bring up. Thank you, production, for that one. 5 multi-kills from coldzera. We're only 7 rounds in.
100% open in duels is what I want to focus on against Safe.
4-0 in direct duels.
It should be Safe that has the advantage on coldzera. That's how it should play out. The way that this team sets up, the explosive nature of Safe, should be able to find things. There he goes.
Success netted for Safe. Orb back in his hands, gets the opener. The peek from Dark punished. coldzera is going to go reinforce the B bomb side off the back of that. It's a bit of aggression towards middle. Sani is very aware of the possibility based on his position, but no, he goes off the throw util.
He doesn't know. This is the first time that Legacy have already done anything like this. The first time that they've pushed it straight through the middle of the map. Safe finds another though onto Nekis, and that creates a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, now overextends a little bit, as does Lato. So despite coldzera's phenomenal map he's having so far, I think this is the round where finally he won't be able to absolutely devastate MIBR. It's certainly going to go to B because look at where exit is. Towards Goblin. Uh-oh. For drop, more like.
That's the definition of a call an ambulance for not for me meme.
Yeah, I was going for that with the vibe of the call. Maybe we'll get another multi-kill. Safe's coming. But Safe wins this one.
So much better from MIBR in the way that they set themselves up. It is really simple for them. Sure, they get a little bit overwhelmed by the push in towards mid, but you take a look at where the riflers are, it just makes sure that there's always easy trades. And Legacy, although they take the space, they can't really do too much with it. One of them has to retreat all the way back. The others then have to look for information, and they go for these aggressive plays out towards B main. It gets punished by Brenzen, and it gets punished by Safe. Pull up the graphic on the screen immediately. Safe finds a hat trick. Finally, we get a response from MIBR.
It feels like you put the spotlight on Safe and he immediately feels the pressure.
Well, good. He needs to.
Yeah. We need to see Safe in this map. It's been such a good storyline for him and Drop. We kind of talked about going into this map, how since they left FURIA, they've joined this team, it's felt like they've been able to find their footing. Drop is one of the highest statistical performers in the last few months, right? Just behind Insani.
But they're the two lowest performers on the team so far.
That round actually really hurt Legacy. Despite 7 in a row, their money is at breaking point.
These rounds have been close. They've been ending in like these 2 versus 2s, these clutches that have been won out by Legacy as well. It hasn't all been sunshine and rainbows despite the scoreline looking so one-sided. There's a real world in which MIBR can, yet again, scavenge their way back. Able to crawl into a position where it could be 7-5.
Tamal gets legged by Safe. We spotted him on that crossover.
Look at the utility as well, primarily for Legacy. We talk about the responsiveness in their nature when it comes to dropping the smokes and the flashbangs. They've got very limited resources to work with. A lot of space being taken over for B main, and that's going to be the signal of intent for MIBR as everyone works their way forward. Great flash. Bartan finds exit.
Perfect flashbang. A lot of damage done to 2 of these Legacy players.
All unconfirmed though, bar the Bartan skirmish. Nekis has rotated over as well. They're going to defend on the front line here at the B-bomb site.
I mean, absolute brawl. There's no Molotov for Glyph. Spamming through the side, trying to bait out the positions of his teammates. And Insani does catch Barton through the smoke. And Ladder, an unknown element, able to get 1 and make that a double. Safe still manages to plant the bomb somehow in the smoke, and Drop gets the kill onto Ladder, who run out of bullets. And then spins around onto Demal. Both these players incredibly low, but Safe with the AWP is on a good angle. No way to cover him off, and Drop is forward. He can swing off the contact of his teammate, and time is ticking. They have to get going.
Safe misses the mark and they're running him down. Sorry, drop that is. And oh, never mind, drop. Doesn't miss his mark on the follow-up. 2 headshots in quick succession. And that's now 2 in a row for MIBR.
Yeah, this guy's not dropped off whatsoever. 1 bullet away from death under the most enormous amount of pressure, especially when Safe misses that shot on B main. Lato's been a nuisance. He's trying to deny all the bombs. There's such low HP, and yet Drop finds himself completely on his own, completely isolated, and that's where he does his best work. He stands up, he lets them know that MIBR are still here on the server.
Yeah, what a response. Both in and out of the server from Drop. Just mentioning, he's been one of the strongest players for them. You can see why. Closing that round with style.
So clean.
Well, Exit opens this one, and they are able to deal with his pistol. Oh. I'm not sure what happened to Exit there. Did he drop a grenade or something? I'm not sure.
It's fine. It's okay. Look, there's a lot of damage, but it's okay. It might be an easy one.
No, I need to go CSI on Exit's death.
That'll probably be...
Obs, if we can get a replay on how he died.
Our observers are very good. There you go.
Oh, come on, that wasn't even close to going past the wall.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for showing us that. That's been this episode of CSI Anubis.
Exit exits. And Lexi finally back with a gun round. No AWP for coldzera, notably. For MIBR, straight back to A. They want to go for a pop, potentially. Just change up the pace and vary. They know the guns have just come back out. Insani. Oh, spots Dekis, will find him as well, but Dumau steps in, but that creates the gap on A.
There's even a third player in mid. coldzera was here as well. And a lot of presence here early, expecting a fight to come through. Dumau drops the smoke forward, but they're going to go ahead of it. Haiti comes on through, and Dumau deleted by Drop. Smoking towards camera, it separates coldzera from the action, and you can bet your bottom dollar this is a save. Play for the final round. MIBR starting to get a roll on this T side.
This is exactly what happened yesterday. Against NRG, they were down. It was a really slow start for MIBR, and yet they were able to build back in. They were able to just kind of take that breath. It was the individuals that really get the momentum going, and then it's the team play that gets them over the line. From 7-0 to a potential 7-5. Sure, it's not the best result on the T side, but you take it every single day of the week, considering you were getting absolutely rolled without any involvement in any of these bomb sites to start this map.
Yeah, Legacy was just running over them. And Drop's hunting. Oh, would have loved that second kill, but hey, he'll take the one. Last round and a half. If you'd been able to keep 3 rifles alive, you'd be sitting a little prettier into this one. Still going to manage to get out 4 M4s. Kind of think that Barton should probably swap with coldzera. When someone's having a good game, I think you just give them the M4.
Team player is coldzera, but also the position of Bartan is quite notable for him to be kind of with this A1S.
That's true, yeah. Sparring through smokes on dark. The long-range duels.
Look at this, just holding the angle, and they are creeping. They're going immediately. Bartan caught off guard. Obstructed by the flames as well. This is a faster round out of MIBR. They want to split up here again.
That smoke, the ladder going forward. The flashbang support perfectly. 2 for him. MIBR can't get into B. Even Dark is smoked off, and another one lands there too.
It's great timing on that hit.
The entire squad of Legacy came over to support. MIBR still have to reset, and Legacy will start to move back on over. Just moving as a unit with this advantage they have, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, but look at the bomb. It's out B main. Like, this is going to be so difficult to try and grab. This is why they've completely left it open, and they can now skirmish in towards mid. coldzera finds safe. That's an AWP if he wants it. Really got to praise Legacy there, because as soon as that smoke came in at the front of Dark, that's when the flashbang came over for B main. And that's what allowed Latos to get those double kills in the first instance. They know they've got the bomb here. Exit reclaims it. But now this also forces MIBR to go back into this bomb site.
Little layering flashbangs as well. I think each kill has different assists on it. Flames forward.
Nice little double volley of utility towards backside. Smoke lands, but it's too late. Barton gets both, and Legacy dominate at the half, 8-4.
Really impressed with that round from Legacy. Just the decision making, and it's the reactions that have been rehearsed offline. It's the hard work they've been putting in, the boot camps over in Europe to set themselves up with the best possible chance of succeeding. You're right, double flashes in towards the B main, and then the re-walk in towards middle. They're doing it with numbers. Every single fight in that round for MIBR is unfair. And also unfun. Oh, 3 people have swung me.
Yeah, that's never fun, is it? Coldzera still maintaining a respectable 164 ADR.
Promising signs like for MIBR is that obviously they struggled. They're now back a little bit. They've given themselves something to work with. Safe's been getting more involved in the game, and Sani's been finding a number of opening kills. It is doable. It just looks objectively a long way off.
Clean pistol would be a good way to get started. Split towards A looks to be the intent from Legacy. Safe gets Gush, so he has to fall back, and he's the only one kind of defending mid. Your exit deep in towards A. And between the two of them, they're going to have to fend off these 5, and they realize it's not favorable. They're going to fall back. Safe fires off a warning shot, but the site is completely breached.
At least there's players here on the flank, but again, you've already got Legacy reinforcing this. There's no utility, so it has to just be the Glocks finding the kills. Lasso full blind, the swing as well from Dumao can't help out, so Nekis is an important kill alongside Bartan. They're funneling MIBR out, but all the kills are coming back in their favor. And once again, the responsibility on Cold. He knows the exit is in towards CT, but exit hits the shot. Is there enough time? Potentially, there's no kit. But it feels like Exit's got it. Fist bumps all around. They know that MIBR have claimed the pistol.
Yeah, I thought Coldzera had done enough when he gets that kill on the player on Cake, but he felt like he wanted to go for that fight and just confirm it. I wonder if maybe he just dropped down and played around Cake. He just wasted another second. Might have been enough. But a great retake from MIBR. You got to say 5 on 5. The flashbang setup into main is fantastic, and that double layering in towards CT spawn and towards the beach is enough to keep the pressure on to Legacy the whole time.
Let's see then. Force buy for Legacy. As it does come down to that 1 versus 1. Such fine margins dictated the pistol. Now for Legacy, it's control in towards middle. This is something that MIBR really struggled with on their T side, but Legacy is setting the pace early. That incendiary is not going to help things whatsoever. That's gone too deep.
No sound cue, and Sani about to be blindsided. Yeah.
Not ready.
Not ready at all. Exit is, though. Can't get more than 1. And that's the entirety of A again unraveled. They've found the way through, this time with kills to support. MIBR, you've just got these weapons out. You've just won the pistol, but it feels bitter, but you have to save.
Yeah, but you do have to save. That's rough for Insani. It really doesn't feel like Legacy are going to be that far extended up in towards mid. So the incendiary, it's a fallacy of safety. An exit can only find 1 because, again, they've been swung on by so many of these Legacy players. So, whilst there is hope, it immediately gets stamped out by Legacy. They still reinstate themselves on the server. They collect a 9th. Has to be the reinvestment for MIBR. Obviously made comfortable a little bit by dropping safe. Having these weapons.
Yeah, the loss bonus isn't great, is it though?
No, it's not. The thing is, if Legacy win this round, it's basically another one in addition. It goes up to 11, and from there, you've got so many to play with. And it's MIBR calling a pause because they understand the significance of this round.
Get a bit on the mic. Yeah, this round completely end their Anubis dreams. This time I pick a Legacy, and I guess we're starting to see the reasoning for bringing it through. MIBR, who struggled against NRG on this map in the elimination game yesterday, Those woes continue here against Legacy, who come in a little bit more prepared. Ooh. Damn, that was cool.
Cinematics on full display, and it really is lights, cameras, action here for round 15. Finally, the buy will come out. And for MIBR, it's about getting the rifles in the best possible position. See that Safe is working his way over with these players towards A main. They want to push and force the issue potentially, or they hope and pray that Legacy go through this smoke. They get a little bit aggro. This setup is very far advanced.
Got the music going, it's like a full vibe. The tensions are high. It does feel cinematic.
What's going to happen?
The beat drops just as the smoke fades. We get set up for the fight that's coming forward. A flashbang and a Molotov as well. They're forced off the line. Brendan goes forward, but Demal doubles up. Safe gets one back with the spray. Nekez on the alert, gets his as well. And Safe behind Cake, not feeling like his namesake. Such low HP, but he's still found another onto Barton. Cold flushes him out, and somehow Safe is still standing, but not for long. Eventually dealt with. Drop gets his kill, but he's so far removed from the action. Bomb did have to get collected, but already this is being held. Drop. No way. Nekez is ready for you. Double digits for Legacy.
Got to give a lot of credit there to Safe, but ultimately that was a really easy round for Legacy. It's just a simple flash play. It's the Galils finding the success. Obviously the MP9, the 5.7, the weapons you don't really expect to do the damage, find nothing. Safe hits one back with the tray, but they just line up for Doom out. And when you get this kill, I feel like Nekez was just going to throw it all into the A-bomb site. Instead, he's a lot more reserved. He's worried about the flank potential, which allows Safe to at least inflict more damage on these enemies. But they're getting loud.
USPs. I know this is a very serious matchup, but it'd be really cool to just cast with the backing audio all the time, like soundtrack in the background. It kind of really adds an extra element to it. It really got exciting. Only excitement for MIBR in this round is going to be that one kill from Safe with the USP. Not going to amount to too much as Legacy 2 away from taking their map pick.
This is actually really terrifying for MIBR. Like, the fact that Legacy are making them look like just second best in every single one of these rounds. Every round that MIBR won was really hard fought for. It didn't really feel like it was ever comfortable in the successes that they had on the server. You then go into Vertigo, and Legacy have shown that they play this map. You then go into Inferno, a map that Legacy historically been really strong on. You're always fighting on the back foot. It felt like Anubis would be a really good level playing field. It's been anything but.
Still a long series ahead of us, though. Safe forward with the AWP. Finally gets it on the CT side. Safe's going to force him forward. He's sitting in it for a moment. The smoke comes through to support him, but the flashbang is going to force him off the line. Zerazort will get a chance as the HE does blow that smoke, but not going to spot anybody. Holding from the right-hand side, so he's not exposed to the window peak. His mid-control isn't theirs. Main does look to be MIBR's for a moment, but counter flash, this is very controlled approach from both squads. MIBR, you can understand everything on the line here. Demal trying to pounce, and he's done damage. And he's not looking to finish it up yet. Keeps them at bay.
They're not going A. This is all just a little bit of a mini game, ping pong with the flashbangs just to keep the control. But it ultimately has anchored all of MIBR over at A. And now it's going to be this crunch. Fantastic incendiary, but it doesn't burn Bartan, so the information's still not there. Rotation's on the way, but they might not be here in time.
Yeah, they've been fairly loud in dark, and time is running out. 20 seconds, smoke goes on forward towards Temple. Now going to be hitting into the site. Rensno does get his kill, and he stepped up for another. Playing around the pillar, he's got space to work with. Coldzera continuing, but put down by Safe. And time is now running out for Lato, and Sani picks up the AWP and keeps MIBR in Anubis.
Yeah, it really feels like the pressure and the contact needs to come out the B main players there, whilst the players are resetting from A to dark. Instead, it's the other way around, and that's why you get really just a complication of a hesitation from Legacy. Do we go in? Do we go out? MIBR get all the info because they were being vocal at dark. But if the B main players take the contact and then Legacy come through dark at the same time, that's where the pincer is going to be a lot more effective. And that's why MIBR won't get the head start on the rotations. Instead, they gather all the information, they get the right idea, and are able to hold on once more.
Another pause comes through for Legacy. Managed to get the investment through, despite the lack of a bomb plant. That loss bonus starting to add up.
Something big happened on the A string.
Yeah, I know. I just thought it was pause while I was listening to Tea Time, who was able to be heard from our studio. Very passionate game happening over there.
This is quick. This is, again, a limit test for Legacy. They just want to extend the play with something a little bit basic to try and test MIBR and their defense. Flashbang, not good enough. Brenson, oh, perfectly timed. Nekis, though. Doesn't matter if he burns alive. He's created the space. coldzera feels like he needs to go through the incendiaries. Bomb plant is a guarantee at this point, but the round being secured, that's another matter.
Yeah, I feel like he kind of thought it wasn't going to last quite as long as it did. Killed his teammate like 3 seconds ago. He kind of feels like he wasn't going to do half his health points. He has a smoke and a molly, and I wonder if he's going to lock off one of these positions with that util. Time's running out to kind of do that. Demal's going forward for the fight. Can't win it onto Insani, so coldzera needs a 1 versus 3 clutch. No one's coming from the canals. It's all going to be on the site, and they know where he is. Nowhere else he could be. A smoke lands in his face. And that's what he was saving the Molotov for. Throws it forward, but it bounces. It bounces off the mark. Spray comes on through, gets the kill, but exit is safe. So MIBR, another round comes through.
That's so unlucky. I don't even know what it bounces off, but it just feels like a rogue pebble. A little stone just preventing coldzera from laying down the utility. Insani, that's such an important fight to win over at B main on Dumal. Because if he grabs that kill, we can then take the space back away from B main. Alazan just gets those double kills of the MP9. Utility just enough to get MIBR through. But every round, it just still feels like it's tooth and nail. It feels like MIBR are just about holding on. And that was a test of their mental strength. How long can they do this for? Temporary respite with the Tech 9s. coldzera armed with an AK.
There's only 2 players on this side defending, though. And drop. Oh, he puts forward the smoke. They burst on through. Can control his spray for 1. Brenson gets his as well, but coldzera with that AK runs on through. Insani's going to drop one down. That's a cool silent drop he just pulls off. Bomb needs to be thrown over to be planted. Exit seen that come through. Smoke dribbled on forward. That's going to give some coverage. Good damage done by Safe with the AWP through the edge of the wall, and Insani's found Barton. It's a post plant with both players set up in the same position. A flashbang passed on over for Demal. coldzera calling for the support. The flashbang on through when they tap that bomb so he can swing. Being set up for a multi-kill to find map point. But a smoke onto the bomb is going to make it a little bit more tricky. There's that flash. But a counter flash comes through. Cold can't swing, and his position is known. Exit is sticking through the smoke. The spray for Demal finds it, and Cold got his as well.
No way.
They managed to do it in the post plan. coldzera denying the bomb.
And that's MIBR, again, fumbling. Sure, there's a smoke on the bomb, but you got so many in your pocket. There was 3 there. 1 on every single player. Just drop them. Going towards B main, you've cleared dark. You know they have to be over here. You've heard the flash come in. You've seen the swing out of coldzera. Drop your utility.
Exit dies with the smoke in his hand. MIBR now have to pick up 5 in a row. It's Tech 9s and a hero AK saved over from the previous round. They get Legacy to this point. 2 MP9s, 2 5.7s, and a Desert Eagle.
Surely not happening. Legacy caving. out a systematic pathway to be able to grab this map. It's relied on clutches, it's relied on individuals, but at the heart of all of it was team play and cohesion. Push, A main, another flashbang. There's been so many counter flashes that have been thrown into this exact position. This time accommodated with flames. Dumal finds Insani. And potentially this is the first MIBR domino to topple. Flashbang doesn't really help out. Bartam finds the trade.
Safe's going forward, looking for the weaponry. He's going to find that AK. Gets in the back lines. It's an awkward fight, but he wins it out. And now they can split on towards B. Drop is here. He's all alone with an MP9 in his hands. It's reinforcements coming, but they're being loud. Nekas is hearing it, and he's going to lock it off. Never mind. Safe jumps around the corner. But now he's the one that has to come up clutch, and he can't get it done. Ladder is there to close.
Yeah, well done there from Legacy. Yet again, it's just them prevailing. Picked Anubis as a punish. They saw MIBR and how they faltered against NRG yesterday. Were able to come back in that game, but it still didn't really feel comfortable. Which is something you highlighted, Lucy, but I did not expect it to go in that way, in that fashion. Yet again, able to recover in that first half, able to make it 7-5, but from there, Legacy just took over the game. Those clutches were just ridiculous.
Yeah, what a way for the map to start, right? 7-0, coldzera getting a multi-kill every single round, right? There was a point he was like 220 ADR. I think he ended the map 23 kills. We'll see that scoreboard in a moment, but what a great performance from him to bring them over the line. And for MIBR, you can see why Legacy decided to pick into this map. It's obviously, despite MIBR normally being pretty good on it, it definitely feels like a weakness at the moment.
It really does, and same could even be said for MIBR's Ancient. I feel like these are two maps where it could have gone for Legacy. They believed in Anubis a lot more. They thought the CT setups would be really overwhelming. But, I mean, when you're losing rounds with Tech 9s, just kind of at the helm, or you're double swinging with the AKs. These are simple mistakes that can't happen. Sure, an explanation of it could be pressure, but fundamentally, it can't happen. And they were happening round after round for MIBR. All of these small mistakes creeping in. Think back to that 2 versus 3, where they didn't have, you know, anything in that retake for Legacy. There was a single flashbang. For MIBR, they had all of the smokes. They had all of the utility. The only thing they didn't have was a kit.
And one thing that MIBR didn't have was everyone plugged into the server, Brown. And Safe, I feel like he had a couple of rounds, but it wasn't a consistent thing, especially compared to coldzera. But the name I really want to look at here is Insani, right? Yeah. He's meant to be the star of this team. Wasn't present at all. It felt like he had no impact.
It's when you take a look at the event in total and you see Exit being the standout player for MIBR when it comes to the ratings, when Biala Enezan is like second and top of the board here on Anubis. Like, this is completely working the inverse of what MIBR want to achieve.
Well, here we go. This is the standout player, and it's one that I think a lot of Brazilian fans, in fact, fans of Counter-Strike will be happy to see. coldzera, rolling back the years, putting on an incredible performance. Definitely the MVP of that map. 23 kills, 9 deaths, 128 ADR. Yeah, headshot kill's not so relevant because he was AWPing quite a bit. Remember, he's the primary AWPer of this squad, and yet he's still able to top the server. One of the best players to ever touch this game.
And what I really like from coldzera as well was how dynamic he was, and the fact that he was moving to set his teammates up to be able to also rotate. It was really cool to see, and it was working really effectively against MIBR. Vertigo up next, and for me, I'm really worried for MIBR because, again, this is another one of those maps that isn't really played conventionally. It's a little bit out of the box, and Legacy are providing so many of these rounds, especially against Nouns, where they were so unpredictable. And if MIBR aren't all on the same page, which is really apparent that they aren't, they could be in trouble.
Yeah, I will say at least Nouns were able to win that one, you know, in the end, but I definitely feel like Legacy could have, you know, pulled it through, and the fact that they've already played it here on LAN, they definitely have addressed, I think, a few of those issues. They had a loss to an anti-EQ that I'm sure that they won't be happening here against MIBR, so they will have expected it to come through, and for MIBR, Vertigo is going to be do or die, and for you, don't go anywhere.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And simple. It's Olaf who's on top of the box. Though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain. He's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
coldzera stepped into the server on Anubis. What a dominant affair. Really exciting to watch, actually, coldzera performing at that level, and just the entirety of Legacy really stepping up. We go now to Vertigo, the map pick of MIBR. Legacy let this one through the pool, which is an interesting choice. We saw them float against Nouns, who did pick it against them. It's not one they've played a lot. Do you feel like it's a very intentional decision on their behalf?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it is clear that they've been practicing this map. It is clear that Neckers has got a plan, and they look a little bit shaky here and there against Nouns, but I'll be honest, I didn't expect to see this at all. I thought MIBR would play to their strengths. Sure, they've lost against Boss already on Ancient in the RMR, but I thought directly that's what they would pick. And even though Legacy have looked quite strong, I feel like you've got to play to your strengths in maps like this. They've gone for the punish. They feel like that could be the answer. But considering how Anubis looked, and now you're relying on your individuals like Insani, you're relying on Safe to have a lot more involvement, that gets really difficult, especially on a map like Vertigo. You look to these players to really step up and elevate themselves, but where they've been kind of blown out the water and really thrown in every single direction on Anubis, Vertigo's a really difficult map to manage, especially in CS2.
Yeah, I feel like their confidence is probably not going to be at an all-time high right now. Definitely took a hit after that opening map, particularly the two we can see on the screen, Safe and Insani, who, yeah, Safe definitely had a couple of moments, but it felt like neither of them was having the impact that MIBR requires, and MIBR has been able to rely on consistently for the past 6 months.
Yeah.
Vertigo, as you say, you know, we expected to go to Ancient because it is their strongest map. Instead, they decide to bite down on the little bait fish that Legacy have cast out, picking into this map that was floated through the pool, one that Legacy haven't played a great deal, but coming with a game plan. They start on the CT side, and MIBR, it's do or die time.
Yeah, let's see it then. Bartan Dumao, you flash forward for a peek early at the B stairs. MIBR not willing to take that risk. Instead, they reset, control being gathered underneath A main. Safe and exit, wait for the gang, and Lato is going to be this first point of contact, tucked in, looking just for this pixel, just for a head to present itself, and it does. Not once, not twice, but the entire roster is here.
You can see the CTs scramble. Dumao is fully kitted up, and I mean that quite literally. He's got the kit, but he's also got the incendiary, the smoke, everything you need for this retake. Oh, coldzera again from the boosted position hits an insane USP shot. Now they're going to bring the bomb forward, but Brandon's so low. The spam doesn't connect, just the one shot fired through, and actually keep the incendiary. Playing the retake with the advantage and the util.
It's interesting. Dumao's using it for sandbags. Smoke definitely going to go on the bomb, but there's no flashbangs to get Legacy in. They need to fight forward. Viola Enazan just tucked in at default. He's going to be there, and he's going to be a surprise factor. Lato and Bartan combine, and it leaves it all on drop. There goes that smoke. But he needs to find everything. There's the first and the second drop. Now looking for it, knives out, and he does manage to get it. 3 kills in the round for MIBR. Drop gets a necessary pistol for them, and salt in the wound with the backstab.
A 1 versus 3 from Drop, a position that you do not favor him in at all. The smoker is down. There's a kit as well. Both kills go his way, and then he's stabbing through. And in fact, he looks like he's slightly off the mark to begin with. And this is with the round starting so well for Legacy. The fact that Brenton gets that kill to Neckers is also insane because he has such low HP. A Drop, what a round. Look at the time.
It's the audacity to go for that knife kill. Of course, he's running out of bullets in his magazine. Hang on a second, fast play. Exit shows them the door. coldzera will reply back with a passing shot on the USP, but they're in B. And MIBR surely got this round locked up.
Quick way to start this map. Drop gets the AK and all the util out the gate, so he's very happy about that. Also, he's picked up a Mac-10. The greatest reward. I also found a Molotov, so not so bad. Maybe he can find himself an exit. Actually, he's already found himself an exit.
True.
Maybe another one.
No, definitely not. He needs to actually move away from this as well. Because the bomb radius and no armor being a factor. MIBR have already taken space over towards CT. He might just drop the molly, he might just give it a looking, so at the end of the day, he's always going to be investing anyway, so it doesn't really want to bring a Mac-10 forward. It's a nice idea, but not enough. MIBR being very convincing in that second round. Not letting anything kind of get under their skin. And now being incentivized by the fact that Drop's able to clutch up and really announce himself on the server. He needed to be here. The same with Safe, the same with Insani, but it's good we're getting immediate output from one of them.
Absolutely. Now Legacy will be able to buy up. Fight over towards the A ramp. So Legacy not really having to be tested here too much. It was really mid and B they had to focus on so much against Nouns. Now we get to see what their A defense looks like. Ladder kind of sees Renzen from the corner of his eyes and has to do a double take. It gets a double kill off it. And so now we get to immediate answer to the question. Yeah, that A defense is pretty good. B's completely open, mind you.
Oh well, gotta get the bomb.
Oh, Insani. Okay, hold up. Hold up. There's something to be said about this round still. No, there's not. If he had an AK there, maybe there was something to be said.
Potentially, excl can get the bomb down. It feels really too far out of the realms of possibility. Yeah, they're all just about to swing him. A couple of players are low, and also Nick is on the flank. Look, this is a matter of time before this gets locked in. I really got to praise just, again, the reactions out of Legacy. Look at what happens. They drop a smoke in towards the middle of ramp. They're then spamming it down. As soon as the kill comes in, that's when the nade comes over, blows open the smoke, removes the cover out of Lato, and he's able to find the double up. This is so well worked.
Neckers. That kill's a bit BS. Such is the way of the Vertigo A spam. That's a perfect round for Legacy. They don't lose any single player. Especially after going into that round with a little bit light and util.
Made it work though.
They're gonna fight. Fast this time. What? Neckers adjust so quickly onto drop. Trade is fast, but damage has been done as well.
You can't let it get scrappy here, MIBR. That's exactly what Legacy want. If you're going to give them the opportunity to have these fights in the open, they're going to have all the elevation and the advantages. Brenzen bought low. Oh, lower still by that nade. Lucky he doesn't get finished off by HE. They're pretty committed here, MIBR. They're going to go in towards A. Dumal's just cleared mid. He can rotate over quite quickly.
Yeah, it needs to come on through soon, though, because this hit is about to be upon them, and it's just contact. Safe's going to walk in, Ladder on the angle, has to dodge the flash, but it doesn't matter. He's still able to turn around, and coldzera, that was the moment. He gets that kill, and the Stu play is so incredibly low. Dumal's still going to try and get ahead of this. It's a winnable round. Insani and Brenzen are limping through it, and further spam damage. The HP is so low on all of these players. You're begging for a HE grenade. Maybe the bullets will do it. Oh, Exit gets dinged and dealt with. A kit on Barton. There's a chance in this round. The time is ticking on down. Clearing in towards short, seeing no one. Smoke on forward. They can get on the bomb. Just tapping it, trying to bait out the spray. Fourth Barton gets on it for sure this time. And the wild spray eventually connects on the final bullet for Insani.
I'll be honest there, Dumal. He just doesn't see it, but there's a kit right off to his left-hand side. One step to the right, he could drop the smoke and then get on the bomb immediately. And that would have been the difference. Because he taps it with 10 seconds, and then it's the recommitment.
Insani as well, you gotta praise him. Low HP, he's not exposing towards gap, but comes late around.
It's this kill right here. 14 HP. Brenzen locks it in on coldzera, because otherwise that round is completely over.
It's crazy Insani actually gets the kill on top of default and then just continues to spray down onto the smoke. Doesn't reset at all.
This is fast. Look at this in towards A. A lot of ramp control being taken. But again, Lato falls. Bartan now has to pass the testing towards mid, and he does so spectacularly. Exit knows that Dumal is close.
Just about gets away. Insani starts to go very fast up onto B and is met by coldzera. Perhaps not expecting an extra element here, thinking that Dumal couldn't have rotated that quickly. Net committing still, Dumal has gotten close up towards wood.
They know about this. Exit is waiting, anticipating that someone might jump over. He's even got an incendiary if he wants to kind of flush Dumal out of this position, but he's going to go quiet. Ultimately, he's the one holding that bomb. Meanwhile, Brenzen looks for information. And he scraps the utility, he can scavenge off the floor of his fallen teammates, and now they're going to reset.
I feel like you don't molly wood here, though. I think it's more likely to go to quad or default.
You got to clear close before you molly. Because you haven't felt this contact right here, so you anticipate someone there. Dumao finds both. Legacy overwhelm, and they immediately reset MIBR.
No, I was so aware that fight was coming as well. That's perfect game sense from him.
Also, it's the map control that Legacy are taking. You look at how they set themselves up. coldzera moves back over towards construction. He can hold deep in towards mid, but also the player over at A has pushed all the way down. He's holding close.
That double in middle is everything as well. And Sani also maybe getting a little bit too quick on trying to take the space onto B.
I don't actually mind that play from him because you've seen two players, even potentially a third, in towards middle. You want to scale to try and take the space back, but you're not anticipating coldzera. And that all comes down just to the reactions that Legacy have been rehearsing in their boot camp, day after day, hour after hour, anticipating the journey for this America's RMR, for the first major to be long, drawn out, over 7 map pools, practicing every single one. And yet their mechanics and their fundamentals look sharp on every single way you slice it. Just pistols. It's the perfect moment for them to equalize again.
Yeah, it's really cool when teams flex the full 7 maps. Gives them a lot of flexibility when it comes to the V2.
The thing is, it often, as a counterpoint, is just making every single map a little bit weaker because you're focusing on an extra one. But it really doesn't feel that way when it comes to Legacy at the moment in this event. Reset over at B. Dumao's already pushed mid. This is so tough for MIBR. Whichever way they go, it constantly feels like pressure is being applied. Dumao surely is going to spot all these players and collects a few of the collateral. Shouldn't be any further damage here. Should be 5 alive, potentially. Dumao could be isolated, misses the shot on the first, but they're going to give him more opportunities to take their heads off.
It might be out. Oh, actually, well, Sani has managed to slip around. There
Knife?
it is. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No. Still gets the kill. Actually, it's safe that gets it. Unlucky on the knife.
I rate it, though. Again, you're just prioritizing money for this orb.
Absolutely.
And also, it's a big morale boost. It's kind of like a thing with the Zeuses, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying the other day, right?
I completely agree. And obviously, knives, I feel like they're a bit more difficult to get. The fact they could have 2 in 6 rounds in an elimination game is crazy to me.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that just everyone gets a bit of a chuckle out of it, and just that one like physical action of getting a bit of a smile on the team. Oh, okay, a second kill. Yeah, you take that. Sure. But Legacy will even things up 3 apiece.
Pretty clean. 2 casualties, not the end of the world. Good for Insani just to find that last one. Look at this buy, though. Lack of bomb plants over the last couple of rounds means that at a compromise...
God, you'd love that knife kill right now if you're Insani.
Yeah, AKs are Galils. Only 2 AKs brought into this round. Limited utility fill the pockets of MIBR. And again, a fast play in towards mid. coldzera this time doesn't overextend. That's Bartan's responsibility at the top of the wood. Going to be cleared by Insani, and he will find his prize.
It's a 2-2 setup over towards mid and B. So Dumao is immediately going to slip into the spot, and you've still got this double up in mid. Expecting something. It's not coming just yet. And Exit's patience might be rewarded. He spotted Colt on the cross, just holding the slither angle. Nekez caught off guard. 2 openings for MIBR. And they're being so patient.
They're waiting for the mistakes, and they're getting them. coldzera's locked in. You've got Brendan just locking off ladder. Like, coldzera is trapped. He can't do anything else in this round. You are keeping 2 players that are kind of having a trade-off and a standoff in towards mid for the price of this. The exit just leaves. Safe picks up the bomb. MIBR looking to reset. And they don't mind giving up that area of the map in mid. They want to end over towards this A bomb site. coldzera doesn't go down the ladder, and MIBR don't commit in towards A. They go B. At the same time, the B rotation of Dumao, he's completely left it. It's absent. There's nothing here for Legacy whatsoever.
I mean, I like the idea. Oh, Cold is going to be very quickly in the back lines, but that's something that's going to be considered, surely. Because you know he was just in ladder. And he's going to deal with Insani. That's going to be a bit of a pain. Rotation comes on over, and Mal looks to jump around the corner, coming on through, and he finds two. They line up for him. Brings it into the advantage. MIBR had 2 opening kills into this round. And now they have 1 surviving player. It's dropped that has to pull off another clutch, and he can't even get it started.
And again, it's all coldzera. Sure, he only finds 2 kills in that round, but it's his impact, his presence of just being there.
So sick from Jamal as well, jumping around. Just as the Molotov is landing on default, they're having to jump out of that position. The synergy and coordination from Legacy is just beautiful.
And they're even taking a pause because that round was chaotic. By their standards, that's not how they want to win rounds. They want to do it in a much more convincing fashion, in one in which it doesn't get as chaotic unless they're organizing that chaos. 30 seconds to maybe adjust your neck pillow as well.
Yeah, it's not as bad as Turtle. I couldn't believe the way he was sitting earlier with like just the entire back in recline position.
But this is what I mean here. By him taking the kill and then not facing, that brings all the attention through. And that incendiary, as you mentioned, just created that little bit of wiggle room.
What a crazy round. This has been some great Counter-Strike to watch. If you're just a fan of Counter-Strike, the way that Legacy are playing at the moment in this series has just been so enjoyable to watch.
And Legacy are a team that everyone would have just had as upset potential. Never mind dark horses, never mind giant killers in the region. Potentially that's what they could achieve. We're still in this effect for MIBR where it's one round after another of just pistols being reinforced with AKs afterwards. Flashbang's trying to offset Bartan. He's stuck, but he's got the support of Dumao. And even though he gets overwhelmed, it's coldzera that steps in next, where there's one element of the Hydra from Legacy. You cut one off and 2 more spawn in his place.
There's always so much utility as well. So difficult to fight into these sites. The flashbangs are actually perfect onto the default player in Barton, but it didn't matter because the support immediately came through, as you mentioned. Now it's just a game of whack-a-mole against Safe and Exit, who are going to pop up in a moment. Shadow scene. Delaying the inevitable, it feels. Now locks in the final 2 kills. 3 in the round for him, and 5 on the board for Legacy.
And it's difficult if you're MIBR because you're looking at this and thinking, okay, well, they're rotating really easily, but they're not. They're gathering all the information and then going off it. It's a low buy. If there's one player making noise, you've seen a couple of sets of utility, it has to be the full force, which is why the rotations can come in so quick and allowing an extra second of Bartan in the site results in 3 kills for the price of 1. But even in these full gun rounds, it's not been the case of Legacy over-positioning and gambling. They've been gathering all this information consistently. Burning alive as well. BRN dealt with. Nekiz, he's just chilling. He doesn't need to do anything. No one's accounting for him. No one's acknowledged his existence, and he punishes MIBR.
Finally dealt with. And it's Exit and Safe who have to try and close again. Cole tucks into the sandbags. Safe does have a Molotov if he wants to try and flush him out, but you imagine.
It's great util. This is fantastic utility because ultimately you're pushing them into coldzera.
Demal is also slowly coming through the back lines. I doubt he extends though past the bridge.
This has been a consistent feature piece in every single one of Legacy's gun rounds. They've always pushed mid, but they've never gone down the ladder. They've always gone through T-spawn.
I also really liked it. I mean, I like that maybe I went A because it's been so dominant over towards kind of mid and B, but the fact that Legacy is still so ready and able to respond to it despite the conditioning elsewhere is a great showing to their composure on this map.
They're not going to molly coldzera. Oh. As soon as this molly goes out, look, Exit is anticipating that Cold will swing, and finally, coldzera gets punished. 20 seconds left. MIBR still need to commit through.
Flashbang for Lato to set up a swing, and it comes on over. Exit can't come in. Barton with a great swing. Exit does some damage, but he's already being flanked down. Oh, Exit! Now that's a shot, but the bomb isn't in his grasp and the round is done.
Also, what I will say is, for Legacy, their defense on A has been exactly the same every single round. And MIBR don't have an answer to it, which is why it's remained so consistent. Blowing open this smoke. This time, it was a very tiny variation in the fact that Nekkers comes through the smoke on gap side, but ultimately, he's the one that's fighting. coldzera's dropping the utility and then swinging off the back of it, grabbing these kills. But this is so easy for Legacy. MIBR are really struggling to deal with anything that Legacy is throwing at them. And it's looked really close to begin with. And yet, again, relegated down to pistols. Legacy, a firm grip on this series. And MIBR, a reminder, they need to win this map or they're eliminated from the RMR.
coldzera and Co's revenge arc starts to come into fruition. Safe is keeping extra money for an AWP into the next round, so maybe that's the change up required. Get him enabled with that because he's just not been able to have a presence in this map at all.
Notice how coldzera thinks about going middle, but doesn't because there's been no contact anywhere else. Legacy will only push mid if there's been contact felt on anywhere else in the map. Neck is to be tested. Lato on an off angle. Lato over peeking. That's scary. A lot of damage, but no kill conversion. That's a deagle. Getting the kill, and also an AK picked up for drop. Nekkes steps in, and he just keeps fighting, standing his ground for another.
Nekkes really getting it done. And Jamal catching Insani on the overextension. This whole time, coldzera is tucked in towards gap as well, so he's ready to fight in short. In fact, extends further. Safe, not going to be ready for him in the back lines. Exit there as well. Cole gets the double. And despite a nice entry onto ramp, it's not enough to get things done.
Need a pause from MIBR. One needs to come in right now. Bit needs to get on the microphone and he needs to just reset his players and instill some belief in them, because right now they are running their head against a brick wall. They're doing the same things over and over and over again, and it's too easy. It is too simple for Legacy.
Great to see Nekkes also at the top of the table, right? Player that's not often having that kind of impact, and when he is, that's everything. Safe did bring out that ult finally. What he was saving for in the round before, and he's forced off the line immediately towards bottom ramp. Pressure over towards B, but the flashbang again, so good, and Barton has dealt with both. There's a kill back on towards Lato, but it's a poor consolation, but maybe this is something. Nekkes finally punished in towards the ramp, puts it back to even.
Good repositioning here from Legacy as well, it's got to be said, because again, they're accounting for a flank that could come through. coldzera is going to reset behind the sandbags again. There's no incendiary. He's purely waiting on contact to be felt by his players. You see that Bartan's dropping utility, flashing as a little bit of an illusion for players in towards gap, but no, the sole focus is on sandbags. And once again, the prime objective is to set coldzera up for success. Safe's not considering it whatsoever.
Oh, coldzera's going to win this round. There's still a position from... If you're the player in this position, you just feel like this round is in your hands. And unfortunately, he's going to have to reveal himself. There it is. Safe known, dealt with. And now he can just tuck in the corner. He has the support coming on over, providing further distraction, but Barton falls. Jamal making his way over, and coldzera, such a perennial nuisance, but he has to do it all. Runs out of bullets, but the USP is enough on both of these players. They're trying to run away. Just enough time if they want to get there, and oh, actually the USB doesn't quite take down Brenner's, but he does eventually find it. And there's just enough time for exit.
Look at this. One bullet. That'll be the difference maker in this one-on-one. coldzera coming in from CT. Wanting to push the issue and exit that has been all-knowing. But not this time around. It's coldzera again. Set up for success in the sandbags. But this time finds the success over at B. MIBR, they reroute. They run away from Cold. They're terrified.
And you should be. Something very fitting about him winning out the clutch from a position named after him. That sandbags play was everything. Safe actually kind of makes him have to activate early.
There's that pause. You just saw it on the cams. Bit gestured for it. But let's be real, this is a round that coldzera should never be winning in that manner, because ultimately Legacy should have put that round to bed when it started, already getting all the dinks in. It was systematic and surgical headshots from MIBR to put themselves in a position to win that round out, but Cold denies again. Zera added on as a sign of respect, and he's demanding it right now from MIBR. There's that second pause. But this is the final chance in this first half. Legacy with the potential for 9-3 on MIBR's map pick, by the way. MIBR picked this map, and this is what we were talking about pre-game. This is why I said, look, I'm not sure if Vertigo is the right decision to make. Both of these teams not really played it. When elimination is on the line, do you want to throw in a curveball? MIBR said yes, and currently, Legacy are saying no.
Playing to your comforts feels like the position you'd prefer to be in when elimination is on the line. MIBR are feeling anything but comfortable right now. And look at this setup, 2B, 2 mid again. Legacy just always have the read, always the information. And Sani makes his presence known. Nice HE. That is going to do a chunk of damage on the Barton. Normally, you'll see a stack of them there, but there's just not enough to go around to enable that.
Different variation this time in middle. Look, Nekiz is on the boost. coldzera set him up there. They're going for this double contact. At some stage, coldzera will fall off and reset to A. Lato has been on his own for such a long time. As soon as they hear this flash, that'll get the pressure going. That'll make the decision easier for Legacy. Off Nekiz goes. coldzera lies in wait over at middle. But for MIBR, it's all about deception and misdirection. They're not sure where they want to end, but they think it's B. And that's the right call. Bartan sprays out his magazine. Dumao is close, but the utility limited.
Yeah, the smokes, but it's just those in flashes. No Molotovs, which normally would lit a B. Defensive smoke forward, flashbangs over the top, and the rotations will come forward. Barton is dealt with by Insani, but an immediate trade from Dumao, and coldzera with the 3-piece. Dumao gets one back, but coldzera is undeniable in the server today. He is not done on this road to Copenhagen, to the first CS2 Major, one of the best in the game, and he gives Legacy their 9th at the half.
This is it. This really feels like Legacy are destined to continue their journey here in the RMR. MIBR look flat, but also they look defeated. Legacy, it feels like wherever which way MIBR go and commit into, they are being met with 2, 3 players. And not only that, the utility. It's all by design. Chucky, who's been with this squad for so long, through various organizations, through various major runs, he's seen it all. And here, alongside Nekiz, alongside coldzera, as that secondary voice has been driving Legacy through this best of 3, not just over the line, but complete and utter domination. And now MIBR need to reset. It's their map pick. They need to be the ones to take the game by the scruff of the neck and drive a sucker punch through to Legacy.
Dumao and coldzera with 29 kills between them. But that's got to be close to the entire total of MIBR. Barton's removed early. Presence towards Rap noted. The dual Beretta is firing off blindly, and they don't find purchase. Ladder picks them up. Exit gets one onto Nekiz, but coldzera again besting Safe, who has had an absolutely abysmal showing on Vertigo. Still an advantage for MIBR. Kit not in play, a flashbang forward smoke. Actually not really going to help the T's too much. A tap on the bomb. They need the kills, they need them fast, and it's Insani that needs to deliver. But Ladder, who has been such a standout player at this RMR, is keeping them at bay. And the time that he's wasted might be enough. No, Drop is going to get the kill. And again, it's Drop clutching these pistols that's keeping MIBR in this map.
Just about keeping MIBR in this map. Look at how close that is. You can hear it just about to explode. But Drop cuts the wires. 2 HP to his name. And it's enough. It's a start for MIBR. But there's still this ever-looming shadow cast over you on this CT side. Able to clutch up, but still comes down to a 1 versus 1. Look how easy it was for Legacy to get in the bomb site in the first place.
And the bomb player 1v1, yeah, you're full buying into this, aren't you, if you're Legacy? You end up with 5 Galils. Yeah, the utility's lacking, but the weaponry is so much better. Sorry, there's an AK in the mix for Lado as well. Even better. Brenton, how did you do that damage? Is that just some spam?
Yeah, spam through the yellow tarpaulin. Double boost, maybe? The Legacy?
Oh, it's a double platform for Lato, so we can
that's
go
cool.
back and forth. That's quite neat.
Innovation. Creates opportunities. Look at this in middle.
Just crept through. Safe's head is spotted, surely. Yeah, they're looking for him. That is trying to force him up the line, force him into Dumau, who's in his spawn. And now they're kind of split between the teams, but B is the destination. 2 players still here to deal with. Exit with the M4. He's the danger man. Needs to be dealt with. 1 for 1 though, and Barton coming up the stairs has found his. And this round, this win, this second round against MIBR, who won the pistol, is going to devastate them.
That's a really cool round from Legacy because it felt very familiar to what we saw them pull out against Nouns yesterday, except they did it with a smoke, and that's quite telegraphed. If MIBR saw that smoke, they would have obviously watched the demo, they would have been keeping track of Legacy and know that that's going to be a mid to B split. Instead, it's pure contact, and they wait. Notice about how the player boosted doesn't start shooting until they're in the position to swing immediately. Dumau completely catches. Safe unawares.
Legacy are kind of like, you know what? We don't need you to help. We're just winning all our fights anyway, so just contact play. Absolutely. They can feel it. Just a few rounds separating them and eliminating MIBR and keeping the major dream alive to fight for a spot in Copenhagen tomorrow. And coldzera to be the man to lead them there with 2 dominant back-to-back performances.
Do or die. Do or die for MIBR. Dumau wants to lay waste to them through the A ramp. Again, it's a deja vu. This time, it's not a boost over the top. It's just a scaling over construction. Lato finds exit. coldzera holding the rotation. Safe is being loud. Safe has been heard. Insani is not in a safe place, but at least he's found that kill. And that's going to force them away straight into this flank.
Look where coldzera is. Okay, this now becomes an issue. coldzera walked past all of the defenders. He's in towards, elevator. And Dumau not accounted for. But Drop is there for the trade. This is a weird round. coldzera is so separated from the bomb. He's got to run all the way around, and that's certainly going to be heard on his approach. You can see immediately the repositions of the 2 CTs. It's certainly doable. Time's not in his favor. Health is against Insani at the very least. The smoke can be dropped by Drop, though, in towards empty, and then it becomes really hard. In fact, the Molotov goes first, and then a smoke in to follow. Means coldzera is going to have a tough time collecting this bomb. Oh, maybe he could walk through and sneakily pick it up, but no, it's just going to force him around the corner. Potentially, you could just find where it kills. Certainly a possibility, but the crossfire is really strong. Insani being kept on his toes. The swing comes through, and for a second there, you think maybe there's a chance, but Insani converts. MIBR get their 5th.
Much better reaction from MIBR as well. They see the same play coming in, the same person. Lato kills exit. Immediately, what's the response? Risk taken, just pushing straight from B, straight through A.
Yeah, the big issue there was coldzera actually, I think he went through, I might be wrong, but I think he went up A, which is why the bomb is running back. So he missed these CTs.
But because he went towards A, that is a reaction off the back of Insani finding that kill with the MP9. In reality, coldzera should have just gone B.
Well, he was already deep in A. He was on gap, and that's why the bomb's running back. I think they thought the B bomb site was stacked.
Potentially.
Either way, slight misread.
Oh, here's that smoke.
I see that round again that you highlighted last time. That elevator smoke. Worked well for them. Well, it was weird. They ended up in CT spawn, so we'll see how it pans out this time. Fasting towards mid. And a response. HE over the top. That's a nice HE. Actually, kind of dodged. And MIBR ready for this play.
Yeah, but look at this.
Again.
The intent is for coldzera just to work. He's got so much room. It's the third round of conditioning that Legacy have put in mid.
All 5 MIBR players have come to deal with this mid play, and no one from Legacy is even there anymore because coldzera has the A bomb site. They're being loud about it, but he's ready to lock off the rotations if they come through.
Yeah, but he should have pushed a little bit further. I understand being worried. coldzera, needed that one. Instead, finds drop. That's one of the rifles. coldzera finds one more onto safe. Dumao hits the trade on BRN, and suddenly Exit and Insani need to clutch up. That's a fantastic start. And Insani's worried about middle, but Neck is asleep the net.
Oh, Exit is done for. Good night. Nekes with the deagle lurk through. Insani needs to find him before he can even think about this round, and he does do so. Nice shot, but it comes at a brazing wound to his shoulder. Kit recovered. Time running out, and yeah, he can't go for it. Can we talk about that second kill from Cold?
Yes.
He's mid-spray into a player in front of him, and he just to the headshot kill. Might be primary AWPing now, but he's still got all of the rivaling prowess that made him a household name.
He's in flow state, that's for sure. But also, what's really cool about this round is that we saw it against Nouns yesterday, and you even said, as soon as you saw the smoke out, it was a bit weird for them last time. They just went into CT spawn. Look at the reaction from MIBR. They saw the same smoke, they all go into CT spawn, they leave A vacant.
In slow motion, it still looks ridiculous.
And Neck is here. This is just twisting the knife. And it's ironic that it all starts with a pistol win for MIBR with Drop hitting the $1,500 kill reward with the slash.
Yeah, Drop clutching both pistol rounds. Legacy didn't get either pistol round, and they're 11-5 up on their opponent's map pick.
It's safe and it's Drop that has been the last majors for the past 3 years in CSGO.
Frustrations, and you can feel why.
You can feel it disappearing. That consistency that you had through Furia, through pain. It's not there. All you feel instead is just a world of hurt. Insani never made a major. Potentially. Still won't.
One of the favorites coming into this tournament. Definitely one to qualify at the very least. Their HLTV ranking, their recent form, their showings at some international events where they've taken down some big names. But here they might fall to one of the biggest names from their region. And a team that MIBR eliminated from the last RMR. It was the core of Legacy, who fell to MIBR on the road to Paris. But the path to Copenhagen looks a little bit sweeter for Cold and his merry men.
Job not done quite yet, but the buy would really indicate that MIBR are faltering. It has to be all in from here on out. And Legacy know the utility's not going to be great. So they just pump and execute in. They send Bartan over. And look how much space he's got. Insani, it doesn't even matter. He gets decapitated by Dumao. This round already feels over.
You need to go for it. You need rounds. You can't be saving here and it being 12-5 when you bring MP9s into the next round.
But you're smoked off. You have nothing. You have nothing
it's
if you lose this.
They're saving.
It's a bitter pill to swallow. But at the same time, it's belief for MIBR that they can do it. But maybe it's all false hope. 7 rounds. And that's only for overtime. 7 chances for Legacy to continue their journey at the RMR.
Just one kill enough to get Legacy a series point. Calm and in control.
You know what hurts the most is MIBR save, and look at what they've brought. SMGs.
It doesn't matter there's 5 Galils on the other side because they've got no head armor.
They're playing the bonus, they're building the bank. Legacy have got chances, Legacy have got opportunities now.
5 MB9s to keep MIBR's major dreams alive.
Free start B as well, no one is mid. They're looking to take the space, they're looking to set up one of these players on a faster flank. Neck is creeping and crawling his way up towards Gap. MP9's held at bay by the mollies. Spartan even holding the flank, the possibility. Legacy want to take no chances. They want to be as safe as possible.
Yeah, this one's the most default here that Legacy have shown in terms of the kind of 1-1-3 spread. Looks like now they're going to be resetting over towards A. Utility juggled over.
Oh, that sucks. Then they blew the molly off the map.
Oh dear, well. Flash forward, initiative being taken, Drop gets an opening kill, Neckhead gets the trade back, it's safe is there to trade. So an advantage still kept, Samal going around the corner, gets 2. Evens things back up, and every time that MIBR get an advantage, it feels like it cruelly slips away from them. And it's Exit and Insani, the only ones remaining for MIBR in what could be their final round of Counter-Strike at this America's RMR. A smoke through. Barton's getting ahead, and Barton gets one. Insani at least is able to trade. Gets himself an 8K and gets the kill. Still in it, RMIBR, thanks to Insani.
Yeah, but that's all the kills falling in favor, bar 1 for Legacy. And as mentioned, that was all Galils. So it doesn't matter. They can still reinvest. MIBR are still going to be fighting with everything they've got, but with limited resources. Fantastic clutch from Insani, the adjustment right under the pressure. There's that molly going again.
Oh no.
Wouldn't have mattered. In fact, Legacy are going to take a half buy. More than enough rounds to play with. But look at the investment from MIBR. Their bank balances are depleted. Every single kill hurts.
We might see something explosive. Mal, who's earned himself a Galil with his 20 kills. Where's this one going then?
It's just B, it's just CTB. Deeper smoke to allow more coverage. Molly's now being lined up. They want to burst through this. They want to overwhelm Generator. You can see that Insani needs to back up, but Safe finally gets a kill in towards mid. Insani gets overwhelmed by the MAC-10, but Exit is there as well. And suddenly MIBR scramble together around. It feels a lot more convincing than the last. Cold Zera with 2 incredible headshots. There's still a chance for this. 50 seconds left. Close to another position on the map that is named after him. And he is looking for a chance. But he's got to be careful because Drop is here on the flank. There's still chances to make this a 1 versus 1. Individual gunfights. The opportunity to close and break MIBR's spirit. Cold Zera round the corner, hoping for a chance, but the angle is being held by Blenzen. MIBR just about stay alive again.
Shadow reveals Cold's position at the end, but that one gets a little bit too scary. Considering the position they were in, he was almost going to put them into maybe that 1 versus 4, and what a way to end it that would have been, but MIBR recover. 2 alive, you would have much preferred 3. It's kept the money on a teetering edge, but for Legacy, no bomb plant means they're back on the Galils, which honestly they don't seem to care about on a couple of these players. They have prioritized them over with utility, and an opening kill Cold Zera dealt with.
They've got to make sure though at the same time that they do buy properly. Oh, okay, maybe not.
It's alright, one of the 3 AKs gets the job done.
Drop, hoping for a trade. Re-smoke that will land at the top of the construction site that will trickle and filter down, keeping Neckes out. but that molly fails. And that invites Nekis to use one of his own and believes that drop is close, and he is. This is very committed, though, from Legacy. They want to end A.
Guys fighting on forward. A known position, no herd. Flames gonna look out, drop further. He continues to be pushed back by the util, but MIBR have taken great space in towards middle. They're gonna be able to set up to just lock off the rotations. If Exit goes down here, he can just tuck in. Can be a late flank. Gonna have a last minute clear over towards B just to make sure no one is there. It's commitment in and up on top of default. Behind the smokes is Brenzan, and oh, not for long, Barden taps him out of the server, a position that you thought definitely should have been a kill. But drop gets one back. Still fighting. No denial utility, and Jamal denies drop. Insani and Exit, who's going to be on that flank. He's already started to progress in towards Gap. Insani is known. Kit on Exit, who's slowly coming on forward. Insani's just trying to keep the attention. Wants Jamal to swing, but Jamal is not budging. Ladder, the longer he stays alive, the better job he does. Exit is removed, and off the back of that, Legacy take the series, and MIBR are eliminated from the RMR.
They might be made in Brazil, but they've been manhandled here in Monterrey. What a performance from Legacy, and it's vintage coldzera right at the start of it. Expectations were so high for this South American squad. The prospect of Insani, the revitalization of Drop, and normally the ever-dependable Orpin of Safe. This time, not on the same page. This time, not for Copenhagen.
Yeah, that one's going to really sting heavily for MIBR, considering they came into this event as a team that we expected to at least maybe make it to that last stage, right? A team that has been on an upward trajectory, and yeah, it's a heartbreaking moment. They fought pretty solidly up until this point, but it just felt like today in the server, they just couldn't get it going.
It was just the individuals that didn't show up, I'm going to be honest, but also you got to give full credit to Legacy for the way that they set themselves up map on map. It felt like they had the complete read on what MIBR were trying to achieve. Respect shown, of course, but hearts broken, at least for the players standing in the MIBR jerseys. But for Safe, now it's a real question mark, because he really needed to deliver. He needed to step up and be a lot more in that map, in that series, and he just wasn't there.
Yeah, I feel like that one's going to really weigh heavily on Safe, but you know, at least for Legacy, for the coldzera core that got eliminated by MIBR at the last major under 0-0 Nation, they bounce back this time around. They get their revenge. So for Cold, I mean, what a fantastic series. I imagine a lot of these highlights are going to be between him and Damal, who both were dominating. They both finished over 20 kills each. And that was a real statement performance from them. But coldzera performing across both maps at such a high level has just been beautiful to watch. And it's great to see not just the individuals stepping up, but as you mentioned, just the way Legacy played today. I mentioned kind of during the map there, it just felt like they were a joy to watch.
The only thing, if I can give criticism to Legacy, is their pistol rounds.
Yeah.
That's it. The afterplants have looked very solid. The retakes have been exceptional. There were so many retakes in that game where it felt like MIBR should have won the round. It really did. And Legacy was still being able to come up with these huge multi-kills, kills through the smoke. There's a gap slightly blown in it. It was just a breathtaking map of CS to watch for the likes of Legacy. And for MIBR, you look at that map and you think, wow, maybe we should have picked Ancient.
I love that kill in slow motion. Yeah, I think that's been definitely going to be something that MIBR are going to be thinking about. But I guess for Legacy, it's really a statement to the strength of their map pool that they're able to flex so many maps, right? Yep. And I think that's really cool to see from this team. And it means that there's no one that they go up against that are going to be safe from them being able to punish with a pick. We can see the scoreboard reflected then. And again, it's coldzera at the top with the ADR. Damal just edges him out on the kills, but I think just with the impact he had across both maps, you got to give a massive shout out to coldzera.
Yeah, he definitely wants to be part of the first CS2 major. He wants to be there, and he is really rolling back the years. This has been a long time coming that we've seen coldzera dominate servers, dominate lobbies across multiple maps within a best of 3. And it is really refreshing to see him kind of take that responsibility, especially for this team of players that have been together for so long, a core that's known what it's like to make it to majors, a core, as you said, that's had that recent failing. But it kind of feels like everything is clicking together finally, and step by step, Legacy are creating this new identity for themselves.
Yeah, and I got to give massive praise to Nekez as well as an IGL, right? I think, you know, he mentioned in that interview with HTV that obviously when he first joined, took over the IGL rails, yeah, there was going to be some inconsistency because they had to adjust to a new calling style, but it really feels like they're hitting the ground running now. It feels like they're really in the groove with it. That felt very cohesive across both those maps.
It's really interesting because by having that default style of play when you're calling, especially when you're playing against South American teams, it gives you more opportunities. By playing kind of these strategies just off rip, off the spawns, you make things very telegraphed. And I think what's really interesting about Legacy's play now in the IGL front is that you can still call these strats out of spawn. But because you got the default, because you got the conditioning, they're less likely to be ready for it. I mean, even in middle there on that T side, where they set up that round 3 times, they then used a smoke previously used against Nouns to telegraph the fact that, hey, this is what we're doing. But the ultimate reality of the round is that coldzera's working mid. Sorry, working up A. It was perfect.
Yeah, really cool adjustments. And I think also for many, it's probably going to be relief for Cold not to be having to think about the calling as well so much, right? Because he was calling for a period in this team before this, weren't quite finding the success. And now it feels like that's allowed him to focus on his individual game again. It's great to see that revitalization into CS2. And now going forward, right, they're going to be fighting into the next stage for potential for the spot in the major, right? Which is crazy that they've been able to do this, right? Definitely a dark horse team in this event. They're showing why they have been considered that. But if you're a team that's going to be facing them tomorrow and they play like this, I could really see them making the run.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, think about the teams here on the B stream that have really progressed into the final day of play. You've got Oddik in there, you've got Legacy now, and you've got M80. So, I mean, you've got all these teams that I think are real surprise factors. Here are the results over on the B stream today, and nearly went all the distance. Legacy, it was a quick dismissal of MIBR, and I mean, that just really goes to show the level in which Legacy is outputting right now. And I'm really excited to see these matchups. Obviously, we've had some qualification games today already. Imperial making the major has just been a fantastic story. Not sure, because obviously we were casting this Legacy one.
Sure
what's happened with FURIA Complexity. FURIA 1 is what I've just been told about
here. Oh, I don't know if that means we've got the standings yet that we can see.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it sounds like not quite yet. It hasn't just been calculated. I imagine that game's only just finished up recently.
Yeah, for sure.
I was running some numbers though, and that means I think that there's a pretty good chance we could get Complexity versus Liquid.
That's terrifying to think about, really. One of Liquid and Complexity not making the major.
Not confirmed, guys.
No, not confirmed.
But I think it might be a possibility.
Look, we love to speculate here. And the fact that coldzera's got a really good chance now of potentially making the first CS2 major. There's so many storylines here that have developed, not only just over the last 24 hours, but just ever since the RMR started. I mean, Boss, for example, against Liquid, they looked unbelievable in that first map. Unfortunately, fell short, but a lot of respect shown to them. Here are the standings, and there they are. Imperial, FURIA through, and that 2-1 bracket. M80, Pain, Complexity, Liquid, Oddik, Legacy.
Yeah, it's an interesting collection of teams. I feel like a lot of people probably wouldn't have put Oddik and Legacy both here. I definitely thought one of them would get to this stage. Legacy, that is. I didn't expect Oddik to kind of do this run, but this is the way the RMRs work, right? Just you could get some upsets come through, and yeah, M80 as well. It's been pretty impressive that what they've been able to achieve with Depth having to take over the IGL and get into the server, and he's actually been performing really well.
He's the Brits' hope this major. Obviously, we had ITB last major, but now all the UKs.
Oh, here we go. So we do have the games tomorrow, and there are 3 remaining. And I think everyone's eyes are going to be down on that Complexity versus Liquid. So as we speculated a moment ago, it is confirmed. Only one of Complexity and Team Liquid will make this major.
That is a wild storyline for tomorrow, and that's the last game we end the Americas RMR on. Of course, you've also got the other 2, Pain versus Oddik, M80 versus Legacy. So a chance for 2 NA teams to make it through. One South American team immediately gets eliminated in that first game.
Yeah, but one South American team also immediately goes through.
Yeah,
so,
true.
I think, you know, I kind of favor Legacy and Pain there. I feel like they're the favorites going into that third match, though. I have no idea.
Can't call it. You cannot call it whatsoever. But the fact that one of Complexity, one of Liquid doesn't make the major is a storyline that unfortunately we have to find out tomorrow. All of those games taking place on the A stream tomorrow. Be there, don't miss it. The end of the Americas RMR coming up tomorrow.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And simple. No! It's Olaf who's on top of the box. Though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
you.